Chapter 1: A powerful godly system that grows bigger and stronger. In 2017, in the city of Chengdu, Jiang Chang was reborn. In the king-size suite of the Excelsior Hotel, Jiang Chang looked at the strange woman lying next to him while checking his phone. The message on the screen was from his current girlfriend, Zhao Jia. "Why are you so quiet? You've grown up, haven't you? You're not afraid of me losing my temper anymore?" After reading the chat history between them, memories began to flood back to Jiang Chang, and he replied with a wry smile, "Let's break up." Zhao Jia was his classmate in high school and also his first girlfriend. Although she was petite and cute, she had a very obvious characteristic, which was worshipping money. Whenever there was a holiday, she would definitely ask Jiang Chang to buy her a gift or give her a red envelope. She didn't let any holiday go by, including New Year's Day, Women's Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day, and even Army Day. Whenever Jiang Chang didn't give her a red envelope, she would throw a tantrum, and even accuse him of not loving her in the name of love, and then threaten to break up. Jiang Chang used to simply think that Zhao Jia only cared about being with him on every holiday. At one time, he also held her in the palm of his hand like the bright moon, always available, and tried his best to satisfy her no matter what she asked for. He would lick her everywhere, without missing a single spot, and licked her like this for year after year. In the past, Zhao Jia always told him, "We are still students, we can't hold hands, we can't kiss. Give me some more time. It will be fine when we go to university." Just like that, he thought that Zhao Jia was really a pure girl. But after entering university, she met a rich second-generation heir who was even wealthier than Jiang Chang, and she decisively dumped Jiang Chang. From that moment on, reality gave Jiang Chang a smile and a polite slap in the face. After breaking up with Zhao Jia in his previous life, Jiang Chang chose to stay at the local university. After being a social animal outside for a few years, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and went home to directly inherit his father's business. Unexpectedly, after sleeping for a while, he woke up and started all over again. And it seems that this time, it's not going to be the same as his past life. At least, he doesn't remember sleeping with such a beautiful woman in his past life. Jiang Chang sighed helplessly. The saddest thing in the world is that when you die, the disgusting memories of your past life remain. And the point is that if you give yourself another season, you might be able to become a king. Oh, yes, before I was reborn, I forgot to delete all the videos of my wife from the computer. And I don't know if my past life father Jiang Jianmen and mother Li Yan have seen these videos that caused my social death. After a long sigh, Jiang Chang slowly accepted the situation. After all, being reborn was better than time traveling, and he could also change some of the regrets from his past life that he had been unable to change, such as Zhao Jia at this time. It was impossible to retrace the old path. Jiang Chang knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Jia would ask him to send her red envelopes again later. Sure enough, Zhao Jia's prestige immediately returned. "Do you really not know why I'm angry? Yesterday was the summer solstice." Jiang Chang snorted and replied, "Pay attention to the question. I said let's break up." Zhao Jia on the other end of the phone looked at Jiang Chang's reply, her big, astute eyes wide in disbelief. The two of them had been together for almost a year. In the past, whenever she got a little angry and mentioned breaking up, Jiang Chang would immediately come running over to apologize. Now he was actually saying he wanted to break up with her? Zhao Jia, who had never been asked to break up before, was suddenly unable to accept it. She immediately called him. "Jiang Chang, what do you mean? The literal meaning, can't you read?" Seeing that Jiang Chang's voice was very calm and didn't contain the slightest hint of discomfort, Zhao Jia suddenly panicked. If they really broke up, what would she do about the expenses after she went to college? When she thought about it, Zhao Jia suddenly felt a little panicked. She just wanted Jiang Chang to give her a red envelope, she didn't really want to break up. At this moment, she was a little stuck, and she could only reluctantly soften her tone and ask, "Why break up? We have different personalities and like different things. How are they different? Aren't we a good match?" Jiang Chang smiled, "We're not the same. I like women, you like men. Our views are different." Upon hearing Jiang Chang's explanation, Zhao Jia exploded. "What kind of excuse is this? It's clearly teasing me. Does she think I'm stupid and can be fooled?" Zhao Jia was furious. "Jiang Chang, I'll give you one more chance. Be serious." "Zhao Jia, I'm serious. Let's call it quits while we're on good terms." "Fine, you said it, let's break up. Don't regret it." After saying this, Zhao Jia hung up the phone. At this time, although she felt as if she had missed something important inside, and it suddenly felt empty, she was already used to Jiang Cheng treating her like he wanted, so she didn't think that Jiang Cheng really dared to break up with her. Jiang Cheng looked at the phone that had been hung up, and he felt a sense of relief. He also blacklisted Zhao Jia's phone number. Congratulations, host, for activating the dream come true godlike system. How could this be happening? Does this mean that I'm going to start getting cheats, get a golden finger, turn on crazy face slapping mode, start seeding everywhere, and reach the pinnacle of life? Although Jiang Cheng's family was originally in a good position, his father ran a small construction company with tens of millions of assets. But this was only the total assets, and their family could only be considered to have a little money. And since he had just graduated from high school and had been living at home for the past 3 years, his mother, Li Yan, only gave him 1,000 yuan a week for living expenses. Jiang Cheng remembered Li Yan telling him that after he started university the following month, she would give him 10,000 yuan a month. At the time, he felt that this was already a lot. Unexpectedly, after all these years of waiting, he didn't receive a single bit of true love, but instead, he received this sudden and immense wealth. Godly system activating. The host will receive 0.1 yuan every second they exist in the world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 182. Looks, 85 points. Level, 1. System reserve, 0 yuan. System, 0.1 second. Upgrade experience, 100,000. Jiang Cheng did some calculations. At level 1. 0.1 yuan earned every second, which is 8,640 yuan a day. 259,200 yuan a month. He has only been reborn for a little over an hour. And he has already reached the pinnacle of life thanks to the system? This is too good to be true, isn't it? Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. Open the novice gift pack. You are rewarded with a Porsche 918 hypercar worth tens of millions of yuan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving a 10 million novice cash reward. 5 beginner shopping bonus cards. The maximum spending limit for beginner shopping cashback cards is 1 million, exceeding this limit will be invalid. A friendly value scanning system. The funds rewarded by the system are being transferred to the host's bank card. The funds rewarded by the system are legal funds that can be tracked and will not cause any financial or legal risks to the host. After the system finished this prompt, Jiang Cheng's phone rang with a familiar prompt sound. Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Shit." He picked up the phone at hand and looked at it. Your merchant's bank card with the last digit 5456 has received a transfer of 10 million yuan, and the balance is 10,323,111 yuan. Then he looked at the car key with the Porsche logo that appeared in his hands at some unknown time. This kind of real, exquisite and textured car key was the first time Jiang Cheng had touched it. Just then, the system rang again. May I ask if the host has enabled the friendliness scanning system? Turn it on. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he looked at the strange woman who was hugging him. The friendliness scanning system is activated and is obtaining information about the other party. Name, Yu Xiaoxiao. Age, 25 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 93. Body type, 94. Privacy, 1. Friendliness, 60. Intimacy. The first few values are very easy to understand. However, Jiang Cheng was a bit confused about privacy. Jiang Cheng clicked on the system's explanation page. The privacy value refers to a person's private life, and the numerical value refers to the number of intimate contacts with the opposite sex. After reading the explanation, Jiang Cheng suddenly understood. Isn't the number 1 finger of Yu Xiaoxiao pointing to Jiang Cheng? This privacy value is indeed a good thing. Not only can it keep the relationship going, but it can also prevent the risk of being cuckolded. It turns out that the relationship scanning system is a lightning rod given to him by the system. A pair of jade arms and the quilt suddenly embraced his waist. The tender little hands were moving up and down randomly. Inside his mouth, he muttered randomly, "I never thought you were such a scumbag, that you could come up with such a fresh and refined excuse to break up." Jiang Cheng looked at the stunning woman in front of him who was taking advantage of him. Below her naturally arched eyebrows were a row of long, curled and thick eyelashes. A delicate, slightly upturned nose. Tempting red lips that were slightly pursed. He couldn't help but exclaim once again, What a mature and elegant woman. Today, he had originally gone to a bar to drink because Zhao Zhao was ignoring her again. And Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to have encountered some kind of setback. The two of them got along very well and drank glass after glass of cocktails. They finished more than 10 glasses in no time. Soon they began to feel dizzy. What happened next was no surprise. Just as he was about to come back to life, he noticed that Yu Xiaoxiao was climbing onto his neck very actively. Jiang Chang, who was confused, naturally did not hold back with Yu Xiaoxiao. After a while, a bloody incident occurred between the two. It is unknown what kind of emotional injury Yu Xiaoxiao had suffered. She actually took the initiative to bring herself to such a place to heal her wounds. Although Jiang Chang had just healed her wounds with a single needle. Yu Xiaoxiao's friendship value towards him was still only 60 points. This also shows that she did not fall in love with him at first sight. She was either drunk or desperate about something. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao supported her head with one hand and wore a charming smile on her face. With the other hand, she poked Jiang Chang's belly. Just now, when drinking, she said how much she liked her, and indeed, there are no good men in this world. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao teasing him, Jiang Chang didn't bother to explain. He put down his phone while grabbing Yu Xiaoxiao's small hand that was still moving around and said softly, "You're drunk, let me give you a hangover shot." Before Rebirth, Jiang Chang's dream was to become a family doctor who could give injections. Especially the kind that involved needles. Unexpectedly, it started to come true on the first day of Rebirth. Ding, since the host was driving too fast, the host is rewarded with a Supercar purchase bonus card, unlimited amount, only one allowed. The host is rewarded for his skillful tongue, with special notes. This skill can optimize and strengthen every cell in the host's tongue, making it more flexible and stronger. Jiang Chang couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, and tried to stick out his tongue and move it slowly. Suddenly, he found that his tongue, which had been a bit stiff, had suddenly become incredibly flexible. His tongue could easily do a tongue dance now, without any pressure at all. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping next to him, and suddenly a small smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2, Thank you for your hospitality. The next morning, Jiang Chang rubbed his swollen head and noticed that his side of the bed was already empty. He held his breath and listened for a while, and noticed that the whole room was quiet. He tilted his head and looked down, and saw that there was actually a thick stack of red Chinese currency under his phone on the bedside table. Jiang Chang picked up the note on the table and saw the delicate handwriting on it. "Thank you for your hospitality, I was very satisfied last night, this is your reward." Jiang Chang suddenly smiled. Does this person think he is a gigolo? Not to mention, judging from the thickness, there must be at least 5,000 yuan, which is quite generous. He never imagined that there would be a woman who would give money to someone after giving her first time. This woman, Yu Xiaoxiao, is quite interesting. Unfortunately, she didn't leave any contact information. After tidying up, Jiang Chang checked out of the hotel and looked at the 5 beginners critical strike cards and 1 Supercar cashback card in his system. He understood the meaning of the cashback card, but what did the critical strike card mean? Would I get a critical strike after spending money? Would it be more money? Or experience? Was it the same as getting equipment when playing a game? It would be great if I could get money, but if it's experience, that would be a bit boring. Seeing Jiang Chang ask, the system replied with a ding-dong sound, "Host, spending a critical strike card means spending a specified amount of money within a range, and there is a chance of getting a multiple of the spending amount as a critical strike, such as 10 times, 20 times, and the maximum multiple for a beginner's critical strike card is 50 times. Jiang Chang felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart at this explanation from the system. Jiang Chang had already come to a decision after some comparison. If he went out and bought a supercar right now, he would only be able to choose a model within 10 million yuan. Even if he got the maximum cashback of 50 times, it would only be 500 million yuan. But if he spent the money from the 5 basic crit cards first, and then used the accumulated amount to buy a more expensive supercar, wouldn't the cashback be even higher? Thinking about this, Jiang Chang suddenly had a plan in mind. It's now 2017. Although the city of Chengdu already had a purchase restriction policy in place in 2014, due to economic problems, the policy has effectively become defunct. Although there is no explicit provision in the policy to directly cancel the purchase restriction, the attitude of the developers is to hold back and not reveal everything. As long as you can pay the full price, you can buy as much as you want. If you don't need a bank loan, there is room for maneuver. This is what I learned from my father, who is in the construction industry. Zhang Chang has 5 credit cards with a maximum spending limit of 1 million yuan, and he is ready to use them to buy a house. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Chang searched for the Porsche 918 parked near the hotel according to the location given by the system. Zhang Chang tried pressing the car key of the Porsche, and he heard the car respond from not far away. At this, the crowd of people gathered around the supercar suddenly became noisy. A girl who was holding her phone and taking pictures of the car immediately looked around, searching for the owner of the luxury car. Zhang Chang looked at the black Porsche nightclub prints a few meters away and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock again. The appearance of this car is estimated to make every girl feel hot when they get in. I wonder how the air conditioning in this car is. The woman who had just been lying on Zhang Chang's car couldn't help but stare when she saw a young handsome guy walking towards her. Zhang Chang walked towards the car and glanced at the woman who had just been taking pictures of her own luxury car. Zhang Chang saw her from afar. Even though there were a few people around watching, the woman still kept her expression unchanged as she lay on Zhang Chang's car in various poses taking pictures. She was wearing a bandeau top, a tight lacquered skirt that hugged her buttocks, and a pair of black high heels. Seeing that Zhang Chang wasn't paying any attention to her, the woman directly opened the car door, got in, and immediately ran quickly to the side of Zhang Chang's car window. She gave Zhang Chang what she thought was a charming smile. "Brother, is this car yours?" "I don't think it could be yours, do you think?" Zhang Chang said doubtfully. The woman's face remained unchanged, and she said with a smile, No, I just thought the car was so cool that I couldn't help taking a photo. I was wondering if you could give me a lift? Does my car look like a taxi?" "Of course not, but you look like you know a lot about fixing sewers. Do you want to come to my place and fix the sewer?" Zhang Cheng secretly activated his friendliness scanner on her. Name, Chen Liqi. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body type, 88. Privacy, 28. Friendliness, 90. Intimacy. I'm not surprised by the 28 privacy score, but the 90 friendliness score is a bit much, isn't it? Isn't this the kind of girl who is rumored to be interested in anyone with money and will lick anyone with money? Zhang Cheng said with a smile, "Forget it, 28 people with the same interests is too broad, I'm not going to squeeze in." Zhang Cheng then started the car and drove off, leaving the woman with a shocked expression. Why did Zhang Cheng know? The woman immediately took out a mirror from her bag, looked at herself and muttered, "It's not written on my face that I'm 28. The old man who was watching the scene said to the woman, "Little girl, introduce yourself." "I've been unblocking sewers professionally for 30 years. That handsome guy can't unblock it, but I can." The woman exploded at this, obscene pervert. "Hey, little girl, how can you say that about me? You young people just ask someone to come to your house, why can't I? I'm fair to all, I'll unblock it. Get lost, okay?" The onlookers couldn't help laughing at the two people's conversation. "Grandpa, what she means by unblocking the sewer may not be the same as what you mean." "Why not the same?" "Little girl, don't worry, whether it's a proper sewer or an improper sewer, I'm good at it." Seeing that she couldn't seduce Zhang Chang, and she was also being molested by the creepy old man, the woman turned around with a flushed face and left angrily. Zhang Chang naturally didn't know about these things that happened behind him. At this time, as soon as Zhang Chang got into the car, the system automatically prompted, "Ding, reward the host for his supercar driving skills." Note, considering that the host has not yet obtained a driver's license, the system has automatically resolved the issues related to the license for the host, which is legal and compliant throughout the process, so there is no need to worry. Looking at the driver's license that suddenly appeared in his hands, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome." At this point, driving the Porsche 918, Zhang Cheng finally realized what it meant to be a tool for showing off. After all, in the modern world, cars and houses have become symbols of wealth in the hearts of many people. Some people may think that a car is just a means of transportation, and that you don't need to buy such an expensive one, because it's just for showing off anyway. But in reality, when your status has not reached a certain level of public awareness, things like cars, watches and houses are the best symbols for showing off a man's hard power. For example, if you drive a Wuling, your relatives may not think much of it, but if you switch to a Benz, they will think you have made it and are awesome. As the saying goes, if you are young and successful, you can drive a BMW and you don't have to fight your own battles. Some people may want to mention the simplicity of Mr. Ma again. To put it in a cliché way, Mr. Ma's social status no longer needs to rely on these things to give him support. After all, his face and his name itself are hard power. But Zhang Cheng is different. Compared to Mr. Ma, he is just a new player who has just registered for a new player package. He has not even reached the rank of Indomitable Silver. To put it more bluntly, he is not even comparable to Ma's dad. So, at this point in time, he still needs these things to package himself. Although Jiang Chang, like Ma's dad, is not interested in money. There are hidden rules everywhere at the top of life. The temptation is quite great, and he really has no way to refuse. So the best way to go now is to continue to package himself. He has already navigated to the nearest real estate agency center. As for why not just go to the property to buy it? Think you can find a new community property in the prosperous city center of Chengdu? Wake up! This is the rising period of the real estate market, and new properties are usually sold out immediately or put on the secondary market by the sales office to rip off the customers. The easiest way to get a property is to find a real estate agent. Chapter 3, I Like It Young. Before long, the car stopped across the street from the real estate agency. This real estate agency was quite famous in their hometown and had opened many branches. The branch in front of them was not large, only about 100 square meters, so Jiang Chang parked the car and walked across the street. When he entered, he found the store quiet, with only 2 agents bowing their heads and playing with their phones. When they saw Jiang Chang come in, one of the girls quickly stood up. But soon her expression looked a little puzzled at the other male colleague. Today, the other colleagues all took customers out to see the house. Only the 2 of them were left. Usually when a customer comes to the door, he will quickly compete with himself for the customer. Why is it so abnormal today? I saw that the other male agent was holding his phone and smirking lewdly. It seems that he did not notice Jiang Chang's arrival. Seeing this, the girl immediately walked over to Jiang Chang with a face full of excitement. She smiled warmly and said to Jiang Chang, "Hello, sir, I'm Xiaoxia, the homebuddy real estate agent. How may I help you?" Jiang Chang nodded as he looked at Xiaoxia. "I want to buy a few houses." Xiaoxia was a little surprised to see that Jiang Chang was not there to rent a house but to buy one, but she still immediately invited Jiang Chang into the reception room. Seeing Xiaoxia's excited expression, the male colleague finally looked up. However, seeing that Xiaoxia had received the client, he quickly buried his head again and continued to look at his phone lewdly. Jiang Chang also noticed from Xiaoxia's words and actions that she did not seem to be an experienced salesperson. Although Xiaoxia's attitude was very enthusiastic, every move she made was a bit awkward. "Hello, do you have any buildings you like or a specific goal in mind? And what is your price range?" Xiaoxia asked Jiang Chang with a slight blush on her face, excited. She had been here for almost 3 months. Before coming here, she had heard that real estate agents made a lot of money. But after arriving, she realized that it was not as simple as everyone said. Although there were many customers, she had not successfully sold a single house since starting her job. She only had a list of rental properties, and she only received a basic salary of 3,000 yuan a month. Although she was not sure if Jiang Chang would actually buy a house, she would give 100% of her energy whenever she had the opportunity to serve. "Help me look at a few houses priced at 1 million. Xiaoxia nodded quickly when she heard this and immediately took out the tablet next to her to help Jiang Chang search. She had just clicked a couple of times when she realized that she hadn't poured Jiang Chang a glass of water yet. She immediately put down the tablet in a flustered manner and nervously said to Jiang Chang, "I'm sorry, may I ask your surname, sir?" Jiang Chang didn't show any expression of disgust at Xiaoxia's flustered appearance. He could tell that she was really inexperienced, but who doesn't have a first time? It just so happened that Jiang Chang liked these first times. Being sincere and unpretentious without any tricks, communication may be difficult at first, but if you are patient and slowly reassure and guide her, she will relax, and the process will definitely go very smoothly. After thinking about this, Jiang Chang turned on the friendliness scanner. Name, Xia Jiqiu. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Looks, 90. Body, 92. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 50 passing by. After reading it, Jiang Chang frowned. His unruly hair was tied in a low ponytail, and his thick bangs covered his eyes. He also had a pair of oval black framed glasses. This girl in front of him had a face value of 90? "Are you okay, system?" Jiang Chang let out a huff, and then the system spoke up. The face value score determined by the system is based on the host's inner aesthetic. Jiang Chang let out another huff after the system said that. "I have reason to suspect that there is something wrong with your perception of me. Do you think this girl is at most 70 points? The system's judgment is based on a complex formula that deeply scans and calculates the proportions of the 5 facial features. Please do not question it. After saying this, no matter how Jiang Cheng trolled the system, it never spoke again. Jiang Cheng glanced at Xia Jiqiu. If you look carefully, her eyebrows and eyes are indeed quite good-looking. But with these good-looking eyes, she has stubbornly left a very heavy fringe to cover them up. And the quality of her hair didn't look very good either, as if she hadn't taken much care of it. This kind of girl is just a simple passerby, really, as the system said, essentially 90? Mr. Jiang, would you like some tea? Or some juice? Bring me a mineral water. Okay, just a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, it turned around and ran out. Soon Xiaoxia followed suit, carrying a mineral water bottle into the reception room. She cheerfully unscrewed the mineral water for Jiang Cheng and handed it to him. Here you go. Jiang Cheng nodded at her. Thanks. You're welcome. Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Cheng's handsome face and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to look at him directly. She took a deep breath and immediately started looking up information on her tablet. In 2017, the price of a house in Chengdu was still around 9,000 yuan per square meter, and the price of a house in a more remote location would be even lower. But a house costing more than 1 million yuan could at most buy a small apartment of just over 100 square meters. May I ask if you have any special requirements for the area? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Just find a location that is easy to rent out. Do you want a furnished or bare shell apartment? Obviously Xiaoxia's inquiry was very unskilled and even a bit messy. But since Xiaoxia was asking for the first time, Jiang Cheng had a high tolerance and didn't pierce her with a sharp question. Whatever, I'm not living in it myself, as long as the price and location are suitable. Jiang Cheng's goal in buying a house was to buy the wool of these 5 beginner credit cards, and it didn't matter whether the house was rented out or resold after purchase. According to the current trend of housing prices, in a few years, the housing prices in Chengdu will double again. At that time, Jiang Cheng can sell it for nearly 21,000 yuan per square meter and make a profit. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that the decision to buy a house was really correct. If he buys all 5, he can use the consumer spending card to get tens of millions of cash back. Thinking about it, he suddenly got a little excited and went purple. Xiaoxia listened to Jiang Cheng's words, narrowed the search area a bit, and selected a few and handed them to Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, take a look at these few sets. The layouts and locations of these sets are very good, and the neighborhood is also a commercial street and office building area. The decoration style is also fashionable and modern, so it is relatively easy to rent them out. Jiang Cheng took Xiaoxia's tablet and looked at it. These sets picked by this girl are quite practical, with prices ranging from 900,000 to over 1 million. However, the maximum amount of the primary critical strike card given by the system is 1 million, and the system also clearly states that anything over 1 million will be invalid. At this time, looking at these houses with prices of over 1 million yuan, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. This system is really troublesome. Xiaoxia saw Jiang Cheng frown at the properties he had selected and hurriedly asked anxiously, Mr. Jiang, are you dissatisfied with anything? If you are not satisfied, I can help you choose some other ones. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Although this house is good, it exceeds 1 million yuan, and the system won't let me use it. Chapter 4, A Fortune. Alas, one has to bow to the system. Jiang Cheng pointed at the listings that cost more than 1 million yuan and asked, is there any room for negotiation on the price of these houses? Xiaoxia was relieved when she heard Jiang Cheng say this and nodded. It should be possible to negotiate. In the buying and selling of real estate, as long as it is not something that needs to be sold urgently, the price generally listed is somewhat inflated. Because once a buyer takes an interest, the price will inevitably be lowered when buying the house, so the price has to be listed higher to leave some room for negotiation. Jiang Cheng of course understood this principle, and nodded to Xiaoxia and said, in that case, if you can negotiate the price of these 5 sets of over 1 million down to 1 million each, I'll buy them. Seeing that Jiang Cheng wanted to buy 5 houses at once, Xiaoxia was suddenly scared, her eyes wide open, and her bottom, round buttocks, could hardly stay seated. She stuttered and asked, you mean you want to buy all 5? Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile, you can buy it, right? Well, Mr. Jiang, there are property purchase restrictions in place. If you want to buy 5 units, will they all be in your name? Jiang Cheng nodded, yes, if you can buy all 5 units, you can pay the full price. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, not only did her eyes become even more shocked, her breathing even became a little rapid, the full price. Although Xiaoxia was a little skeptical, because Jiang Chang looked to be about the same age as her, he was able to come up with the full 5 million to buy a house at this age. Although she doubted it internally, she didn't dare say it out loud, and even nodded, it should be possible to get it done. I'll have to talk to our supervisor about this, and I'll also try to help you lower the price as much as possible. If the price can't reach 1 million per unit, I won't buy it, understand? I won't buy one more unit, can you negotiate it down? Xiaoxia suddenly lost confidence when she asked this question. Although there was room for negotiation on these prices, the price of one of the 5 suites was 1.09 million, a difference of 90,000 yuan, while the difference in the prices of the other suites was in the range of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. If she asked their supervisor to negotiate, she thought she could probably get the price down, but she was just a new employee and wasn't very confident. She said with some uncertainty, "Well, I'll give it a try." Although she also really wanted to get a commission on these properties, this desire did not boost her self-confidence. "Well, don't you need to go and have a look first?" Jiang Chang shook his head. It would take so long to look at so many properties, and he wasn't going to live in any of them. "Forget it. If I can buy them, I'll just ask you to rent them out for me." Xiaoxia saw that Jiang Chang was so willing to help, and her blank mind immediately started nodding like a chicken pecking for rice. This was the first time she had seen someone so casual about buying a house, and the relaxed way he was acting was like buying vegetables at the market. Could it be that 5 million yuan is now the same as pocket money for people in these big cities? Jiang Chang asked curiously, "I can tell from your accent that you're not from here, right?" Seeing Jiang Chang ask, Xiaoxia nodded apologetically, smiled a little sheepishly, and said with some inferiority complex, "I'm from Ganzi Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture in Sichuan Province." Jiang Chang nodded with understanding as he looked at Xiaoxia's clothes, words, and actions. Although the scenery there is beautiful, it is no different from being cut off from the world. It is all mountains and rivers, and the economy is not good either. No wonder Xiaoxia came out to work at the age of 19. Jiang Chang looked at the old model mobile phone in Xiaoxia's hand, which had already been dropped and broken. His brows couldn't help but frown. At the same age, even his classmates from ordinary families around him were sunny, optimistic, and cheerful, and Jiang Chang still met a girl like Xiaoxia from the mountains for the first time. Thinking about it, he often said on the spur of the moment, "How about this, you try to help me negotiate? If you can negotiate the price to 1 million, I will give you the difference in price separately, okay?" Xiaoxia was stunned when she heard Jiang Chang say this. Did he mean that if she could negotiate the price of the 1.09 million yuan house down to 1 million yuan, the difference would be given to her? But Jiang Chang wanted to buy 5 apartments, and if she was given the difference for all of them, it would be at least several 100,000 yuan. "Mr. Jiang, are you serious? The difference between the 5 apartments is several 100,000 yuan, and you want to give me that?" Xiaoxia was very excited and wanted it, but she really couldn't figure out what the difference was between this method of purchase and him, Jiang Chang, buying it directly. Why would Jiang Chang give her all that money? Xiaoxia, who was extremely insecure, naturally didn't think that Jiang Chang could like her. After all, in her eyes, she was so tacky and ordinary that she was simply not a match for a handsome guy like Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang saw Xiaoxia's confusion. In fact, he didn't want to go to all that trouble either, but the restrictions on the 5 cards said that the maximum limit was 1 million, and anything over that would be invalid. If you want to use these cards, you have to lower the price to 1 million. Although he could pay 1 million first, then use the critical strike card, and then pay the rest of the difference, it would be better to give the money to Xiaoxia in front of him than to those wealthy landlords. After all, the money has to be spent somewhere, and wouldn't it be better to give it to a girl from Dashan? There was nothing he could do about it. Jiang Chang was more inclined to be charitable towards these poor women. "I know what you're wondering, but today is a very special day in my life, and I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a fortune." Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiaoxia was moved to tears. Jiang Chang was the first stranger she had met who had been so kind to her. It was only after she arrived in the big city that she felt the real difference between people. Especially when she took the train to Chengdu for the first time. She remembers that she was wearing a set of half-new clothes, and the food she took with her on the train was homemade buns and warm water from a thermos. But the child sitting opposite her was wearing brand new clothes, eating a Kentucky Fried Chicken burger she had never tried before, and drinking milk tea she hadn't had in over 10 years. That was the first time in her life that she felt the gap between people was like a chasm, and how small she was in this city. Even after arriving here, she could hardly find a good job because she had no qualifications. After working as a dishwasher for several months, the boss of the restaurant took pity on her and introduced her to this agency through her connections. In order to save money, she only bought the cheapest meals, and she couldn't even afford to buy a cup of milk tea, which is a favorite drink among young people. Usually, she often suffered from the scorn and even ridicule of other colleagues because of her extremely frugal spending on food and clothing. But she never imagined that an unknown client like Zhang Chang would actually lend her a helping hand on their first meeting. Xiaoxia really wanted to decline, but the blow of poverty made her unable to speak. For someone who was afraid of poverty, why would they reach out and push away the wealth that could turn their life around? Xiaoxia bit her lower lip and said gratefully to Zhang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, thank you. I will definitely try my best. Please sit down for a moment. I will contact the owners of these properties right away." Seeing Xiaoxia so excited, Zhang Chang didn't react much. He waved his hand at her to indicate that she should hurry up and get to work, and then he looked down at his phone. She immediately turned around and sprinted in the direction of the supervisor's room. After reporting the matter to the supervisor was also shocked, but he quickly responded and immediately took out his phone to contact the homeowners with Xiaoxia. At this time, the male agent, who had heard the commotion, looked deeply remorseful. Unexpectedly, he was so negligent just once, and someone else took advantage of it. The male agent even regretfully slapped himself several times in the face. You have to know that even for a house worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, most people still need a loan, not to mention 5 million yuan. He covered his face, which was a little swollen, and looked at his phone. Damn, he had spent 100 yuan just for this photo, but it didn't even look as good as an abalone, and he wanted to smash his phone. If he had known, he would have got up to receive Zhang Chang, and maybe now he would have gotten the commission of tens of thousands of yuan. If he had tens of thousands of yuan, would he still need to look at it on his phone? Chapter 5, Packing up 5 sets of houses. Judging from the way their supervisor values this single order, it is possible that these houses will really be sold later. After the male supervisor walked into the reception room, he immediately extended his hand towards Zhang Chang and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the supervisor here, Zhang Yuan. Thank you very much for choosing us, loving home." "Hello, Manager Jiang." Zhang Yuan looked at the table in the reception room and saw only a bottle of water. He gave Xiaoxia an unhappy look and said in a reproachful tone, "Why didn't you make tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you entertain guests?" Xiaoxia immediately panicked and turned on the hot water on the desk. "I'm sorry, manager, I'll make tea for Mr. Jiang right away. How can you use these tea leaves? Hurry up and go to my office and get me the Yuanyan Longjing on the top shelf." Seeing Zhang Yuan's unusually enthusiastic appearance, Zhang Chang waved his hand. "Don't bother, I'm not used to that." Zhang Yuan smiled in a flattering way upon hearing this. There aren't many people in their city of Chengdu who can afford to buy a house with a full payment of 5 million yuan at such a young age. Although he still doesn't know the details of Zhang Cheng's family, such people will never be ordinary people. You are really young, capable, and down to earth. After flattering Zhang Chang, Zhang Yuan immediately winked at Xiaoxia. Although the client said he doesn't drink, you can't really not prepare. After all, social connections are equivalent to money in this society, and many convenient relationships cannot be established just by money. For example, if your family has a relative who is the director of a hospital, your family has a director in the office, your family has a big boss in the law enforcement department, etc. These connections cannot be made just by having money. If one day you need these connections, then you can only rely on these so-called connections to make introductions. And the elites and the families of the top wealthy people already have more connections than ordinary people, so the advantage of making friends with wealthy people lies in this. They have various channels to obtain advanced information. Not only can they give you some pointers in business, but when you run into big trouble, they might be able to help you with those connections. Although buying and selling houses alone cannot form a high-quality and reliable relationship, for these people who have struggled their way up in society, they will be willing to give it a try if there is even the slightest chance. Xiaoxia immediately and smartly left the room after receiving Zhang Yuan's hint this time. Zhang Chang naturally saw the two of them making small gestures, but he still looked calm. Anyone who can reach the position of supervisor is naturally smooth and tactful in their dealings with others. Zhang Chang asked, "Director Jiang, how did it go?" "Don't worry, it's already been settled. The property you like is not far from here. There are 2 units owned by the same owner, and the other landlords have also been contacted and are on their way." Zhang Chang nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, this efficiency is already considered very high. Zhang Yuan, while receiving the Yuqian Longjing tea that Xiaoxia handed him, asked Zhang Chang flattery, "Mr. Jiang, are you a local?" Zhang Chang nodded lightly. Oops, that's a coincidence, so am I, what a coincidence. Jiang Cheng just smiled lightly, and he didn't take the words of the supervisor seriously. After all, in this world, if there is a yuan, there is a connection. The next time was spent chatting with Zhang Yuan. It had to be said that the person who could reach the position of supervisor had conversation skills. He wanted to find out your background from you, but asked very tactfully so that you would not feel uncomfortable at all. However, Jiang Cheng is a person who has been reborn, and in his previous life, he had also experienced society for a few years. Although he is not as experienced as they are at his age, he is more than capable of handling interpersonal relationships. Soon, all the homeowners finally arrived one after the other. After arriving in the reception room, several middle-aged people who dressed a bit more carefully couldn't help but show an expression of surprise when they looked at Jiang Cheng. The young man in front of them was even younger than they had imagined. He was practically in his early 20s, like their own children. But there were just too many low-key rich people these days. For people who were in a hurry to sell their homes, it was very common to negotiate a price difference of tens of thousands of yuan, and soon the several people came to an agreement. After the negotiation was settled, the several people prepared to go to the real estate bureau to carry out the registration procedures. After a series of conversations and procedures, Jiang Cheng finally signed 5 transfer contracts with the 4 of them. The total price of the 5 houses was 5 million, and the agency fee Jiang Cheng paid was 1%, and the original owner also paid 1%, so Xiaoxia received an agency fee of 2 points, which was a total of 100,000 yuan. Since it was still early, the group took the car again to the nearby Housing Management Bureau to pay taxes and other procedures. Under the guidance of the male supervisor's family member, the process went very smoothly and was not hindered in any way. After more than an hour, the transfer of ownership of the 5 houses was completed successfully, and Jiang Cheng could get the property ownership certificate as soon as the other formalities were completed. As Jiang Cheng transferred money to everyone, he also used the primary critical strike card, and a series of system prompts began to sound. Ding! Primary critical strike card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a critical strike multiplier of 15 times. Critical strike amount, 15 million. Ding! Primary critical strike card used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a critical strike multiplier of 10 times. Critical strike amount, 10 million. Ding! Primary critical strike card used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a critical strike multiplier of 40 times. Critical strike amount, 40 million. Ding! Primary critical strike card used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a critical strike multiplier of 10 times. Critical strike amount, 10 million. Ding! The primary critical strike card has been successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a multiple of 10 times the critical strike amount. The critical strike amount is 10 million. Chapter 6, Meeting you is my good fortune. Congratulations, host, on your level upgrade. The host receives 0.8 yuan for every second they exist in the world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 185. Looks, 85 points. Level, 6. System reserve, 4,890 yuan. Can be withdrawn at any time. System, 0.8 yuan second. Upgrade experience, 5 million 10 million. Jiang Cheng looked at the system prompt and suddenly became excited. Jill turned purple again. After spending 5 million, he got a critical strike of 85 million. In just one day, he owned 5 houses and his net worth had directly reached hundreds of millions. Jiang Cheng said that in the future, the benefits of this kind of critical strike card would be more the merrier. And now the system has directly upgraded to level 6. The 0.8 yuan he earns every second, 48 yuan a minute, is close to 70,000 yuan a day. Is this the life after cheating? After the transaction was completed, the original owners and supervisors all took the initiative to add Jiang Cheng's WeChat ID and contact number. After adding the ID, they also asked Jiang Cheng to dinner, but Jiang Cheng naturally declined each one. Jiang Cheng said to Xiaoxia, "Xiaoxia, come with me for a moment." Seeing that Jiang Cheng had declined their invitation, but then called out to the young Xiaoxia, the several people all revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. The male supervisor even said to Xiaoxia in a conspicuous manner, "Xiaoxia, Mr. Jiang helped you complete the commission for 5 suites, so you must treat Mr. Jiang to a good dinner tonight. You don't need to go to the office today, and you should accompany Mr. Jiang properly." Xiaoxia nodded obediently, a little flustered. Yes, I understand, supervisor. After the group left, Xiaoxia bowed nervously to Jiang Chang and said, Mr. Jiang, I really thank you very much. Let me treat you to dinner. Jiang Chang waved his hand and said, Give me your bank card number, I'll transfer the money to you. Xiaoxia knew what Jiang Chang meant. In fact, at the beginning, she really longed for the price difference Jiang Chang had mentioned. However, at this point in time, she had already received a 2% commission, and although she would have to share some of this with the company, she would still have tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, she had not played much of a role from beginning to end, and at most, she had been a messenger. The person who had actually negotiated the price was their supervisor, and now she felt a little embarrassed to ask Jiang Chang for money. No need, Mr. Jiang, I have already received a commission, I can't take any more of your money, I have already received my compensation. Xiaoxia said sincerely. Jiang Chun understood Xiaoxia's internal struggle. Although not all children from big families are kind and unsophisticated, at this moment Jiang Chang knew that Xiaoxia was such a person. Think carefully. You don't always get opportunities like this in society, and you're not always this lucky. Meeting someone like me, it's possible that the next client you meet will dislike the fact that you don't ask questions, or make certain requests about the purchase, such as asking you to accompany someone. I've already said that I'll pay you, so you'd better take it. There aren't that many opportunities in life, so when you meet one, you should seize it, and don't wait until you need money in the future and then regret it. Jiang Chang's realistic words immediately woke Xiaoxia up. She could only see her originally innocent and clear eyes suddenly become panicked. Naturally, she understood what the male manager meant when he told her to accompany Jiang Chang properly. This phenomenon was not a secret in their real estate transactions. Moreover, she also felt that Jiang Chang was right. This society is not an ivory tower. Hard work, honesty, and kindness cannot be exchanged for money. On the contrary, if you are willing to endure hardship, you will have no end of suffering. Her family's situation was never good, so what right did she have to think of others? And what right did she have to refuse a pie in the sky? Xiaoxia looked down at the small bag she had bought at a roadside stall. She gritted her teeth, unzipped the bag, took out the bank card she had applied for a while ago, and handed it to Jiang Chang, saying gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, it's my good fortune to have met you. Jiang Chang took Xiaoxia's bank card and opened his mobile banking app, quickly transferring the 350,000 yuan difference to Xiaoxia. In fact, Jiang Chang was not some kind of saint. His original intention was just to get Xiaoxia to help him lower the price of the house to 1 million yuan. After all, compared to buying a house for 800,000 to 900,000 yuan, the multiple of a house for 1 million yuan is more exaggerated. And that was exactly what happened. Jiang Chang used these 5 houses to win a reward of 85 million, so the 350,000 yuan was nothing for him. Now that it's over, I'll be going first. I hope you'll meet more good fortune in Chengdu in the future. Xiaoxia took her bank card. Coming from a poor family, she had won 350,000 yuan in just one afternoon. The impact was too great for her, and she was a little overwhelmed for a while. As she watched Jiang Chang walk away, Xiaoxia mustered up the courage to catch up with him. Mr. Jiang, can I have your contact information? Seeing Jiang Chang staring at her, Xiaoxia blushed and lowered her head. I know that an ordinary girl like me probably doesn't have the qualifications to add you to her WeChat. If you have time in the future, I would really like to invite you to dinner. Xiaoxia was at a loss for words to express her gratitude. Jiang Chang looked at Xiaoxia's stupid expression as she stared at the ground with her head bowed, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. After looking at Xiaoxia's friendliness value again, he was surprised to see that it had gone up from 50 points to 78 points. Jiang Chang took out his phone and opened his QR code. Scan it. I don't have time today, but I'll find time to take you to dinner next time. Xiaoxia saw that Jiang Chang had agreed, so she immediately took out her phone. She hurriedly opened WeiXin and quickly scanned Jiang Chang's QR code. Just then, the system beeped. Since your first purchase was very reasonable, the system rewards the host with a card. Using this card with any goddess with a face value of over 90 will double your happiness. The card will calculate cashback based on frequency and the other person's satisfaction. Jiang Chang looked at the card and suddenly felt that the system was messing with the colors. Was this the unblocking he had imagined? He shouldn't have misunderstood, right? But is this system a serious system? Why does it teach you to color? However, due to the intimidation of money, Jiang Chang decided to find an opportunity to use this card properly. Half an hour later, Jiang Chang drove his car to the parking garage of the shopping mall near his home. After all, if his parents found out that he had a car for no reason, it would not be something that could be explained in a few words. In Yujing community, Jiang Chang returned home. He saw his mother carrying a plate of cut fruit from the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Chang enter the door, his mother Li Yan looked him up and down and said, "Well, I wondered who it was, and here you are home." Hearing Li Yan's slightly grumbling tone, Jiang Chang ingratiatingly picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite. "Mom, the watermelon I bought today is quite sweet, not bad." Li Yan gave him a dirty look, grabbed the plate and walked to the living room, putting the watermelon in front of Jiang Jianming. Jiang Chang followed behind, clambering, and called out, "Dad." Jiang Jianming didn't say anything, but after looking at Jiang Chang, he asked, "Didn't you say you were going on a graduation trip? Have you decided where to go yet?" Jiang Chang didn't react much to the reaction of the two old people. Although he is the only child in the family, they have almost let him roam freely since he was young. However, this is also thanks to the fact that Jiang Chang usually doesn't do anything out of line, so the two of them are very relieved about Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang said while eating the chilled watermelon, "I want to go to the Magic City. After looking around, I still absolutely choose a more prosperous area. I want to apply to the University of the Magic City and go there first to see what the environment is like." Jiang Jianming had no objections after hearing this. "You make your own decisions on this matter. Let your mother transfer the travel expenses to you and do what you think is best." Li Yan gave Jiang Jianming a glare as she listened to this and complained, "He's just spoiled by you." But despite what she said, she directly picked up her phone and transferred 30,000 yuan to Jiang Chang's WeChat account. Looking at the WeChat notification that lit up, Jiang Chang unceremoniously accepted his parents' love and said to them with a smile, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Chapter 7, School Beauty Zhou. The next day, Jiang Chang drove the Porsche directly to the airport in Rongcheng. As for the parking fee of 200 yuan a day, Jiang Chang said he wasn't worried at all. After checking in, Jiang Chang walked into the entrance of the economy class. For plane tickets, the most expensive first class should have the most remaining tickets every day. However, today's plane tickets were very unusual. There were no more first class tickets left, only economy class tickets. So Jiang Chang could only buy an economy class ticket. In fact, he didn't look down on the economy class. But a big man once said that although both the first class and the economy class of an airplane will arrive at the same destination, if you sit in the first class, you will more easily encounter various business opportunities. Although at this time, Jiang Chang was not interested in these so-called business opportunities. The reason he wanted to sit in the first class was very simple: it was spacious and comfortable, unlike the dense economy class in front of him, which was generally so crowded. A big guy like him, who is 1.8 meters tall, really doesn't fit in economy class. At this time, he is sitting in an aisle seat in economy class, and he feels a bit uncomfortable because his legs can't be fully extended. Just as Jiang Chang was helplessly sighing, suddenly a girl stood in front of him. The girl's pleasant voice came from above, "Are you Jiang Chang?" Jiang Chang looked up and was a little surprised. Zhou? Zhou was his high school classmate in the school beauty of their year. Jiang Chang was a little surprised that Zhou recognized him. Although they were classmates, Jiang Chang and Zhou had not interacted much over the past 3 years, and they had not even spoken a word. The reason was simple: Jiang Chang had been infatuated with Zhao Jia for 3 years of high school and had abided by the virtues of a man. Although Zhou Mei was very dazzling, at his simple age, Jiang Chang felt that Zhao Jia was the most beautiful in his eyes. However, he is no longer the Jiang Chang of that time. Although Zhao Jia's appearance is also quite good, compared with Zhou, she immediately pales in comparison. Today, Zhou is wearing a short white top, milk-colored pants and a pair of simple sneakers. Although her outfit is very ordinary. However, the tight denim trousers accentuate her tall figure and long, white legs to the fullest. Together with her impressive bust, the impact is overwhelming. With such a shaky figure, her waist is like a willowy, slender strip, just begging to be held. The exaggerated contrast between the two curves gives a strong impact, making Jiang Chang unable to help but feel dizzy. He couldn't help but bury himself directly in Zhou Ying's proud embrace. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at her, Zhou Ying's teeth slightly loosened, lightly nibbling on her pink and delicate lips. This innocent and cute expression, coupled with her fair skin, delicate and small features, and slightly curled blackish-brown long hair, gave off an aura of a goddess that suddenly came rushing at you. Seeing that Jiang Chang was still sitting, Zhou pointed to the seat next to Jiang Chang and said with some embarrassment, "I'll sit next to you." What a coincidence! Jiang Chang immediately raised an eyebrow and stood up to give up his seat to Zhou. "Thank you." After sitting down, she took the initiative to say to Jiang Chang, I suddenly thought of going to the Magic City last night, and when I bought the ticket, there was only one left. I didn't expect to be sitting with you. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, a young man with hair wax all over his head walked towards the two of them. He only glanced at the seat number and then at Zhou, and his eyes immediately lit up. After all, a school beauty is something to know. She is definitely the most dazzling presence in a crowd. The boy said excitedly to Zhou, this beautiful lady, may I sit next to you? I'll be sitting right next to you. Zhou froze when she heard what the man said, and quickly stood up. Thank you, it's really an honor to travel with such a beautiful lady. Zhou frowned in disgust when she saw the man's lecherous expression as he said this. Jiang Cheng on the side laughed at the scene. He pulled Zhou over and then switched their positions. Zhou was a little confused by Jiang Cheng's actions. Seeing Zhou looking at him, Jiang Cheng laughed lightly and patted his thigh, saying, What, haven't you had enough of my seat? Want to sit on it? Zhou immediately understood what Jiang Cheng meant and smiled gratefully at him with a slight blush. The boy's face fell when he saw the beautiful woman replaced by Jiang Cheng. The boy said discontentedly, Brother, this seat should be that beautiful woman's, right? You're not allowed to change seats on the plane. Isn't what I said clear enough? There's no need to explain our business to you. The man's face became even more gloomy after being confronted by Jiang Cheng, but seeing that Jiang Cheng and Zhou seemed to really know each other, he thought about it and stopped. He coughed dryly and still didn't give up, striking up a conversation with Zhou. Hey, beautiful, what are you doing in the Devil's City? Seeing that the man sitting one seat away still wanted to chat with her, Zhou frowned even more deeply, but out of politeness she still replied, sort of work. You're working so young? It seems that we should be about the same age. I just graduated. My name is Chenshin. I'm here on a trip to the Devil's City. Zhou let out a dry laugh before looking at Jiang Cheng and asking, Jiang Chang, what about you? I had nothing to do at home, so I came out for a stroll. Zhou said enviously when she heard Jiang Cheng's reply, That's great, so you went on a trip. Before Jiang Cheng could say anything, Xianxin interrupted, I've been to the Magic City many times. If you want to go out and have fun, I can introduce you to some places? Or I can take you out and show you around, beautiful lady. Oh, no need. I'm going to work, not travel. Seeing that Zhou had rejected him, Xianxin was not annoyed, and still tried to show off his travel experience. I'm not saying, but there are a lot of scams in this city. If you don't have much experience, it's easy to get cheated. That was what happened to me when I first arrived here. Now I've learned my lesson. For example, when it comes to hotels, there are a lot of things to consider. Seeing that the two people ignored him, Xianxin still brazenly said, As soon as I got off the plane, I had a hotel arranged to pick me up, which was very convenient. My parents helped me arrange this hotel. How about it? Which hotel are you staying at? Or maybe I can ask them to drop you off on the way? Otherwise, taxis at the airport are very expensive. Seeing Xianxin flaunting the fact that the hotel he was staying at had a pickup service, Jiang Cheng suddenly laughed. He could tell what he meant, meaning that the suite he booked was one of the more expensive ones. This should be a subtle way of showing off his wealth to them. Jiang Cheng shook his head, No need, the room I booked also has a pickup service. Seeing Jiang Cheng undermine him again, Xianxin gave a sarcastic smile, Oh? I wonder which hotel you booked. The Aman at Yangyun. Jiang Cheng replied indifferently. After Jiang Cheng said this, Xianxin frowned, What hotel? I've never heard of it, Yangyun. Xianxin subconsciously wanted to belittle the hotel where Jiang Cheng stayed, but immediately shut up after he reacted. Chapter 8, You're saying you're not a second-generation rich kid? The Aman at Yangyun is a well-known hotel across the country. It's also very famous here in the Magic City, so of course he's heard of it. Every Aman hotel is carefully designed by a dedicated designer. And they only station in cities with spending power, and the design style of each Aman hotel in each city is different, so the architecture is even more different. The Aman in the Magic City has a very special story. Every brick and tile has a deep historical origin. According to the official website, the design of the more than 10,000 camphor trees and ancient houses inside comes from the ancient town of Shijiang Village, more than 700 kilometers away from the Magic City. Due to the geographical environment, social environment, construction of reservoirs and other influences, this ancient town is about to be submerged forever under the water. However, there are more than 50 very rare ancient houses in this ancient town, which were built during the Ming and Qing dynasties and are of great preservation value. After learning about this, philanthropists and businessmen in the Magic City launched a major appeal and jointly spent 3.3 billion yuan to relocate all these historical relics that have existed for thousands of years to the Aman at Yangyun in the Magic City. This move not only preserved a large number of historical relics, but also elevated the cultural heritage of Aman at the Magic City to a higher level. Zhou also lived there with her parents a few years ago, so she knows a little about Aman. Zhou said to Jiang Cheng upon hearing this, "I have been to Aman with my parents before, but we went to the Aman Hotel in Kyoto, not the one in Shanghai. It was really nice there and the service was great, but there was no airport pickup when we went." Jiang Cheng shrugged, "This is the first time I booked this hotel, but they called me yesterday to say that there was a pickup service, so I thought it was available." "Then you probably booked the more expensive one." "We used to book one for over 9,000 yuan a night, but there was no pickup service." "I see, I booked the courtyard villa," Jiang Cheng said lightly. Zhou couldn't help but open her eyes wide upon hearing this. "A villa? Are you staying by yourself?" Jiang Cheng nodded, "Yes." "Wow, the villa model should be the most expensive suite, Jiang Cheng. I didn't realize you were still a rich kid." Zhou looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. "Come on, it's not like you're not a rich kid." Zhou was not only the school beauty of their school, but also a very famous rich kid of her generation. Usually, there were always all kinds of luxury cars picking her up and dropping her off to and from school: Bentleys, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes. At their innocent age, Zhou had long since been carrying a Louis Vuitton backpack and wearing Gucci sneakers. Because of this, although Zhou is beautiful and has good grades, very few boys actively pursue her. Because she is such a pampered girl, ordinary boys in front of her will only be young and inferior, let alone have the courage to say they like her. However, in their second year of high school, I heard that something happened to their family. Jiang Cheng is not sure exactly what happened. He only knows that there were no more luxury cars to pick her up and drop her off at school afterwards. Jiang Cheng thought about this and felt like he had said the wrong thing. And just now, Zhou seemed to say that she had to go to work. Could it be that their family was already in that much trouble? After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Zhou Ying's expression was unnatural for a moment, but soon she recovered her normal expression. She said with a wry smile, "Where am I still considered a second-generation rich kid? When my family was rich, my parents couldn't even afford a villa in the courtyard." Shen Shang saw Zhou and Jiang Cheng discussing the 80,000 yuan a night Ting villa without the slightest burden, and his face suddenly changed color. At this moment, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "These two people can't really be second-generation rich. Why are they discussing such high-end topics? And staying at the 80,000 yuan a night Yangyun Aman? If that's true, he'd be embarrassed to death." After secretly glancing at Jiang Cheng, he noticed that neither of the two had noticed him. Shen Shen immediately turned his head and pretended to sleep, not daring to say another word. Although he didn't know if Jiang Cheng was bluffing, what if it was true? Seeing that Shen Shen didn't interrupt again, the two began to chat about school. After all, they had been in the same class for 3 years, and there was a lot to talk about, so it wasn't awkward. The 2 hours passed in an instant. During this time, Jiang Cheng scanned Zhou with the friendliness value system. Name, Zhou. Age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Looks, 96. Body, 96. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 75. Friendship status. Jiang Cheng couldn't help raising an eyebrow when he looked at the scanning system. He didn't expect Zhou to be so tall. If she wore a pair of 10-centimeter heels, she would be as tall as himself. But her figure is really top-notch, with a height of 96 points. The key is that she can hit the nail on the head, which is a bonus. And what surprised Jiang Cheng the most was that Zhou Ying's friendliness score towards him was a whopping 75 points. Could it be that Zhou Ying usually pays attention to him? You have to know that the average classmate relationship is generally only 65 points. Surprised, Jiang Cheng once again was glad that he had the friendliness value scanning system, because with this he knew that he was quite popular with girls. Soon the plane arrived at the airport in the magical city. At the luggage drop-off area, Jiang Cheng was thoughtfully helping Zhou find her suitcase. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was only carrying a small bag, Zhou asked curiously, "You don't have any luggage?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I only brought a set of clothes." Zhou was envious again. "It's so convenient for you guys to go out." Just then, the pickup call from Aman at Yangyun came through. After the call was connected, a gentle female voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, this is Wang Yuyan, the private butler of the pavilion villa you booked. I'm already waiting for you at the exit." Okay, I'll be out soon. Okay, Mr. Jiang, no rush, we'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chang asked Zhou, where are you going? Do you want a ride? I'm going to stay at my friend's house, which is probably not as convenient as the Aman at Yangyun. That's okay, I don't have any plans today either, and it's free to pick up the motorcycle. Zhou thought for a moment and smiled, then thank you. There should be a lot of people taking taxis right now, and it's not easy to get one. We're all classmates, so there's no need to be polite. Zhou didn't think about it in any other way, and just felt that Jiang Chang was a nice guy. After all, she knew about Jiang Chang and Zhao Jia's affair, and it was said that Jiang Chang was especially good to Zhao Jia. Moreover, they had been in the same class for 3 years, and she hadn't seen Jiang Chang have any thoughts about her. If they hadn't happened to be on the same flight, Zhou felt that Jiang Chang wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to her. The reason she had an impression of Jiang Chang was because he was a sunny and cheerful boy in their class, and he was tall, handsome, and good at basketball. Not only did he get along well with many boys, but he was also very popular with girls. At that age when her heart was blossoming, Zhou usually paid more or less some attention to Jiang Chang. Chapter 9, Personal Butler Manager. When the two of them reached the exit, they saw someone holding a sign with Jiang Chang's name on it. Jiang Chang walked over with Zhou and said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Chang." After hearing the voice, the fair hands holding the sign lowered, revealing a delicate and petite face. Unexpectedly, the person holding the sign was actually a beauty. Although her appearance was not as good as Zhou Ying's 96 points, this kind of appearance was definitely outstanding in a crowd. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Wang Yuyan, I am the private butler manager of the Ting Villa you booked." Wang Yuyan respectfully bowed to Jiang Chang. Each courtyard villa at Yangyun Aman is thoughtfully equipped with a private butler manager, but I didn't expect it to be a beautiful butler manager. Jiang Chang gave Wang Yuyan a slight glance. He saw her wearing a black two-piece suit. The typical office lady outfit highlighted her shapely figure to the fullest. In particular, the long, slender, pale legs and black stockings were even more provocative. Jiang Chang looked away after just one glance. After all, Jiang Chang was a good man. And standing next to him at the moment was Zhou Ying. Although he also likes to look at beautiful women, a good man just can't stare directly at others. Indeed, when Zhou Ying saw that Jiang Chang was looking at her without looking away, her inner feelings of favorability towards Jiang Chang rose a little more. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Chang was not the kind of guy who placed a lot of importance on appearance. After all, his family was so rich and he was so devoted. While Wang Yuyan was greeting Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying, Xianxin was sneaking behind Jiang Chang. Although he had not spoken to them after hearing that Jiang Chang had booked the 80,000 yuan per night courtyard villa, he was still suspicious. But without seeing it with his own eyes, he still didn't believe it. After all, Jiang Chang was too young and not dressed in a way that would stand out. If he found out that Jiang Chang was bluffing, he would definitely jump out and mock him. But the truth did not give him that opportunity. When he saw Wang Yuyan leading two people helping Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying carry their luggage to the Rolls-Royce pickup car, his face turned white and he immediately quickly hid behind the pillar at the door, afraid that Jiang Chang would find out that he was following them. He didn't realize that what Jiang Chang said was actually true. According to the information he found, only those who have booked the Aman at Cloud 9 Courtyard Villa can get their Rolls-Royce pickup for free. If you book another room type but you want to enjoy Aman's pickup service, then you have to pay an extra 8,000 yuan to get their Rolls-Royce Phantom pickup service. Although the money is deeply hidden, the reality is that Jiang Chang has long since forgotten about him and would not care about his other actions after getting off the plane. After all, he is just an insignificant passerby, so what does it matter what he does? At this time, Jiang Chang got into the Rolls-Royce and said to Zhou Ying, "By the way, where is your friend's address?" "It's in Pudong." "Manager Wang, take her to Pudong first." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Wang Yuyan immediately nodded quickly in agreement. Jiang Chang is a user of their Ting Villa, and Jiang Chang is also a customer who is booked for a week. The 560,000 room fee naturally includes pick-up and drop-off, so even if Jiang Chang asked her to run errands all day, she would have to do it. After dropping off Zhou Ying at her destination, Zhou Ying took out her phone and said to Jiang Chang, "Thank you, add WeChat, I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Zhou Ying took the initiative to add WeChat to Jiang Chang, so naturally he would not refuse. "Okay, you said it, you have to remember." Zhou Ying scanned Jiang Chang's QR code and nodded with a smile, "That's a must." "Thank you today." "It's no trouble. Go on up, I'll go first." It was already past 4 p.m. when she returned to the Aman at Yangyun. She had only had a very simple airplane meal on the plane at noon. After a comfortable hot bath, Wang Yuyan arranged a very nourishing and warming dinner for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang drank a light vegetable congee with various signature dishes from Amman. Wang Yuyan was on hand to help Jiang Chang with the introduction of the dishes. It felt very comfortable. Mr. Jiang, this is South African abalone. This dish combines abalone with a Western-style egg tart, and is topped with a white seafood sauce. This dish has a very high rating, so try it. Jiang Chang looked at the South African abalone, raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but move his tongue. It looks good, quite plump. Jiang Chang picked up the fork and stuck it in, then slurped it down in one bite. What do you think? It's good, the meat is very firm, but it's a bit salty. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll adjust the flavor next time. Seeing that Jiang Chang had almost finished eating, Wang Yuyan asked, Mr. Jiang, tonight we are having a reception at Amman. As our hotel's super VIP customer, you have an invitation. The invitation is on the table, so you can go if you're interested. What is the theme of the reception? This time it is mainly a reception for our hotel's platinum level customers. Everyone can get to know each other and exchange ideas. There will also be a small auction party at the reception. The auction will feature some relatively precious jewelry and the like. Authoritative appraisers and notaries will be invited to witness the event. If you have anything relatively valuable, as our VIP, you can also put it up for auction. Jiang Chang nodded after listening, understanding, the reception has already started? It has already started. If you want to go, I'll show you the way. I'm dressed casually, so I should be able to go in, right? Jiang Chang asked, looking at the white t-shirt he was wearing. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively and said, of course, our reception is only for internal VIP customers, so there are no special requirements. Jiang Chang stood up and nodded, saying, let's go then. Wang Yuyan nodded and led Jiang Chang to the sightseeing car at the entrance. The area of Amman is really huge, it may take more than 10 minutes to walk there. Soon the sightseeing car arrived at the entrance of another location. There were several security guards in black suits standing at the entrance of the reception. Inside the courtyard, there were many waiters carrying trays of food in and out. Wang Yuyan respectfully said to Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, this way please. After saying this, Wang Yuyan took the gold-embossed invitation and said to the security guard at the door, this is our VIP guest with a titanium card from the Pavilion Villa, Mr. Jiang Chang. The security guard took Wang Yuyan's invitation and, without even looking at it, bowed directly to Jiang Chang and held out his hand. Good evening, Mr. Jiang, please come in. Jiang Chang nodded to Wang Yuyan, thanks, Butler Wang. You're welcome. Have a good time. Jiang Chang stepped alone into the courtyard of the reception. There were only 2 or 3 people in the courtyard, casually walking around with red wine glasses in their hands. On both sides of the courtyard were long tables covered in white tablecloths with buffet food. There was an impressive array of food on display, including king crab legs, lobster sashimi, salmon belly, steak, salad. Chapter 10 Enamel Watch. Moving forward, I heard the auctioneer's microphone calling out the bids. Stepping into the hall of the house, I saw a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center, and the soft light illuminated the entire room. In the middle of the stage stood a female hostess in a red dress, desperately calling out the bids on a green jade sign. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times, sold. Congratulations to the lady. Jiang Chang slowly surveyed his surroundings. At the moment, everyone was paying attention to the auction item on the stage, so no one noticed him. After looking around, he casually found a seat in a chair in the back. The layout of the auction in front of him was not grand, and it was obviously not the kind of place for a serious and grand auction. It was more like a small auction held as a side event at a cocktail party, but there were quite a few people raising their hands to bid, so the atmosphere was quite good. The next item up for auction was still an expensive piece of jewelry. After several rounds of boring bidding, Jiang Chang felt a bit bored. Mainly because there was nothing he liked, Jiang Chang got up and stood up, ready to leave. At that moment, a Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch was replaced on the display table. The female auctioneer introduced the watch. This enamel watch is from the personal collection of top watch collector Mizzen. As everyone knows, Patek Philippe enamel watches are not expensive, but each enamel design is unique and that means that after the design of each enamel is created, only one watch will be made, so you don't need to worry about the appearance of similar models. The starting price for the auction of this enamel watch today is 500,000, and the bid must not be less than 100,000 each time. The bidding starts. Zhang Chang was a little surprised to hear this price, not because it was cheap, but because it was actually a bit expensive. Because the official release price of Patek Philippe's enamel watch is only 100,000 or so. And Patek Philippe will launch a few unique enamel watches every year, but the world is so big that these enamel watches are always directly booked by some super VIP users before they are even on the shelves, and ordinary buyers don't even have a chance to buy them. So it is suddenly understandable why its price in the secondary market or at auctions is so high. After all, scarcity makes the price go up. While Zhang Chang was thinking, the price of this enamel watch had already reached 800,000. Looking at the exquisite watch in front of him, Zhang Chang suddenly thought of his mother, Li Yan. The watch matched her mother's temperament, and although he couldn't give it to Li Yan directly at this time, there would always be a chance in the future. Just as the 800,000 yuan was about to be sold, Zhang Chang raised his hand. After Zhang Chang raised his hand, the host on the stage quickly reported the price. 900,000 yuan, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 900,000 yuan once, 900,000 yuan twice, 900,000 yuan 3 times. Congratulations to the gentleman in seat 35, who has just won the Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch. After the female host hit the hammer, everyone in the front row turned around and looked at Zhang Chang. A watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan was sold for such a high price, which was truly outrageous. Soon, a new auction item was pushed up on the stage. The next watch up for auction was also provided by top watch collector Mizzen. It is the Richard Miller RM056. I believe everyone has heard of this brand. Although it is a relatively young brand, it has become a top watch brand comparable to Patek Philippe just 10 years after its establishment. The Richard Miller RM056 being auctioned today is worth tens of millions and can be called the king of watches among their many models. There are only 10 of this model in the world, and the starting price is 15 million. The bidding starts. Hearing this price, Zhang Chang was suddenly a little dumbfounded. This time, he was not dumbfounded because it was a bit expensive, but because 15 million was a bit cheap. Before he was reborn, Zhang Chang remembered that the price of this Richard Mille RM056, which looked very similar to the Little Genius phone watch, had already soared to 25 million in the secondary market. However, Zhang Chang soon reacted, and he could be seen frowning as he thought quickly. It was 2017, and according to the host, the brand Richard Mille had only been established for a decade at this time. And when it really became well known, it was when short videos exploded in popularity. That time period should be 2018, and it was only then that Richard Mille gradually began to enter the sight of ordinary people because of short videos. Zhang Chang came to know this watch because of the big data recommendation mechanism of Douyin. His father, Zhang Jianmin, has always worn various Rolex watches, and under his influence, Zhang Chang also pays more or less attention to watches on weekdays. And since he started playing Douyin, big data recommends him all kinds of famous watches that cost tens of millions of dollars every day. Back then, Zhang Chang often complained that Douyin looked down on him as a poor second-generation rich kid, recommending only series that he couldn't afford. But at this moment, Zhang Chang suddenly felt grateful for the recommendation mechanism of Douyin. It turned out that it was laying the groundwork for his rebirth. Before Rebirth, he could only look at the pictures, but after Rebirth, it seemed that he could buy and wear any of them on his hand. Whether or not to buy depended entirely on Zhang Chang's personal preferences. At this moment, he raised his sign without hesitation. When the female host saw Zhang Chang raise his hand again, she couldn't help but take a closer look at him. Mr. 35, 15.5 million. Is there any other bid? As soon as the host finished speaking, a young man with slender arms and tattoos on his forearms raised the sign in his hand. Mr. 8, 16 million. Mr. 8, 16 million. Is there any other bid? Zhang Chang heard this and raised his hand again. Mr. 35, 16.5 million. After Zhang Chang finished raising his hand, the skinny man with flower tattoos on his arms raised his hand again. Mr. 8, 17 million. Zhang Chang frowned and raised the sign again. He was a bit surprised, not expecting anyone to like this watch as much as he did. In fact, only the two of them raised their hands, and no one else showed any interest. At this time, people who were more familiar with the Richard Mille brand were still the second-generation rich kids and wealthy people in the upper echelons of society. Although ordinary people may see it when they watch videos, his fame is not particularly big after all. But in another 2 years, when its popularity has increased, you might see many second-generation rich people wearing this brand of watch when you go to the club at night. Compared to the price that will skyrocket in the future, this is the perfect time to buy this watch. After all, this RM056 is known as the ticket for billionaires and a symbol of the top second-generation rich. Chapter 11. Hello, Shanghai King. Zhang Chang raised his hand twice in a row, increasing the price by 1 million. Mr. 35, 18 million. After the host shouted this price, the man with the flowery arms turned pale and whispered to a boy with white hair next to him. Holy cow, who is this 35? So fierce. After saying that, he glanced back. Seeing that he was unable to get an erection, the white-haired man next to him, with a smile on his face, asked, Brother Chin, you can't get an erection anymore? Damn it, how dare you say that? Who can't get an erection? Besides, where would I get that kind of money? The man with the tattooed arms said irritably. Seeing that the man with the tattooed arms was glaring at him, the white-haired man promptly changed the subject and continued, Brother Chin, let's not talk about whether you can get an erection or not, but don't you have that kind of money? The man with the tattooed arm smacked his lips and shrugged, never mind, it's not a matter of money. The point is that 18 million is not a good deal for this watch. I might as well buy 2 Patek Philipes and wear them for fun. The man with the tattooed arm felt that it was indeed a bit silly to buy this watch for 18 million. Although the style of this watch is good looking, its popularity is not as good as that of Patek Philipes. Seeing that the armless man said so, Bai Mao also nodded in agreement, I think so too. Who is this number 35? He seems younger than the two of us, and he looks very unfamiliar, as if I have never seen him before. The armless man ran his fingers along his chin, and a gleam of interest shone in his eyes as he seemed to ponder something, before he continued, I don't know, but his taste is good, he has picked the same watch as me. Wow, he stole your stuff and you're praising him. I didn't think you, Chin, had such a broad mind. He's rich because he's capable. What do I have to say? I'll just praise him for being awesome. Why be jealous? Wow, this is worthy of you, Chin. I'm in awe of your level-headedness. Get lost. With the two of them having a heated conversation, Richard Mille was unsurprisingly won by Zhang Chang directly. The next auction items were nothing special, all kinds of jade and emeralds. Zhang Chang was bored and started playing with his phone, while the man with the tattooed arm and the man with the white hair were also bored. After a few words, they stood up and walked over to Zhang Chang. The man with the white hair said to Zhang Chang, Hey, man. Zhang Chang looked up at him. He saw that there were 2 young men sitting next to him. The boy who spoke to Zhang Chang had white hair on his head and was wearing Armani clothes. The whole person's temperament looked a bit rascal. Apart from his hairstyle, the Patek Philippe he was wearing on his hand and the designer clothes he was wearing added a strange aura to him. The series of gold coins directly indicated that he was not a simple street thug. The boy who greeted him, Zhang Chang, did not know, but the other skinny man next to him, with tattoos on his hands, Zhang Chang recognized at once. Isn't this Qinfen, the Shanghai emperor from the past life who was often seen on TikTok? When he saw the other person extend his hand, Zhang Chang also shook it and said, My name is Zhang Chang. Hello, I'm Qin Hu, and this is Wang Zhang. By the way, I was the one who was competing with you for the Richard Mille watch just now. Qin Hu extended his hands, which were covered in tattoos, towards Zhang Chang. After shaking hands as usual, Zhang Chang said, I've seen your news. Yes, he is the Shanghainese emperor, the second-generation rich kid in Shanghai, who is often seen on TikTok. In the expensive city of Shanghai, he is known as the #1 rich kid of the devil's metropolis. When people mention the term rich kid, the first person that comes to mind is probably Wang Songsong. After all, Qin Hu is not as high profile as Wang Songsong, but that is also because his background is really not as clean as Wang Songsong's family. Wang Songsong once posted a sentence on Weibo, I don't care if my friends are rich or not, they don't have as much money as I do anyway. Then Qinfen commented simply at the bottom, what about me? That time, Wang Songsong unusually did not reply, and it is not known whether it was because he did not care to respond or for some other reason. However, the two of them, Wang Songsong and Principal Wang, always have overlapping circles, and they have been photographed together having hot pot. The reason Qinfen is so famous is still because of that very pretentious and out-of-the-ordinary photo of him in the rain that was on the news. A 30 million Ferrari Supercar crashed, and he was sitting in the car playing with his phone as if nothing had happened. And calmly tweeted, take everything in stride. Although in the eyes of many ordinary people, he seems to have a powerful background and a mysterious family. But Zhang Chang knows that their family's rise to wealth was based on nothing but illegal activities, and their history of getting rich is indeed dirty. But no matter what, although their history of getting rich is not respectable, it has begun to be whitewashed in his generation. Now he is also a representative of the second generation of wealthy families. Xinan saw Jiang Cheng say this, smiled, shrugged his shoulders, waved his hands, and said, "There are many people in Shanghai who are better than me." This name is just something netizens said blindly. You can't bring it up. I'm ashamed to hear it myself. And look at you, you were just so much better than me a moment ago. Jiang Cheng didn't explain, just gave a faint smile. It just so happens that I like that watch. You like luxury watches too? Qin Fan asked with interest. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said honestly, I can't say I like them, I've never bought one before, and this is the first time I bought one, just for the novelty. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Wang Zhang and Qin Fan couldn't help but glance at each other, and then once again secretly sized Jiang Cheng up. Seeing that Jiang Cheng really wasn't wearing a watch, they couldn't help but be even more surprised. You bought a watch worth over 10 million yuan on your first purchase. You're really something. To be honest, I know quite a few people in the circles of the Magic City, and you're a bit of an unknown. Wang Zhang looked at Jiang Cheng and said, I just arrived in the Magic City yesterday. No wonder, I said that a person of your caliber, how could Qin and I not know each other? It turns out that you're not in the circle. After solving the mystery, Wang Zhang asked, come to the Devil's Capital to develop? Jiang Cheng shook his head, I'm going to study at university here, so I came to take a look first. The two men couldn't help but let out a groan when they heard Jiang Cheng's words. You're only 18? That's pretty impressive. At this moment, the two men couldn't help but secretly marvel. Naturally, they were amazed at the financial resources Jiang Cheng displayed at his age. Although their families were also well off, they didn't have that much liquid capital at the age of 18 to spend at their disposal. At most, they had a few 100,000 yuan in pocket money each month, so how could they afford to buy a watch for over 20 million yuan at once? We're just an ordinary family, Jiang Cheng said honestly. What do you mean? If you're in such a good situation, then we're just like scavengers. Wang Zhang responded in a carefree manner. Alright, let's stop pretending. Well, I guess there's nothing else to shoot next, and this watch should still be the finale tonight. Why don't we go take a look at your watch? Xinan proposed, after all, he was really interested in that watch. Jiang Cheng shrugged and nodded casually. Okay. After saying that, the three of them went to the notary office together. Jiang Cheng filled in the auction certificate and confirmation form and other information, and then directly transferred the money to their account. Just then, the system dinged. Ding! Congratulations, the host's level has been upgraded again. The host will receive 1 yuan for every second they exist in the world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 7. System reserve, 367,280 yuan can be withdrawn at any time. System, 1 yuan second. Upgrade experience, 23.9 million 50 million. The 1 yuan he gets every second, 60 yuan a minute, 3,600 yuan an hour, and 86,400 yuan a day, his monthly salary becomes 2.592 million. His annual salary directly breaks through 30 million. Even if Jiang Cheng does nothing now, he is already better than 99.99% of the people who lie around every day. But Jiang Cheng is not satisfied. Because 30 million may be a lot for ordinary people, but for those who have been at the top since birth, it is just a drop in the bucket. Just take the current housing prices. In Chengdu alone, a one-room apartment costs 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, and if you want to buy a villa, it will cost at least 50 million yuan. In Chengdu, 50 million yuan can still buy a villa, but in the metropolis, where every inch of land is expensive, 50 million yuan can only buy a few hundred square meters of a suite. If you want to buy a villa in the Magic City, you need at least 100 million to 200 million yuan. Take Thompson Riviera here as an example, there are suites for small goals everywhere. If you want to go further to our capital city, Beijing, to buy a house, the price is another matter. For example, Richard Mills RM056 costs 18 million yuan, and Patek Philippe's astronomical tourbillon watch also costs more than 17 million yuan. It seems that Jiang Cheng's current watch is already very luxurious, but in fact it is just a stepping stone. And the luxury cruise ships and private jets owned by Ma and his friends are the result of several small goals. Therefore, Jiang Cheng feels that he is not yet a true rich man. He can barely be considered a local tyrant, and in this world he still belongs to the rank of unyielding silver. He still needs to continue to work hard if he wants to live a life in the clouds. Seeing that the system's reserve has reached 367,280 yuan, he immediately clicks to withdraw the money. The next second, he receives a text message informing him that the funds have been transferred. After getting the watch, Jiang Cheng generously placed it on the table for the two of them to look at. The three of them looked at the exquisite Richard Mille watch in the box on the table and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really damn good looking." The entire watch band is made of sapphire, and the hands on the azure dial turn around every second. Countless precise gears are directly in front of you, just like the wild charm of a wild engine. This Richard Mille RM056 is really full of a sense of trend. A sense of the future. A sense of technology. It is simply pure mechanical aesthetics. After seeing the real thing, Jiang Cheng finally understood why the Richard Mille brand, which had only been established for 15 years at the time, could directly compete with the watch king Patek Philippe in terms of price and status. Because compared to the calm and gentlemanly Patek Philippe, Richard Mille seems more like a vibrant and trendy young guy, full of sharpness, which fits the aesthetics of young people nowadays. The three of them chatted while looking around. At this moment, Jiang Cheng glanced casually at the beautiful women around him, but saw a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the reception. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth when he saw that figure. After adding to the prestige of Wang Zhang and Qinfen, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to walk over to that figure. "You Xiao?" As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke, Yu Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head and looked at Jiang Cheng with slightly furrowed brows. 3 seconds later, she looked a little panicked and covered her mouth, while a slender, crystal-like finger slowly pointed at Jiang Cheng. "You were, that night." Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's panicked expression and suddenly felt a little amused. Subconsciously, Jiang Cheng stuck out his tongue towards Yu Xiaoxiao and performed a skill with his agile tongue. And directly curled his tongue into 3 petals. Chapter 12, Yu Xiaoxiao got married? Facing Jiang Cheng's expression, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but squeeze her long legs under her black wrap-around skirt. Unable to help but think of the scene when she first met Jiang Cheng, her heart was even more panicked at this moment. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Jiang Cheng's mind once again conjured up those pink and juicy thoughts. Seeing her tonight wearing a white halter neck shirt with a tight-fitting hip-hugging skirt and nude-colored high heels. Her slightly curly hair was pushed back, and a pendant necklace was worn around her slender, swan-like neck. Jiang Cheng looked down at the mountains in front of him, and thought of the book's description of the snow-covered Mount Everest, which was so upright and profound. After staring at the necklace for a few seconds, Jiang Cheng still couldn't see if the pendant was set with a gem or a diamond. Because the pendant was currently hidden inside 2 large bowls. It was really hard to see clearly because it was completely blocked. Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite face, which was close at hand, and her snow-white legs, all made Jiang Cheng unable to help but feel a flutter in his heart. Damn, it felt like he was in love. Yu Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Cheng looking at her unabashedly, and gave him a flirtatious glance. "Stupid brother, have you had enough?" Jiang Cheng said with a smirk. "Not yet, why don't we go back to my place and take a good look?" "You're quite the dreamer." "Of course I am. With a beautiful woman like you and money to spare, why wouldn't I want it?" Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help blushing when she saw Jiang Cheng bring this up. "I thought you were only 18 years old, so I took care of you because I thought you were still a student. After all, you did contribute, but I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Everyone here tonight comes from a wealthy family. And the reason Yu Xiaoxiao is also an internal member of their Aman at the Cloud is because she is the operations manager of Tiancheng Entertainment. Usually, she helps some investors and partners book hotels. Her company usually arranges for clients to stay at the high-end Yangyun Aman, and after booking many times, she has also become a platinum member of Aman. Tonight, she was just bored and thought of coming over to have a look. Unexpectedly, she met Jiang Cheng. Thinking too much, I really am a student and I also really need your care." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled a little, but at this moment, she glanced at Jiang Cheng wearing the Richard Mille on his hand and the bag he was holding. "Is this you from just now, number 35? Jiang Cheng nodded. "What do you say, the party is almost over. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Why don't we go over there and have a cup of tea to sober up?" Yu Xiaoxiao's interest in Jiang Cheng increased even more after she learned that he was a super-rich second generation. After all, she felt that rich second-generation rich people like Jiang Cheng like to take what they want most, and they generally don't have real feelings. And it just so happened that what Yu Xiaoxiao wanted most was this. Everyone has fun together and no emotions are involved. This is also why she didn't leave her contact information after meeting Jiang Cheng for the first time. Although the first time they met was because of drinking, Yu Xiaoxiao had no regrets after she woke up. Thinking about this, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang with a flirtatious look in her eyes and said generously, "Okay, since we've drunk almost all the wine, shall we go now?" Chapter 13, New Skills Arrive. Jiang Chang felt a little puzzled when he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards him. According to the prompt given by the system, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value was 1, and Jiang Chang knew that this one was himself. He should be her first man, and she shouldn't be the kind of girl who is casual. Moreover, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness towards him was only 65 points, which was even lower than Zhou Ying's. To be honest, this friendliness is far from enough to make a girl get close to you. However, at this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already put her arm around Jiang Chang's arm. As a good man, he naturally could not refuse an active woman. The two walked intimately out of the door of the reception and walked over to the Villa Tinggu that Jiang Chang had booked. Upon arriving at the Villa Tinggu, Yu Xiaoxiao said after touring the villa, "This is the first time I've been to the Villa Tinggu. It lives up to its reputation as a 81,000 yuan per night room type. It's quaint and even the chairs are made of agar wood." Wang Yuyan, who was standing nearby, saw that Jiang Chang had brought back a very beautiful woman. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't have any other requests, she very tactfully took the lead in avoiding the two. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the room. Jiang Chang took a bottle of red wine and 2 stem glasses from the wine cabinet next to him. After opening it, he filled the glasses and handed one of them to Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the glass Jiang Chang handed her, and with a sardonic smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, "Stinky brother, do you want to get me drunk again?" Jiang Chang laughed and replied, "I remember that your drinking capacity is better than mine. Last time, you drank more than me, didn't you?" Yu Xiaoxiao gently shook the glass a little before beginning to drink it in large gulps. It seemed as if she was trying to get drunk. Jiang Chang could tell how Yu Xiaoxiao was feeling, but he didn't ask why. The two of them soon walked over to the open-air chairs in the courtyard villa, enjoying the moonlight while drinking and chatting. Before long, a bottle of red wine had been almost completely divided between the two of them. Jiang Chang was a little surprised at his own drinking capacity. In the past, he would have reached his limit after just 2 glasses, but at this moment, he still remained sober. Could it be that his drinking capacity had improved after his rebirth? Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was flushed and a little tipsy, Jiang Chang knew that it was about time. He put down his glass, walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao, leaned over her and whispered, "Are you drunk? I'll carry you back to your room and let you rest for a while." Feeling a hot breath on her ear, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver a little. She looked at Jiang Chang with drunken eyes and asked with a smile, "Really rest?" Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's fluttering eyes and sexy lips, Jiang Chang's heart couldn't help but pound. Damn, isn't this the feeling of being in love? Of course it is, but let's give you a hangover shot first before you rest. Really just 1 shot? She remembered that last time, she had received several shots, and it took her a few days to feel a little better after going back. Jiang Chang smiled at this and answered Yu Xiaoxiao directly with his actions. He saw his lips directly pressing against Yu Xiaoxiao's sexy red lips, slowly beginning to invade the territory. After 10 seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao lightly pushed Jiang Chang's hand, and suddenly it stopped. After resisting for a few more seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao began to moan with passion, and then she started to climb Jiang Chang's neck with her hands. After more than an hour, the system suddenly dinged. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the milking skill. Mastering a variety of hand skills is a necessary skill for a godly hero. Please explore the subtleties of these skills." Jiang Chang strongly agreed with the system. Now there is a balance of 63 million yuan on his bank card, and with the divine system, his money will only increase in the future. Money is not important to Jiang Chang at the moment, he just wants to have a skill to fall back on. Chapter 14, Su 1. The next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao was gone again. Looking at the empty spot by the bed, Jiang Chang couldn't help but look at his hands, which had become dexterous. Thinking about last night's shape, an arc formed unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chang secretly sighed, "This is really damn good." After last night, Yu Xiaoxiao's favorability rating for him had soared 20 points directly, reaching 85 points. Part of the reason for Yu Xiaoxiao's soaring friendship value was thanks to this new skill she had acquired. After dinner, Jiang Chang took the Rolls-Royce, the special car reserved for Yang Yunnan, to the Ferrari home on Xintai Road on the north bank of Suzhou Creek in the business district of the Magic City. The security guard at the entrance let them through after a quick glance. The Rolls-Royce really had a big front seat. The Ferrari salesperson hurriedly greeted Jiang Chang when he saw a customer enter the store, still in a Rolls-Royce. The salesperson warmly said to Jiang Chang, "Hello, sir, this is the Ferrari sales center, I'm very happy to serve you. Do you have an appointment?" Zhang Cheng shook his head and said, "No." "Okay, may I ask your name?" "My surname is Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the salesperson here, you can call me Xiaoyun." Xiaoyun asked thoughtfully. "Do you have a clear goal? If not, I'll take you to the living room to have some tea and introduce you to the various models of Ferrari. Does your store have any cars in stock? I want to take a look directly." Xiaoyun paused for a moment before replying. "Yes, this way please, let me introduce you to our Ferraris." Although Xiaoyun did not let Zhang Cheng's overly immature face slow her down. But looking at Xiaoyun's slightly mature cheeks, Zhang Cheng felt a bit disappointed. Where is the part in the novel where it says that you can support a luxury car salesman? But in real life, if you want to be a luxury car salesman, you need at least a few years of experience. And you need to have met sales targets in previous years to be eligible to apply. A luxury car salesman like this Ferrari should have an annual turnover of at least 100 million yuan to be eligible to apply. After all, their basic salary is relatively high, generally at least 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. A luxury car salesperson with this kind of sales experience, unless you are very good at sales tactics as soon as you enter society, otherwise you will not reach that position until you are in your 30s or 40s. After all, this kind of person's sales experience is definitely very rich. So generally speaking, there is no such thing as being able to sell luxury cars right after graduation. If it were an ordinary brand of car sales, there would still be a chance, but for this kind of top luxury car sales, you just graduated and want to apply? I advise you to just go back to sleep, and everything will be fine in your dreams. As the salesperson walked into the store, Zhang Cheng looked around. The entire store was very quiet, and it seemed like he was the only customer. However, as Xiaoyun showed him around, Zhang Cheng noticed that there were another man and woman in the store looking at cars. The two of them stood together and looked very out of place. The male customer was a middle-aged man of about 170, short and stocky, with an oily smell all over him. Zhang Cheng could even see the reflection on the top of his head. On the contrary, the woman standing next to him not only had a delicate face, but also an exceptionally hot body. Just the high and low curves on the side already completely outshone 80% of the girls. At this time, there were 3 salespeople surrounding the two of them. Several people took turns giving them a serious explanation of a fiery red Latha in the store. "Suwan, if you think this car is good, I'll buy it. How about I take you for a ride when I pick it up?" The middle-aged man winked greasy at her after he finished speaking. The woman, called Suwan, couldn't help but frown, and then said awkwardly, "Mr. Huang, you're too kind. Buying a car is a serious matter. You have to be sure of it yourself. After all, you're the one who'll be driving it, so my opinion doesn't matter. Hey, why are you talking like we're strangers? When the time comes to film the drama, will I pick you up from work every day? I'll drive whatever car you want." "No need, Mr. Huang, we film day and night, it's a hassle to trouble you. Besides, that's all the assistant's job. I came out today mainly to represent the company and explore the drama with you." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the greasy man. "As long as you say yes, the leading role will naturally be yours." He then immediately prepared to put his arm around Suwan. Suwan seemed to be used to this kind of thing, and her reaction was very quick. She immediately took an awkward step back. "Mr. Huang, I still have to say the same thing, you are too kind. I just want to do a good job in the movie, and I won't consider anything else." While the two of them were talking, the sound of Xiaoyun and Zhang Cheng approaching attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Xiaoyun walking over with a very handsome-looking man, not only the sales staff but also Suwan couldn't help but take a few more looks at Zhang Cheng. When their eyes met, Zhang Cheng suddenly felt that the delicate-looking woman in front of him was very familiar. Last name Su? A celebrity? Suwan? After looking at her for a while, Zhang Cheng finally remembered the woman's identity. Suwan, one of the 4 new rising stars in the entertainment industry a few years later. Although she is still an unknown, she was really popular before Zhang Cheng was reborn. Unexpectedly, the real person is even more exquisite than on TV. Bright peach eyes and a sweet child's voice, which man wouldn't be confused when listening to it? And the most impressive thing is her bathing photo from the pool. It's called a big bowl. This body is really top-notch. When anyone sees a woman like this, their first reaction is probably, strive to develop into a comrade in arms in the artillery battalion. Chapter 15: Buying a Car. Looking at Suwan's humble appearance, Zhang Cheng knew that he had remembered correctly. This situation is indeed that of a little star, no mistake, otherwise why would she accompany a middle-aged man with a balding head to look at a car? The three female sales standing next to Su-won glanced at Zhang Cheng with their eyes, taking him from top to bottom. After working in the luxury car sales industry for a long time, they will subconsciously have a preconceived idea and tend to look at people with prejudice. Although Zhang Cheng's outfit was not outstanding, his 85-point appearance still made the girls feel refreshed. He was 1.82 meters tall, with naturally messy hair that had not been colored or permed. He had fair skin and handsome, delicate cheeks. This clean and handsome young man was the type of person that normal women would look twice at. Seeing that the women around him were all attracted to Zhang Cheng, the middle-aged man couldn't help but turn his head around and take a look at Zhang Cheng. He was just a little younger and more handsome, a little taller, and nothing else was special. He wasn't dressed to stand out, so what was there to look at? After taking a look, the middle-aged man immediately inwardly sneered at these women for being so shallow. Can being good-looking feed you? He had also seen the watch Zhang Cheng was wearing. It was transparent, but it was hard to tell what brand it was. For an old man like Huang Ming, he usually only pays attention to Rolex and Patek Philippe. He doesn't know anything about these new brand watches, so at this time, he automatically classified Richard Miller as a low-end watch. Zhang Cheng had also heard some of the conversation between Su-won and the middle-aged man. It seems that the middle-aged man should have used some kind of leverage to get Su-won to agree to something. As for what it was? Everyone knows exactly. Zhang Cheng didn't give Su-won and Huang Ming another glance, but instead, at Xiaoyun's introduction, he started to look around the store on his own. Seeing that this was Zhang Cheng's first time at Ferrari, Xiaoyun gave him a very detailed introduction to the history and philosophy of Ferrari. At this time, she was standing in front of a huge wall of car molds, pointing at their most typical Ferrari model and saying, "These molds are all based on prototypes. Look, this is our most famous Ferrari model, the LaFerrari. The LaFerrari is considered one of the three most famous cars, along with the McLaren P1 and the Porsche 918. This car." Zhang Cheng had never been in such a high-end showroom before in his life, and seeing so many exquisite model molds and leather samples was very novel for him. With Xiaoyun's introduction, Zhang Cheng's attention was completely on the bright red Ferrari LaFerrari in front of him. To be honest, isn't this kind of supercar just a toy that every man wants to own? To be honest, although supercars are not practical, before he owned one, Zhang Cheng admitted that he was a little excited when he saw a supercar whizzing past on the road. Although he already owned a 918, what's the harm in having one more, and the key is still the free system. The Ferrari LaFerrari should be the most expensive of all their models, and this supercar voucher of his can only buy one car. If he can buy this LaFerrari, it will be worth it. Zhang Cheng has never bought a LaFerrari, but he has heard of it. Buying this kind of car requires some conditions, but he really doesn't know what they are. Zhang Cheng is not shy. You know, money makes a man brave. He is not the same young man who used to blush at the slightest comment. After all, only people with low self-esteem will feel embarrassed and angry when others catch them doing something wrong. And it so happens that Zhang Cheng is in a state of youthful self-reliance and not feeling inferior. He asked directly, "I heard that there are some conditions for buying your LaFerrari?" Xiaoyun saw Zhang Cheng ask this question, and with a standard smile on the corners of her mouth, she nodded, "Yes, esteemed guest, since the LaFerrari is a limited edition model in our store, a capital verification is required to purchase this type of car, and you can only purchase it after passing the capital verification. Moreover, the prerequisite for purchase is that you must first own 5 of our Ferrari models and become a regular customer before you are eligible to purchase the LaFerrari." Seeing Xiaoyun say that, Zhang Cheng let out a regretful sigh, "So I'm not eligible to buy it?" Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Cheng's expression of regret. The Ferrari LaFerrari's guide price is as high as over 20 million. Over 20 million is just the price of the frame. Add in the interior options and prices, as well as the import car tax. The entire car's series of processes will easily reach over 50 million. And the person who can buy the 50 million plus LaFerrari must be worth more than a few hundred million. It's even far more than a few hundred million. Although she didn't think that someone Zhang Cheng's age could afford a LaFerrari, the look of pity on his face didn't seem like an act. Xiaoyun thought for a few seconds before speaking, "If you really want to buy this LaFerrari, it's not impossible." Zhang Cheng suddenly perked up when he heard Xiaoyun say this. "Oh? What do you mean?" When the Ferrari Pista was first released, it became an instant hit thanks to its outstanding design. But because it was so popular, production was slow, and various suppliers imposed various restrictions on purchases, such as membership requirements and purchase records. Some even went so far as to impose price increases. But as time passed and other well-known supercar brands were introduced, as well as the implementation of environmental protection policies in China, Ferrari is no longer able to dominate the market as it once did. All restrictions have now been lifted. Price increases are even less likely. Under the condition of no price increases, there may even be discounts. After all, the lowest price of a Ferrari is several million. Although several million doesn't sound very impressive. But if we take Shanghai as an example, if we calculate personal assets by adding up real estate, cars, funds, cash, and even stocks and other real estate, half of the people in the Magic City can reach a net worth of 5 million. After all, 5 million in assets is pretty normal these days. You can get there by adding up old houses and other real estate and a bit of savings. But how many people can easily pull out 5 million in cash without liquidating these real estate assets? In 1999, Ferrari sold a total of only 836 cars in our entire country, including the islands of Taiwan and Penghu. And more than 80% of the cars sold were under 5 million. As for Ferraris costing more than 20 million, let alone the LaFerrari costing more than 20 million, there are only a handful of buyers. Chapter 16 Wang Zhang. Therefore, price increases are impossible at the moment, and the quota restrictions are more like real estate that are only talked about. In principle, this is the rule, but as you know, orders for Ferraris take time. Due to the long delivery time, some orders cannot be delivered as smoothly as expected in the end. Therefore, there are some special quotas that can be replaced separately. If you are sure, you can register your order with those orders that have delivery problems along the way, but in that case, the down payment may be higher than usual. I don't know if you can accept it? After Xiaoyun said this, Zhang Chang raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, there is such a special operation. He spent the money from the system to buy this car, not his own money, so even if there is more, it doesn't matter. Yes, if there is such an order, I will pay the full amount and not need to pay in installments. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly widened. Full payment. Did Zhang Chang know how much this car cost? Not only Xiaoyun, but the others present also couldn't help but open their mouths wide when they heard Zhang Chang's casual words. At this time, many monologues arose in their hearts. But when the words reached their lips, not a single sentence could come out. They could only stand there with their mouths slightly open. Even Su Wan couldn't help but turn back to look at Zhang Chang. Hearing that the car had to be paid for in full, she was both shocked and curious. After all, even Huang Ming, the wealthy film investor by her side, had to buy his car in installments. Huang Ming was the boss of Huang's entertainment company. Although Huang's entertainment company was worth several hundred million, in reality, Huang Ming's liquid capital was only a few tens of millions. Moreover, the films and TV dramas he invested in were all small productions, with a budget of no more than 50 million at most. If you let Huang Ming buy a LaFerrari, he would never do it. In other words, he simply cannot afford it. Even at this moment, he is still considering the 3 million Ferrari in front of him. But Zhang Chang said he wanted to buy the Ferrari LaFerrari in full. How could she not be shocked and curious? Shocked, Xiaoyun immediately spoke again to confirm, "This Mr. Jiang, the bare price of the LaFerrari is over 20 million, and if you add in the customization, it will cost at least 50 million. I know, it's acceptable." Seeing Zhang Chang's expression unchanged, Xiaoyun couldn't hold back anymore. She has been working at Ferrari for a few years now, and if she can sell their heavy-duty model today, the Ferrari LaFerrari, that will be a highlight in her sales resume. And if she sold this car, the generous commission alone would cover all her expenses for the next 2 years. Although this deal was a bit unusual, Zhang Chang was the one who received her, so she would still get her due commission. Huang Ming's salesperson saw Xiaoyun's excited expression and couldn't help but envy her, her face warping with emotion. At this moment, she couldn't help but think, how nice it would be if Zhang Chang was the one she was receiving. Huang Ming was wearing expensive clothes and a Vacheron Constantin watch, but so what? The three of them had been carefully introducing the car to him for an hour. But he just dithered and dawdled, instead talking to Su Wan about investment and a date that night. Judging by the situation, the chances of a deal were slim, and it was probably just a case of bringing a celebrity actress along to show off. Huang Ming saw Su Wan fixating on Zhang Chang with her eyes, and her face sank again. He said out loud, "Little Bol, what do you think of this car? If it's okay, can you help me choose the matching accessories? After all, you'll be sitting in the passenger seat when you pick it up." Su Wan, who was standing nearby, began to frown unconcealed when she heard Huang Ming call her by her nickname. If it weren't for work. she would have shaken her head and left immediately. Although it wasn't the first time she had met Huang Ming, there was nothing between them. At this moment, when Huang Ming called her by her nickname, it seemed that there was something inexplicable between the two of them. But there was no way around it. Although Huang Ming invested in small-scale film and television productions, he was still an investor in their company. Today, he specifically asked Su Wan to accompany him out, so what could she do when the company required it? Boss Huang, I don't know anything about cars, so you decide for yourself. Besides, I'm usually busy filming and don't have time to go out. Seeing Su Wan refuse again, Huang on the side obviously had begun to lose patience. At this point, he blamed the reason he could not get himself to let go of Su Wan on the sudden appearance of Jiang Chang. Ever since Jiang Chang had appeared, Su Wan's gaze had begun to gather on him from time to time. He didn't know if Jiang Chang was bluffing or if he really had that much money. Huang Ming really wanted to sneer, but as soon as his mouth opened, he angrily closed it again. After thinking it over, he decided to wait and see for now. If Jiang Chang really was a super rich second generation, then even if he stepped on the mine, he would just let it go. After all, he couldn't afford to offend a super rich second generation. At most, he would let Su Wan go, and just find another obscure female celebrity. But if Jiang Chang is just bluffing, trying to get Su Wan's attention, then he will definitely make him so unpopular that even his parents won't recognize him. And by the way, let Su Wan take a good look at who the real rich guy is. Soon, Xiaoyun hurriedly arrived with two people, a middle-aged man dressed very elegantly, and a young guy dressed fashionably with dyed white hair. Xiaoyun said to the middle-aged man as they walked, "Supervisor, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Jiang." Jiang Cheng turned his head at the sound of his name and quickly recognized the young man with the white hair. Wasn't the man with the white hair Wang Zhang, whom he had met at the auction yesterday? At the moment they locked eyes, Wang Zhang also said with a surprised expression, "Hey, it's you, Jiang Cheng." Lao Wang said someone wanted to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari in full, and I didn't expect it to be you. Chapter 17 Invitation. Jiang Cheng nodded casually. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. I just arrived in the Magic City and was thinking of buying a car to get around for now. You call this casual? A Ferrari LaFerrari is a car for getting around, that's Versailles, Wang Zhang said sourly. The male supervisor on the side saw that Wang Zhang knew Jiang Cheng and asked with a smile, "This is Mr. Wang's friend?" Wang Zhang excitedly stood on his tiptoes and patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. "We just met yesterday, brother Jiang Cheng. Look at the Richard Mille MR056 he's got on his wrist. I bought it at the Amman auction yesterday for 18 million. Originally, brother Qin also wanted to buy this watch, but it was directly taken by this local tyrant." Hearing this, those present could not help but draw a cold breath. This Jiang Cheng is actually so rich. He also looks like he's in his 20s. The male supervisor also looked at Jiang Cheng with glowing eyes, and his expression became respectful and humble for a moment. Anyone who can afford a watch that costs over 10 million must also be able to afford the 50 million Raffaele. He immediately bowed, extending his right hand enthusiastically towards Jiang Cheng. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I have just heard from Xiaoyun about your situation. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. I heard that you need to verify the capital when buying a Ferrari?" Jiang Cheng asked. The male supervisor immediately waved his hand. "In theory, this is the case. Capital verification is a procedure we always need to carry out, and it is not just for you. Please understand. However, Mr. Wang said that you can afford a watch worth more than 10 million yuan, so the LaFerrari will naturally be no problem. Originally, the LaFerrari needed to be ordered, but it just so happened that Mr. Wang ordered a LaFerrari from us some time ago, and then asked us to help him resell it, so we can transfer this place to you." Jiang Cheng glanced at Wang Zhang. Judging from the way the Ferrari director treated him, Wang Zhang seemed to be no ordinary person. After all, normal people needed to meet certain requirements to buy a LaFerrari, which meant that Wang Zhang had to own at least 5 Ferraris in his name. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Zhang and asked curiously, "Don't you want the LaFerrari you ordered?" Wang Zhang gave a hearty laugh. "I was originally provoked by Lao Qin, and it was only then that I impulsively ordered this LaFerrari. It was Qin Fun, who was with me yesterday, who has a LaFerrari, and it looks really cool. But the customization of the LaFerrari took too long, and it's been a few months and it's still not ready. My enthusiasm has worn off, so I wanted to see if I could resell it and take a chance. If I can't, then so be it. I never thought that I would actually wait until you." Jiang Cheng nodded. "How long will it take to pick up the car?" Seeing Jiang Cheng ask, the male supervisor immediately said, "Jiang Gongzi, you can pick up the car in about 2 months. For a normal custom order, you have to wait at least 6 months, but if you take over this car from Master Wang, you can pick it up in 2 months. After a while of chatting, the matter was settled. Jiang Cheng's main goal was to get a Supercar bonus card, and if he just bought a random Supercar, the price would not be so high. So in the end, he decided to buy Wang Zhang's Supercar. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was really going to take over his car, Wang Zhang happily said to him, "Thanks, buddy. To be honest, it's not easy for me to find someone to take over my car. Although the car is really cool, the price is really too high. I spent more than 20 million yuan just customizing the interior of the car, and this custom price directly scared off most people." Jiang Cheng understood what Wang Zhang meant. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be nice to buy a house? It's true that not many people can afford to spend more than 20 million yuan on an interior. The color and interior of your car happen to match my aesthetic sense, so it's just a coincidence. Wang Zhang heard this and his eyes lit up. He gave Jiang Cheng a thumbs up, "Good choice. Then we'll let Lao Wang arrange the paperwork for the car." Seeing that the two men were no longer chatting, the mail manager immediately took out the documents that Wang Zhang had signed when he ordered the car with a respectful face. He then contacted the notary public to handle the next series of things. After the notarized signatures were transferred, the customized LaFerrari fully belonged to Jiang Cheng. At this point, the mail manager also said to Jiang Cheng with all the staff, "Dear Mr. Jiang, from today onwards, you are our honorable Ferrari owner. We will upload your information to the Ferrari headquarters and notify you first if there are any activities or new car launches in the future." Wang Zhang said to Jiang Cheng with a smile, "Buddy, you can't take the car yet. I have a few idle ones. If you don't mind, you can drive it first." Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Zhang with surprise. This was the second time they had met, and Wang Zhang was prepared to lend him the car? After all, neither the wife nor the car was generally lent out. Wang Zhang read Jiang Cheng's eyes. "To be honest, you helped me buy this car and solve a big problem for me, so I'm still quite grateful to you. If you don't mind, let's be friends and hang out together in the Magic City in the future?" Wang Zhang's words made Jiang Cheng's impression of him improve even further. He liked this kind of person who was easygoing and spoke straightforwardly without beating around the bush. "Sure, I should be in the Magic City for a while, so forget about the car, I'll just buy a new one." Seeing that Jiang Cheng refused, Wang Zhang didn't insist. "There is a car show on the Bund these days, with Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, McLarens, and everything else. The point is that you can pick up the car after looking at it on site. Do you have time to go and have a look together?" Jiang Cheng casually nodded as he saw Wang Zhang take the initiative to invite himself. "Sure, whenever." Chapter 18, A Shocked Suwan. Suwan, who was standing nearby, witnessed the scene before her eyes and a wave of sadness welled up in her heart. She had to grovel like this for an investment of 5 million, while Jiang Cheng had squandered tens of millions in just 10 minutes. This huge contrast left her feeling utterly shocked. Her pair of intelligent fox eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng, as if trying to see through him. Jiang Cheng's wealth and strength undoubtedly stands out among the second generation of rich people that Suwan has seen. You have to understand that even those second-generation rich people only have a maximum of 100,000 yuan in pocket money each month, and the most they have is a few million yuan. There are countless second-generation rich people who are worth tens of millions of yuan in their teens. But Suwan has never seen anyone who can come up with more than 50 million yuan in savings to buy a car all at once. And this is just the real money in Jiang Cheng's mobile bank account. What if you add in other assets? This shows that his net worth must be more than 100 million. Although celebrities may seem glamorous on the surface, in reality, their income varies greatly depending on their popularity. The actors and actresses in the same drama, the highest paid leading actor and actress. For example, a first-tier celebrity can earn tens of millions of yuan for a single drama. However, for supporting actors and supporting actresses, it is generally 1 to 2 million yuan. The pay of other supporting actors and actresses drops even more sharply, with pay of a few 100,000 or 100,000 yuan being commonplace. Suwan is one of these supporting actors and actresses who earn 100,000 yuan. After receiving this pay, she still has to split it with her agency, so 50 million yuan is indeed a sky-high price for her right now. Moreover, every celebrity has a period of popularity, and once that period is over, they will be replaced by newcomers. This is why many celebrities want to marry rich men. They hope to find a stable financial support through marriage to maintain their quality of life. Congratulations, the host's level has been upgraded again. The host earns 1 renminbi and 20 cents every second they exist in the world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 185. Looks, 90 points. Level, 8. System reserve, 86,410 renminbi can be withdrawn at any time. System, 1.2 yuan second. Upgrade experience, 68.9 million 100 million. The 1.2 yuan he earned every second, 72 yuan a minute, 4,320 yuan an hour, and 103,680 yuan a day, his monthly salary became 3.11 million. His annual salary is directly approaching 40 million. While making the payment, Zhang Chang also used the sports car purchase crit card. Ding! The sports car purchase critical strike card has been successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 times the primary critical strike card critical strike. Zhang Chang, who had suddenly obtained 130 million, was really excited this time. His face turned purple with joy. For an ordinary person, this amount of money would be enough to live off for the rest of their lives. Huang Ming looked at the car booking process in front of him and suddenly felt ashamed. He then said to Su Wan, "Little bull, I suddenly don't feel like buying a car anymore. Let's go have a drink." "Boss Huang, I have to go back to the office for a meeting later." Su Wan politely declined. Huang Ming listened to this and his anger immediately flared up. He only saw him warn, "How much face does a little celebrity want?" "Su Wan, I'll tell you, either this investment falls through, or you wait for me when you're clean." This boss Huang, Su Wan also listened to this and felt a little anger. What pretense? You're pretending to be innocent when you know what you are. I'm telling you nicely, but you're still wasting my time. I'm telling you, either you wait for me to be ready, or you can just wait for me to put you on ice. Su Wan also said firmly, "Mr. Huang, whether you invest or not, I still have the same thing to say, I will not give in, whatever you do." Ding, trigger special mission. Help Su Wan out of trouble and get her willingness to sign a contract. You will get a special reward after completing the mission. Zhang Chang smiled at the system's actions. "Boss Huang, you're so arrogant, you'll be gone in the morning." "Miss Su, don't worry, if he doesn't invest, I will." Su Wan was surprised to see Zhang Chang suddenly talk to her, and her eyes widened in amazement. Huang Ming, who was standing nearby, didn't dare to confront Zhang Chang after hearing what he said. After all, he had already seen Zhang Chang's strength. He could only snort angrily and then leave directly. Su Wan straightened up, composed herself, and asked Zhang Chang, "Hello, I'm Su Wan." "Zhang Chang. Mr. Zhang, is the investment you just mentioned real?" After asking, Su Wan felt a bit abrupt, so she explained, "It's like this, Huang Ming is our Tiancheng Entertainment Company's investor, and now that he's not investing, I'll have a hard time explaining it back at the company. Su Wan is just a small 3rd or 4th tier celebrity, and she doesn't have the qualifications to choose her own scripts. Moreover, the company occasionally makes all kinds of excessive demands on her. Since she has never given up her bottom line, she has been in a semi-hibernation state since her debut. She knows that her refusal to cooperate with Huang Ming this time may really cause her to be completely hibernated by the company." Tiancheng Entertainment? It seems that she mentioned it when she communicated with Yu Xiaoxiao last night. She works there. The system has already issued the task, so Zhang Chang naturally has to complete it. After all, the system's rewards have always been very generous. Zhang Chang nodded, "Of course. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely do my best," Su Wan said excitedly. She was already 19 years old, and her best role was a supporting actress. She worked hard every day, but she had never had a breakout role. It had been months since she had acted last. Su Wan was in a stage where she had no roles to play. That's why she agreed to go shopping with Huang Ming, hoping to get a chance to star in a new movie. Huang Ming kept hinting that she had other demands, and although Su Wan didn't agree, she still wanted to seize this opportunity to star in the leading role. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao's WeChat message came through, saying that she had already booked a restaurant and invited Zhang Chang to go for dinner. After reading it, Zhang Chang said to Su Wan, "Let's talk about the investment tomorrow, I have something to do tonight." Su Wan nodded, then took the initiative and said, "Mr. Zhang, would it be convenient to add a WeChat?" Zhang Chang naturally did not refuse. After all, Su Wan's peach blossom eyes are really pretty. When looking at people, they are not only smart but also exude a charming glow. Coupled with her 36D figure, the attraction is really strong. Zhang Chang, who was watching, wanted to directly activate the milking skill. Chapter 19, Michelin-starred restaurant. After confirming the order, Jiang Chang arrived at the restaurant reserved by Yu Xiaoxiao in a Rolls-Royce. As soon as he pushed open the door, a strong taste of the old Shanghai style hit him. There was dark green wallpaper, an antique record player, a retro ceiling fan, and on the stage in the middle, there were retro beauties in Cheongsams singing old Shanghai songs. Jiang Chang nodded, and it was indeed a Michelin-starred restaurant with a full sense of atmosphere. Yu Xiaoxiao did not choose a booth outside, she booked a small private room. When Jiang Chang walked into the private room, Yu Xiaoxiao was ordering food on her tablet. Seeing Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao stood up with a slightly shy expression and waved at Jiang Chang. "Jiang Chang, come sit over here." Yu Xiaoxiao was wearing a knee-length Chanel dress, elegant and graceful, with fair skin as white as snow, beautiful and moving. Jiang Chang walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao, put his arms around her slender, sexy waist, and placed his lips by Yu Xiaoxiao's small, delicate ear, while softly breathing in her ear and saying, "Why did you change your clothes?" Tempted by Jiang Chang's frivolous actions, Yu Xiaoxiao's face turned even more rosy. She gave Jiang Chang a light push and said with a blush, "It's normal to change clothes, isn't it? I haven't even mentioned you yet, and you've already torn the clothes." Thinking about last night's excited state, Jiang Chang suddenly grinned and said, "It's also your own fault. Who told you that you have such big problems and need to work hard?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't react when she heard this, and her mouth was blocked by Jiang Chang. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao pushed Jiang Chang away with a blush, straightened her clothes, and sat back down in her seat. It wouldn't be good if someone came in. Jiang Chang was in no hurry. He had plenty of time to do what he needed to do tonight. Yu Xiaoxiao handed Jiang Chang the tablet and enthusiastically began to introduce the dishes. The crab roe rice here is unique in the city. Their rice is full of crab roe, and this dish has even been officially recommended by Michelin. You have to try it. There's also the fish fillets in fermented sauce, the grilled oppa head with spring onions, and the shredded chicken and vegetable rolls. Yu Xiaoxiao kept talking while Jiang Chang kept looking. When Yu Xiaoxiao had ordered 4 dishes, Jiang Chang nodded. "That's it, that should be enough. If you order a few more dishes, you'll see later that the food here is delicious but the portions are really small." Jiang Chang looked at the menu and casually ordered 3 more recommended dishes. "By the way, do you know Suwan? Last night I seem to remember you saying that you are also from Tiancheng Entertainment." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang and asked, puzzled, "Suwan, she is an artist of our company, what's wrong with her?" Jiang Chang told Yu Xiaoxiao the general situation and also mentioned his intention to sign Suwan. After listening, Yu Xiaoxiao's face revealed a hint of bitterness. She said teasingly, "Resolve the contract for her? That's going to cost a penalty. You're doing her." Jiang Chang understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant and shook his head. "I don't have any thoughts about her for the time being, I just think she has great potential." Great potential? Her current position is not even considered a third-tier position, and the company has given her almost no resources. And yesterday, she didn't get her new investment either. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. After all, as long as he was a man, which one of them didn't like pretty girls? Especially one like Su Wan. But Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care at this point. In her opinion, she and Jiang Chang were just getting what they wanted from each other. If Jiang Chang ever decided he didn't want to play with her anymore, she could just leave gracefully. She was a non-maritalist anyway, and as long as there was no emotional involvement, everything was fine. "I know, but I still think highly of her, and I'm planning to open an entertainment company, and she'll be the first artist I work with," Jiang Chang said seriously. During his interactions with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang learned that she was actually the operations manager of Tiancheng Entertainment, which came as a great surprise to him. You have to understand that it is quite impressive to be able to hold that position at the age of 25. Although she is only the manager of a department, if she didn't have a background, she probably wouldn't be able to hold that position at the age of 25. Yu Xiaoxiao said that she didn't rely on her background, but relied entirely on her own abilities. She had excellent grades from university and received various scholarships. If such a capable woman could help manage the company for him, then Jiang Chang could just lie back and relax. Thinking about this, Jiang Chang's mouth curled up into a secret smile. Su Wan, although the company doesn't really value her at the moment, she does have good qualifications. If you like, I can help you terminate her contract. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's generous reply, a strange feeling arose in Jiang Chang's heart. But for something that he could take the initiative and not be responsible for, he was more than happy to do it. "Then I'll trouble you." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Su Wan's contract should not have expired yet. If you want to sign her, the compensation for breaking the contract is estimated to be several million." Our company basically signs a contract every 5 years, and I'll have to go look at the detailed terms. While the two were talking, the dishes had already been served. Jiang Chang looked at the 138 yuan portion of braised pork with custard sauce that he had just ordered, and then he understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant by small portions. It looked like a lot on the tablet, but when it was served, it was just a small dish. The same was true of the pan-fried fish fillets. They looked like a lot on the tablet, but there were only a dozen or so on the plate. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao had ordered a few more dishes at the end, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough to go around. Chapter 20, The Accident. Jiang Chang was at the age when appetites are at their peak, and although he ordered more than 10 dishes, without exception, he finished them all. As Yu Xiaoxiao said, it is worthy of being a Michelin one-star restaurant recommended by the Shanghai Cuisine Association. Although the portions are small, the taste is worth the price. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction after eating and drinking his fill. Ding! Congratulations, host, on an unforgettable taste sensation. The system awards a gourmet cashback card. The cashback card's cashback multiplier is 100 times, plus the actual number of people invited by the host. Up to 5 people are counted. Jiang Chang clicked on it and read the system prompt carefully. The meaning of this card is that you are inviting someone to dinner. If the cost is 10,000 yuan, and the cashback is calculated at the maximum multiplier of 100 times, then it will be 1 million yuan in cashback, plus the number of people invited, up to 5 people, then it will be 5 million yuan in cashback. I didn't realize that this seemingly ordinary gourmet cashback card was actually so awesome. No matter how unlucky you are, you can still get 20-30 times your money back. You can casually get $1 million or so just by having a meal. It's no wonder that it's a dream come true system for the rich. After the meal, Jiang Chang naturally took Yu Xiaoxiao back to the Aman at Yangyun again. Just as they were crossing the doorway of the hotel lobby, they suddenly saw a voluptuous woman wearing a provocative dress brush past them and bump into Yu Xiaoxiao. Oops. A voice of pretentiousness came over. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was covering her shoulder, and asked tenderly, "Are you okay?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, but her face suddenly turned red with anger, and her eyes fixedly stared at the woman in front of her. "Zhang Yu? What are you doing here dressed like that?" The woman saw that she had bumped into Yu Xiaoxiao, and a hint of panic suddenly appeared on her face, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. The woman said in a pretentious and shrill voice, "Yu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here? Who is this man?" Seeing the woman in front of her pointing an orchid finger at her, Yu Xiaoxiao's face suddenly flashed with disgust. "Forget it, I don't care about you. Whatever I tell you, you'd better make it clear to your relatives." Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and sneered, saying, "Don't forget that we are already engaged. Even if you change your mind, it's useless. I won't withdraw from the engagement." Engaged? Have you no shame? You're a man, and you dare to mention engagement while dressed like this. You're cheating your way into marriage. Yu Xiaoxiao saw this and scolded in a sarcastic and agitated whisper. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and then glanced at Jiang Chang and said, "We have already agreed with each other's relatives, so it's useless for you to change your mind. Zhang Yu, you need to have some shame. I won't pursue your own problems, but you actually got involved with my best friend, and not just once. You two are nothing but heartless. If my mother and the others hadn't forced me, why would I have gotten engaged to you? Now that you're engaged, just get married," Zhang Yu said relentlessly. As she listened to this, Yu Xiaoxiao eagerly broke free of Zhang Yu's hand and directly wrapped her arms around Jiang Cheng's arm. The force of her struggle was a bit heavy, causing her well-developed breasts to directly impact Jiang Cheng's arm. "Don't be disgusting. You don't like me, and you're just hanging around me so that I can cover for you and let you go out and meet those men of yours. If my best friend knew that you were bisexual, I wonder how she would feel. None of your business. This marriage was arranged a long time ago, and it's useless for you to back out. You yourself are turning tricks with other men in no time, so who are you to judge me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chang finally made sense of the entanglement between the two of them. He was a little surprised to learn that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged. But looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Jiang Chang suddenly understood Yu Xiaoxiao a little. It turned out that this woman named Zhang Yu was a man. No wonder there was a feeling of a transsexual. If Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't said anything, at first glance, it would be quite difficult to discover that the woman in front of him was actually a man dressed as a woman. The makeup techniques in modern society are really amazing. However, if you look closely, you can still see some clues, especially one of the male characteristics, the Adam's apple on the neck, and the size of the high heels on his feet is also much larger than an average woman's. After sizing him up, Jiang Chang now finally understands some of those news reports about people who suddenly discover after a night of passion that their partner is actually a man. It is indeed difficult to tell under the disguise of heavy makeup and a wig. It turns out that Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé is not only a sissy, but also cheated on Yu Xiaoxiao, and the key is that he is bisexual? This amount of information is a bit too much. Zhang Yu began to pull Yu Xiaoxiao, scolding her, and more people gathered nearby to watch the fun. Chapter 20, Physical Attributes. Brother, now you know the relationship between the two of us, I advise you to leave first. She is my fiancée. At this time, the pleasant lowly voice rang again. Ding dong. Host, you will now face a choice. Choice 1, listen to Zhang Yu and leave, and you will receive a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cosplay costume. Option 2, if you give Zhang Yu 2 big slaps to wake him up, you will get 5 physical fitness points and a bad luck card. Jiang Chang was stunned by the sudden choice in front of him. He naturally didn't care about the first option and passed it directly. But the second choice actually had physical fitness points. Jiang Chang looked up the explanation of physical attributes, which referred to strength, speed, physical fitness, but also included eyesight and hearing, recovery ability and resistance to beatings, and most importantly, the ability to do whatever. This system is a bit crazy. The key is that if the physical fitness is enhanced, combined with the dredging card that is rewarded after buying a house, won't that improve the impact of time? Jiang Chang didn't hesitate and directly chose the second one after reading the introduction. Suddenly, he felt a warm current pass through his body, and he felt full of energy. Jiang Chang couldn't help but secretly feel happy. This is simply against the heavens. Others have to work hard every day to exercise to get six-pack abs and take drugs to enhance their physical fitness. It seems like he has already started to achieve some success. His hearing has even improved. At this time, he could even hear the sound of the water dripping in the girl's bathroom not far away. Jiang Chang pinched his strong arm, smiled and glanced at Zhang Yu before giving him a left and right punch. Pa! Jiang Chang's 2 big slaps sent Zhang Yu flying to the ground. The movement of the left and right punches caused her face to blush again as it rubbed against the mountains and peaks of Yu Xiaoxiao, who was close to her. Feeling the electricity from the friction, Yu Xiaoxiao panicked and let go of Jiang Chang's arm. Zhang Yu fell to the ground after being slapped by Jiang Chang. Furious, he covered his face and stood up. Before he could say anything, Jiang Chang waved his hand and said, "Gee, that's some real thick skin. You have a problem yourself, but you still have the nerve to say these things. My hand is sore from rubbing against your face." Yu Xiaoxiao was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She never expected Jiang Chang to suddenly strike. You actually hit me." Zhang Yu covered her reddened cheeks from Jiang Chang's slap, looking like she was about to cry, glaring at Jiang Chang with a look of grievance and fierceness. After that, he clenched his 2 delicate fists and charged towards Jiang Chang in an inward-turned stance. Seeing that Zhang Yu was about to charge towards Jiang Chang, she, who had greatly increased her favorable impression of Jiang Chang, quickly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chang's again, trying to pull him to her side. She felt inside that Jiang Chang was extremely handsome, and that he had actually knocked Zhang Yu to the ground for her. However, at the same time, Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that Jiang Chang would get into trouble because he had helped her out. Jiang Chang reacted extremely quickly at this time. With one leg extended, he directly kicked Zhang Yu in the air and sent him flying. You! Once again, Zhang Yu, who had fallen to the ground, saw that he was no match for Jiang Chang, and, feeling extremely uncomfortable, covered his aching chest and collapsed on the ground, afraid to get up again. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and pain. Jiang Chang's kick was extremely heavy. Zhang Yu looked at the hotel staff gathered around him, who did not come forward to stop it, and suddenly lost his temper. He started to scream, squeezing his voice. "Where are the security guards? Someone's been beaten up, and you're not doing anything about it. I'm a guest here, and I've been beaten up. Help!" Zhang Yu shouted, and the hotel staff began to react. Since Jiang Chang had checked in at the top of the line pavilion villa for 810,000 yuan a night, the hotel reception staff had already recognized him. So at this time, they also looked at the scene in front of them with some difficulty. Zhang Yu saw that the hotel staff were being a bit perfunctory and hesitant, and he was even more angry and wanted to vomit blood directly. He shouted again, "What are you all standing around for? Security guard, quickly arrest him, or I'll call the police. If you don't want to do anything about it, gentlemen, it's a minor matter that can be resolved privately, and we mustn't let it damage our friendship. Yes, it's not a big deal, let's talk it over." The hotel staff looked at Zhang Yu, who was pointing at them with his delicate, orchid-fingered hand, and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. But out of their own professionalism, they could only persuade him gently. Zhang Yu saw that they didn't want to make a big deal of it, and even looked like they wanted to suppress it, and he went crazy. "You all bully me, you just wait, I'm going to call the police and complain about you, and expose you all." Zhang Yu is not stupid. After he said this, the hotel staff began to get nervous. They knew that Zhang Yu's goal in saying this was to make a big deal out of this. Although none of them wanted to actively offend Zhang Chang, they didn't want to lose their jobs even more. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned as she looked at the chaotic scene in front of her. She looked at Zhang Yu with disgust, took a deep breath, and whispered to Zhang Chang, "It's okay, if he calls the police, I'll say that he harassed me and you only defended me. Don't make things up, there are surveillance cameras here, and so many people saw you hit me, they can testify for me." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he saw that no one around him was willing to agree with him. Some people were even preparing to quietly leave and not get involved. Zhang Yu was even more furious and yelled, "You bastards, cowards, I'm calling the police." The hotel responded surprisingly quickly, and soon 2 policemen walked over to them. After taking out their identification, the 2 policemen began to ask questions as per routine. As soon as Zhang Chang had not yet spoken, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby, rushed up quickly. Chapter 21, Bad Luck. After 2 policemen took out their ID cards, they began their routine inquiry. As soon as Zhang Chang had not yet spoken, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby, quickly rushed up. She shook her head and said hurriedly, "Officer, it's not his fault. This man tried to trick me into marriage. It's because our families had previously arranged an engagement, but after I got in touch with him, I found out that he is not only bisexual, but also likes to cross-dress. So I made it clear from the beginning that I would not marry him. Today, he came over to harass me on his own, and this gentleman also helped me to get away from the harassment out of goodwill." Zhang Chang couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction when he saw Yu Xiaoxiao's actions. Because he noticed that Yu Xiaoxiao's expression and actions towards him had become even more intimate than before. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's peaks were once again tightly pressed against his arm, and she had even taken the initiative to do so. Zhang Chang reassured her by once again stroking her shoulder, "Don't worry. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? These are just minor disputes, and we can just talk it out." After understanding the situation, the police officer began to mediate. He said with a red face, "What misunderstanding? What do you mean? There are surveillance cameras here. I demand." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Chang used the bad luck card he had just rewarded to directly apply it to Zhang Yu. Pop 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 pop. Pop 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 pop. Pop 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 pop. His eyes twitched nervously, and his legs clenched unconsciously. His bottom slowly pouted. His hands slowly covered his stomach. At this time, he felt as if a warm current had begun to uncontrollably rush from his stomach to his intestines. This subtle and embarrassing feeling reminded him of an unforgettable episode from his childhood. At that time, he was young and had just entered the 3rd grade of elementary school. One day, the teacher called on him to answer a question. As it happened, that day he had been suffering from diarrhea. He stood up nervously, and as he did so, he accidentally let out a fart. That was the first time the young boy had understood a saying. Never trust a fart when you have diarrhea. That day, the innocent boy had thought that if he let out a fart slowly while answering the question, no one would notice. But he was wrong. Not only did he let out a fart, but also a whole lot of it. He would never forget the pale and disgusted looks of the class and the teacher on the podium at that time. And at this moment, that long-lost feeling appeared again. Zhang Yu was red-faced at this time, and he slowly told himself inwardly, "Never trust farts." After muttering a few words, Zhang Yu began to slowly breathe deeply to try to control his body. After all, there are still surveillance cameras here, and there are a lot of people. He definitely will not allow this to happen to himself a second time. But things in this world don't always go as planned. Zhang Yu noticed that there was more and more gas inside his body. Cold sweat was dripping from his body. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten anything at lunch. He had just had fun with his old lover in the hotel. Could it be that the old lover's stick was poisonous? That's why it suddenly had such a big impact on his intestines? Zhang Yu asked everyone with a pale face, "Excuse me, where is the toilet on the first floor?" He said these words with great effort and slowly controlled his breathing. But even if he controlled it again, it was useless. A familiar warm current in his dignity of more than 20 years began to flow out again, little by little. The police officer saw him pale and acting strangely, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Sir, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Zhang Yu clenched his buttocks even tighter at this time. He could only see him slowly sucking in air and mumbling his mouth to try to speak. "Yes, a little, hurry." Zhang Yu didn't dare to finish his sentence. He realized that as soon as he opened his mouth, his sphincter loosened a little more. Originally, only a few drops leaked, but after his movement, more than 10 drops leaked. And there was a vague feeling of an imminent explosion. Zhang Yu knew that although he had exerted every effort to control himself, he could only prevent a bigger explosion. What's meant to be will still come. At this moment, he felt his crotch getting wetter and wetter. The other people at this time only felt that his actions were a bit strange. Jiang Chang, who had used the bad luck card, vaguely guessed Zhang Yu's situation. The appearance of this expression for no reason meant that there must be a problem. Moreover, Zhang Yu could not even bother to yell at this time to call the police. Jiang Chang gave a wicked laugh, walked over to Zhang Yu, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if you don't feel well, don't be shy, the police officer will help you." Zhang Yu was shaken by Jiang Chang's hand, and immediately took a deep breath, clenching his sphincter even harder. He slowly turned his head, his face red with anger, his eyes wide as he glared at Jiang Chang. Every time Jiang Chang shook him, he got closer and closer to exploding. "Take me to the toilet." Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said these words before he dared not speak again. At this time, an unpleasant smell drifted out. "How come it stinks so much?" "Yeah, is the toilet broken?" "That shouldn't be the case, the toilet is still far away from here." "Could it be that the shit truck is here?" "Well, my god, it feels fresh, who pooped?" "You've grown up so big and you still don't know how to control it." Chapter 22 Yu Xiaoxiao's past. As everyone talked, Zhang Yu was the last one to hold back his words. Because he didn't know how to respond to this. At this time, he just wanted to become a transparent person. He slowly left to the bathroom to solve it. "Excuse me, sir, let's register your statement first." The police officers were also overwhelmed by the smell and wanted to finish quickly and leave. The leader looked around with disgust and suddenly remembered his apprentice next to him. This brat only knows how to eat. This morning he said he had diarrhea. Could it be him? Suddenly, he covered his nose, lowered his voice and began to scold, "You little brat. I told you not to keep eating when you're working, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're shitting? How can someone in their 20s still live like this, incontinent at such a young age? What's the difference between you and the animals on the street?" Zhang Yu's face turned even redder when he heard the word animal. He had wanted to ask for help, but suddenly he swallowed his words back. He didn't want to be an animal. After being scolded like this by his master in front of everyone, the fat police officer immediately refused to accept it. "Master, I didn't do it. Although I had a stomachache today, I'm already so old, how could I possibly do something that an animal would do? It wasn't me, it must have been someone else." Seeing that his master was looking at him with disbelief, he suddenly became angry and said, "I'm telling the truth, I swear, whoever shits themselves is a dog's ass, they can't get it up, it must be a dog." He only stopped talking after he saw that his master had stopped looking at him strangely. His master had been with him for several years. In recent years, his master had grown older and older. And as soon as he smelled the shit, he suspected it was his own. There was only one reason for him to be so anxious to pin the shit hat on his head. That was that the shit might have been pooped by his master. In order to divert everyone's attention, he started a war of words with him. After all, his master was also getting old, and it was understandable that sometimes he couldn't control his sphincter. Thinking about this, he suddenly gulped bitterly. In the past few years, his master had taught him a lot of experience, and it was time to repay the favor. So be it if he loses face. It is only right to take the blame for the old master. After thinking about this, the fat police officer suddenly said with a difficult expression on his face, "Master, I'm sorry." Zhang Yu, who was standing by, saw that someone was going to help him take the blame. His happy smile slowly rose. His footsteps also slowly dragged, and he began to evacuate towards an unoccupied area. As he walked, he said, "No, I won't call the police, you guys can go back." Zhang Chang saw this and immediately covered his nose and interrupted, saying, "No, the stench is coming from our side, it can't be." After finishing speaking, Zhang Chang looked at Zhang Yu meaningfully. Zhang Yu was at this time proudly withdrawing 2 steps. Seeing that everyone in the hotel had fixed their gaze on him, Zhang Yu suddenly became a little panicked and wanted to quickly leave this place. It was these few steps. But finally couldn't hold back anymore. A torrent began to pour out. The people in the hotel stared with horror as Zhang Yu's body began to emit a series of earth-shattering farts. Zhang Chang, who was nearby, quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiao back 10 meters. The rest of the people had not yet reacted. At this time, they all looked at Zhang Yu's body, which was dripping yellow liquid. After the shock, everyone started covering their noses and fleeing around, beginning to dry heave. Sigma O. U. At this time, there were various sounds of dry heaving coming from inside the hotel. My goodness, I really will thank you. Growing up and still having diarrhea, how can someone not even control their bowels? The crowd began to look at Zhang Yu with disgust while dry heaving and looking pale. Zhang Yu at this time could no longer care about maintaining his image, let alone call the police. He could only cover his intestines, which continued to squirm, while running around aimlessly looking for a toilet. 20 minutes later, the scene was finally registered. Zhang Chang and Yu Xiaoxiao finally arrived at the Ting Villa. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had returned to the hotel room, was unusually considerate to Zhang Chang. She saw her slender hands enthusiastically come to the side of Zhang Chang's thigh. She gently stroked it and said, "Good brother, let me see if you're okay. Are you hurt?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance of a female demon, Zhang Chang couldn't help but crack a wicked smile. How could I be hurt? That kind of trash can't hurt me. That's not good enough. Although you're very good, it's still better to let your sister check it out to feel more at ease. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that Zhang Chang was unmoved, and with a wry smile, she said, "Are you disgusted with me? I know I'm not good enough for you." Zhang Chang saw Yu Xiaoxiao's tone of voice and lost, and suddenly had no heart to tease her anymore. He put his arm around her and comfortingly said, "How could I dislike you? I was just joking with you." Yu Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Chang say this, and a flash of light suddenly passed through her eyes, but soon she became lost again. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said lossily, "Are you surprised that my fiancé is actually a?" Zhang Chang nodded, "I am a little surprised. In fact, my marriage to Zhang Yu was arranged by my grandparents when I was a child. Before he died, my grandfather insisted that I marry him. Although I didn't like it, I finally chose to marry him so that he could leave peacefully." Yu Xiaoxiao was a little relieved to see that Zhang Chang didn't react so strongly. Although this was the second time she had met Zhang Chang, she was still prepared to tell him the secret that had always been hidden in her heart. In her grandfather's time, promises were taken very seriously. So no matter how much she resisted, she could not ultimately overcome her grandfather's obsession. Just as her grandfather was dying, the old man threatened that she must marry Zhang Yu, otherwise he would not rest in peace. Yu Xiaoxiao was ultimately forced by all her relatives to agree to marry Zhang Yu. However, after meeting him, the observant Yu Xiaoxiao discovered that Zhang Yu was actually bisexual. Chapter 23, Stinky Brother. Zhang Yu's home and room actually have a lot of pink things in them. In order to keep me quiet, the two of us signed an agreement with each other. We won't touch each other and we won't interfere with each other. At first, Yu Xiaoxiao accepted it gladly. Not only could she reassure her grandfather, but Yu Xiaoxiao didn't like Zhang Yu either, so this was a win-win situation. In order to hide his homosexuality from their relatives, colleagues, and friends, Zhang Yu has been using Yu Xiaoxiao as a cover and asking her to cooperate with his various performances. With Yu Xiaoxiao's tacit approval, Zhang Yu has become more and more self-centered, until recently Yu Xiaoxiao finally discovered that he is actually bisexual. Because Zhang Yu got involved with her best friend. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it after she found out, so she regretted her engagement. Zhang Chang was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's story. He could only say that the world is full of all kinds of strange things. He stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's hair to comfort her. "This is really hard on you, to encounter such an absurd thing. Zhang Chang, do you really not care? I mean, are you willing to maintain this kind of relationship with me?" Seeing Zhang Chang looking at her in surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly spoke up to explain, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I want to be your girlfriend, I just want someone to occasionally keep me company. Anyway, I don't want to get married in the future, and you're my first man. So don't worry, if we get together, I won't interfere with your private life. Yu Xiaoxiao is usually a very outstanding career woman, but at the same time she is also a very normal woman. Her grandfather has been dead for 5 years. As a new age woman, she is very eager to have her own love. Jiang Chang is her first man. Although she is not particularly fond of Jiang Chang at the moment, she feels that this kind of relationship is 100 times easier than a proper relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao, who is disappointed in family and love, only wants a casual relationship at this time, and it so happens that the person she encounters is Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was suddenly very surprised when he heard Yu Xiaoxiao say this. What do you care? In a world where a casual conversation is a sky-high bride price, this kind of free ride actually exists around him. What is there to be picky about? And Jiang Chang also remembered that he still had an unused unblocking card. He couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Originally, he didn't think Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value was high, so Jiang Chang wasn't going to use the card, but now Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value towards him was almost 90 points. Facing such a charming beauty, how could he not try his best to live up to her trust in him? Jiang Chang intimately put his arm around Yu Xiaoxiao and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will be good to you." Yu Xiaoxiao was surprised to hear this and kissed Jiang Chang. "Well, you must be tired, let's go to the spa first. I heard that the spa here is very famous, and I'm a little tired too, so I'll go relax first." Okay. Looking at Jiang Chang's expectant eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao fled directly to the arranged women's spa room. The spa at the Yaman Hotel is said to be the largest in the world, and an hour of spa services costs 3,000 yuan. Jiang Chang directly booked 2 hours of spa services. After all, he had been on the road for a few hours and needed to relax. After the hot spring and spa, Jiang Chang was now lying on the king-sized bed made of golden phoebe wood in the villa room. The super soft imported mattress made Jiang Chang fall asleep soon after he lay down. And it was somehow comfortable. Jiang Chang opened his eyes and lifted the quilt. What came into view was the delicate little face of Yu Xiaoxiao with a peach blossom complexion. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's naturally seductive appearance and became a little anxious. He picked up Yu Xiaoxiao and was suddenly filled with softness. Jiang Chang could no longer control himself. His lips covered hers forcefully. He pressed Yu Xiaoxiao's head down and passionately kissed her. After more than 2 hours of World War, Jiang Chang let out a comfortable sigh and then got up and walked directly into the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Chang opened the system page. He saw the system page prompt. Ding! Unblocking card successfully used. Given the other party's satisfaction of 100 points and the host's frequency of 2,500 times, the overall calculation rewards the host 250 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system prompt and couldn't help feeling happy inside. Fortunately, he had worked so hard just now to facilitate this multi-million-dollar deal. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Jiang Chang walked over to the sofa and sat down. Looking at the blanket Yu Xiaoxiao was covering herself with, it had fallen a little, revealing her fragrant shoulders. Her black hair, like a waterfall, was scattered over her snow-white upper body. It revealed a delicate and flawless little face. After a sigh, Jiang Chang leaned down and tenderly kissed Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth, fragrant shoulders. Inside the villa, 3 cleaning staff were cleaning and replacing the toiletries in the room for Jiang Chang. By the large bed in the room, a young woman was changing the quilt cover with another middle-aged woman in her 30s. The middle-aged woman looked at the crumpled marks on the bed and said to the young girl, "Gee, the stamina of young people nowadays is really good." The young girl blushed when she heard this. "Sister Shang, keep your voice down, it's not good if the guests hear you. What's there to be afraid of? You can't hear it from here. Hey, Chen, come over here and take a look. How is your husband's stamina like? Does he have the same?" That Sister Zhang excitedly shouted for the other middle-aged woman to come over and take a look. "If my husband is as strong as that, and the handsome guy is even more handsome than a celebrity, just thinking about it makes me happy." Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, had already heard the 3 people in the room whispering. He was sitting in the dining room having lunch with Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao was at this time happily offering Jiang Chang a piece of raw marinated seafood. "Jiang Chang, try this, it tastes very fresh, not too fishy, and has a sweet seafood flavor." Jiang Chang opened his mouth and chewed carefully for a while before saying, it is indeed quite delicious." Yu Xiaoxiao's face flushed when she heard this. She gave Jiang Cheng a coquettish look and said, "Nuisance, I told you not to eat it, but you insisted on eating it, and now you're teasing me." "This is no teasing, I'm telling the truth." Yu Xiaoxiao bashfully patted Jiang Cheng lightly and said, "Stop it, there are other people there." Jiang Cheng smiled and pinched Yu Xiaoxiao's face. If she knew that the cleaning staff inside were discussing the sheets they had slept on, she would definitely be shy and drag Jiang Cheng away. After breakfast, the strong woman Yu Xiaoxiao originally wanted to go to work. Jiang Cheng forced her to take leave and stay in the hotel to rest. Jiang Cheng was swiping through his circle of friends when he saw their monitor Li Sudong bragging about the gifts he had received for his 18th birthday. Jiang Cheng patted Yu Xiaoxiao's slender black silk thighs. "Xiaoxiao, lend me your legs for a photo to celebrate my 18th birthday." "Is today your birthday?" "No, I had my birthday a long time ago. Recently, everyone in my circle of friends has been posting photos of the various gifts their parents gave them for their coming-of-age ceremonies." Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and said with a flushed face, "That's no problem, but how do you want to take the photo?" Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's red, peachy cheeks and smirked, "We're so close, and you're still so shy?" Yu Xiaoxiao was really fired up by these words. "Who says I'm shy? Come here." Yu Xiaoxiao finished speaking and pulled Jiang Cheng to sit on the leather sofa next to them. She then gracefully rested her long, slender legs on Jiang Cheng's neck. "Stupid brother, take the picture." Even though Yu Xiaoxiao's legs had already been felt before, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel overwhelmed in this position. Jiang Cheng took out his phone and snapped a few photos before opening his moments. "My 18th birthday celebration may not have a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, but the speed of this car is comparable to a supercar." Jiang Cheng skillfully selected the visible group and then posted the moments. After posting the moments, Jiang Cheng directly threw the phone aside. Before long, Jiang Cheng's circle of friends had exploded. They saw that their classmate Li Sudong was looking at the likes in his circle of friends. He had posted a photo of his coming-of-age ceremony yesterday, and the photo showed a 20,000 yuan piano. He had taken hundreds of photos, and after careful selection, he had posted 9 of them in his circle of friends. After this post was sent, it undoubtedly received many likes and comments. Just as he was enjoying replying to everyone's compliments and browsing his circle of friends, he actually saw Jiang Cheng's WeChat moment. Looking at the few pictures of Jiang Cheng's black silk legs that he had casually taken, Li Sudong's nose blood suddenly couldn't be stopped and kept falling. Jiang Cheng often humiliated him, the class leader, at school, so Li Sudong's relationship with Jiang Cheng could not be considered good. However, at this time, he had to admit that Jiang Cheng's coming-of-age ceremony made him jealous. This was the real coming-of-age ceremony, compared to the multiple girlfriends in his computer. He would rather have a real one like Jiang Cheng. Within a few minutes, Jiang Cheng's circle of friends had exploded. There were already more than 20 likes and dozens of comments. "Cheng Jipeng, damn, this is heartbreaking. Why did you show me this in the morning?" "Zhou Zhiyun, suddenly, I don't think my mom's offer of a house is that appealing anymore. I want a young lady with black hair too. I want to become an adult too." Li Zirwei, dude, you're awesome, you win. Nosebleeds are here to stay. Zhong Chushi, Jiang Cheng, you. Suya, oh my god, you guys are so sick. Li Shumin angrily typed a comment on Jiang Cheng's Facebook wall. Li Shumin, holy shit. Jiang Cheng, I'm going to tell the principal, even though you've graduated, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want without consequences. Zhou Zhiyun at Li Shumin, wake up, you've already graduated, you've already received your certificate, the principal doesn't care, it's useless to be jealous. Chapter 24, do you want to sign me? After a casual freshen up, Jiang Cheng got into Yan Yunan's Rolls-Royce and drove out, quickly arriving at the location that Su Wan had given him. The residential area where Su Wan lived looked like a mid-range apartment building, neither new nor old. In about 5 minutes, he saw a graceful figure hurrying towards his car. Jiang Cheng looked closely and saw that it was Su Wan. Today she was wearing a thin, light yellow top and a pair of black platform Martin boots, showing off her pair of snow-white, straight, beautiful legs. It was typical of her style. After getting into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Wan took off her black cap and mask. Seeing Su Wan get in the car, the chauffeur respectfully asked, "Mr. Jiang, where to?" Seeing Jiang Cheng looking at her, Su Wan immediately spoke up, "Driver, please go to the Park Hyatt Hotel in Lujiazui." "Okay," the driver politely said. After the car started, Su Wan arranged her bangs on the screen of her phone, then winked with her bright, peach-colored fox eyes and said to Jiang Cheng with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. You got off pretty quickly, but aren't you hot?" The speed at which you came downstairs shows that Suwon should always be prepared. Suwon covered her mouth and laughed a little. The places we're going to later are all air-conditioned in shopping malls, and in our line of work, it's normal to wear cotton clothes in the summer and tuxedos in the winter. You're right. Mr. Jiang looks very young, and I'm a little curious about what you do for a living? Suwon asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, I remember I told you I was here on vacation. I'm going to apply to Shanghai University, so I came here first to see how it is. Suwon heard this and her face showed a hint of shock. I thought about it yesterday when I went back, but I thought you were joking. Are the second generation rich now so arrogant? Can they already control so much cash flow at the age of 18? Seeing Jiang Cheng just smile, Suwon sighed with emotion. I really envy you. Does your family really have a mine so that you can just buy a Ferrari at such a young age? After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but think back to when she was 18 and was still running around while going to college. Jiang Cheng shook his head lightly, just an ordinary family. Seeing that Jiang Cheng wasn't telling the truth, Suwon didn't pursue the matter. Looking at Suwon sitting obediently next to him, Jiang Cheng asked, by the way, Huang Ming's incident shouldn't have affected your work, should it? Suwon heard this and gave a bitter smile. There is an impact, but it's not that big. He came to our company as an investor and inspected it, and he chose me. Halfway through her sentence, she glanced at Jiang Cheng again, hesitated for a moment, and said, in our industry, I don't know if you understand, but there are certain rules. When an investor chooses you to be the heroine and supports you with money, it's not unconditional sometimes. It will come with some other conditions. Jiang Cheng naturally understood what Suwon was saying. He's not really only 18 years old. It's an unspoken rule. Anyway, the movie has to be made and the money has to be invested. Choosing someone who is obedient and someone you like and can hang out with is what most investors look for. Unless you are a big star, and the movie needs your popularity to attract attention, in which case you can avoid this rule. After all, the investor needs your fame to promote the movie. Otherwise, third and fourth tier starlets like Suwon are just fated to be chosen. Huang Ming proposed some conditions to me. If I accept them, I will be the female lead. Of course, if I don't accept them, someone else will be chosen instead. The company sent me to receive Huang Ming with this in mind. So are you going to accept? Suwon shook her head. Of course I won't accept. I've been in the industry for so many years. If I had accepted earlier, I wouldn't still be such a small third-tier star. The most I'll do is accompany him on shopping trips. I won't accept any other conditions. Jiang Cheng did not doubt Suwon's words. After all, her privacy value was 0. Judging from Huang Ming's appearance, he must have asked many actresses for this kind of favor, right? Suwon nodded. Of course, if I don't accept, naturally someone else will. Have you never thought about accepting? Suwon looked at Jiang Cheng for a moment, and then said bluntly, of course I have thought about it. Even my agent has advised me. After all, the script for this investment is really very good, and there is a high chance of it becoming a hit. But I don't want to get to the top by lying down. Jiang Cheng did not respond to her words. Since she had said that, was she not implying to him that she would not accept his hidden agenda? However, the main purpose of his investment in Suwon was of course not a hidden agenda, but rather a reward. After all, he was such a shallow person. Well, is your drama a big investment? Suwon shook her head. Not really. If it was a big investment, I wouldn't be the leading actress, but just a small web drama. Internet drama? Jiang Cheng heard this and the scene of a very rough-made internet drama appeared in his mind, and his interest immediately decreased by half. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had suddenly lost interest, Suwon hurriedly explained, small productions have the advantages of small productions, low cost, quick return, and most importantly, no fear of losing money. And the plot of this drama is really very good. I have already read the script, and I think this drama has great potential. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was silent, Suwon couldn't help but nervously say, Mr. Jiang, if it's possible, please help me, I really need this opportunity. Okay, since you said that, I can only do my best. Are you serious? Really promise? Of course I will do my best. I can show you if you don't believe me. Suwon hurriedly waved her hands as she listened to this. I didn't mean it like that, I'm just a little surprised, this is the second time we've met today. Do you think it's too soon? I think it's okay. Suwon was full of excitement at this moment, and her breathing became a little rapid. You are the investor, you are in charge. Relax, don't breathe so heavily. I'll invest in this web drama and let you be the heroine, but only if you get signed by my company as an artist. Suwon did not relax at this news, but instead her breathing became even more rapid. You want to sign me? She is just an actress who is neither new nor old and is not very popular. Why would Zhang Chang want to sign her? Zhang Chang nodded. Yes, I will sign you. You will become an actress in my family, and I will invest in you. Mr. Jiang, my contract has not expired yet, do you know that? Suwon looked at Zhang Chang with her beautiful fox eyes. I know that? Then signing me will require me to pay you a penalty. That's not a problem, I know. Zhang Chang currently has 430 million yuan in his hands, and Suwon's current value will only cost a few million at most. Suwon fell silent at Zhang Chang's words. She knew that no one would praise her for no reason. After so many years in the industry, she was no longer an innocent girl. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Chang had any intentions towards her. Could it be? Suwon couldn't help but think of many inappropriate images in her head. Chapter 25 Hongqing Investment Company. She admitted that Zhang Chang was exceptionally handsome, and if he really had any intentions towards her, she wouldn't be losing out much, given his qualifications. After all, she would be dating someone in the future, and if she agreed to Zhang Chang's conditions, she would not only be able to sleep with a young hottie like Zhang Chang, but also let him praise her, which would be killing two birds with one stone. Don't blame her for being realistic. After all, everyone knows how to choose between an old man like Huang Ming and a handsome and rich guy like Zhang Chang, right? Mr. Jiang, do you have an entertainment company? Zhang Chang shook his head. Not yet, but if you agree, I will have one soon. Looking at Suwon's hesitant expression, Zhang Chang continued. I know the manager of your company's operations department. She said that you are not valued in the company. If you sign with my company, I will take care of the liquidated damages, and I can guarantee you that the company's focus will be on you for 2 years. Suwon heard this and her mouth opened slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. It was true that she was not valued in the company, and it was also true that the company always arranged for her to accompany some investors and producers. Since she always refused to cooperate. And since she had already messed up the Huang Ming investment yesterday, the company had already indicated that they wanted to start shelving her. The blooming period of a female celebrity is very short, and if she is really shelved, it will be difficult for her to become popular in the future. What? Still not willing? Seeing Zhang Cheng frown, Suwon immediately waved her hand to show her willingness. No, I'm willing. Why wouldn't she be willing to accept such good terms? She's not some popular celebrity, and if someone is willing to support her like this, what's there not to be willing to? And yesterday she had already seen Zhang Cheng's strength. Someone who can directly pay the full price for a Ferrari LaFerrari can't be weak. Suwon said with a bit of hesitation, then she bit her lower lip. Then may I ask what your special requirements are for the investment? At this time, her pair of peach blossom eyes stared intently at Zhang Chang. There was an indescribable charm on her face. Zhang Chun understood the meaning of her words, but still pretended to be stupid and asked, requirements? Like Huang Ming's requirements and the like. If I mention them, will you agree? Suwon listened to Zhang Cheng's words and hesitated, shaking her head. Suwon's current friendship value with him was only 50 points, and they were still on a casual acquaintance level. Although a forced relationship can be sweet, there was no need for it. It made him seem like he had never eaten anything good before, and Yu Xiaoxiao was not inferior to her, was she? Don't worry, as long as he is an artist under my company, I will not ask you to have any unsavory contact with other investors. Zhang Chang was talking about other investors. Except for the boss. Seeing Zhang Chang's righteous appearance, Suwon was even more tempted. These days, there are such agencies that not only don't ask for anything, but also pay you to promote you, so why would you hesitate? Suwon, friendliness plus 10. Suwon's friendliness suddenly increased to 60 points, and she formally entered the category of ordinary friends with Zhang Chang. She licked her lips anxiously and asked, so when are you going to sign me? I'll let Xiao Xiao help with that, and you can talk to her about the annual salary split. Suwon couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she heard Zhang Chang mention Yu Xiaoxiao. But she was smart enough not to voice any objections. Okay, so in the future should I start calling you Boss Jiang? Suwon said in a good mood. Calling you boss makes it sound so formal. How about calling you brother? Brother, how old are you? 20, right? 20? Do you look that old? Zhang Chang nodded affirmatively, of course. Don't believe me? You said you're just starting college, so you shouldn't be 18 yet, right? Oh, so you were talking about age. I thought. So what else? Su-won said, confused. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at Su-won and smiling meaningfully, Su-won, a surfing expert, naturally understood immediately. She suddenly blushed like a red apple, her eyes wide as she glared at Jiang Chang and said coquettishly, "You little rascal." Cough cough. After half an hour, the two finally arrived at the Baiwei Hotel. Su-won chose this restaurant located on the 87th floor of the World Financial Center on Century Avenue, the commanding height of Lujiazui. As soon as they entered the door, they saw that the walls of the restaurant's long corridor were covered with various awards. Jiang Chang looked out of the glass window as they walked. It was like being halfway up a mountain, looking out from the 87th floor. It was a sea of clouds, and it really did feel like they were riding on a cloud. They were quickly led by the waiter to the reserved private room. As soon as Su-won sat down, she immediately handed Jiang Chang the ordering tool. Jiang Chang did not refuse, and said, "I'll treat you to dinner today. It's not good for the boss to let you treat me. That's not how it works. I should be the one to treat you. I'm very grateful that you're willing to help me like this. If you want to thank me, just do a good job in the future. Becoming a big hit is the greatest reward for my investment." "I understand, boss. I promise to do well." After Su-won finished speaking, the system beeped. "Congratulations, host, you have received Su-won's intent to sign a contract. Reward is being distributed. Task reward, 20% of the shares of Hongqing Investment Company in virtual currency." Note 1, the system has already supported this event from a legal perspective. All of the host's funds will be obtained through Hongqing Investment Company, thereby obtaining a public source of funds. Note 2, the host initially bought shares of Hongqing when the company was established, and all information about Hongqing is legal and can be traced. The information has been entered into the system and can be directly extracted. Jiang Chang looked at this reward. After reading it over, he finally understood the meaning of the reward. This reward is a way to explain to everyone the reason for his sudden wealth. Originally, he didn't know how to explain to his parents that he suddenly had money. Now he can explain it thoroughly, and if they don't believe it, his father can also check out Hongqing Investment Company and find out the details. This reward is by far the most valuable reward that Jiang Chang has felt. Chapter 27, Confessing to his parents. Jiang Chang sent all kinds of information on the system to his parents while eating. While they were not at home, he let them digest the sudden wealth of their child in advance. Otherwise, when he went back, he would have to explain for a long time. It would be easier to do it over the phone than face to face. Anyway, his father Jiang Jianmen would definitely seek verification as soon as possible. Since it was arranged by the system, Jiang Chang naturally didn't worry about any loopholes. Sure enough, half an hour later, Jiang Jianmen's phone call came in. "You kid, you have a good investment eye. Within such a short time, Hongqing Investment has developed into a large company, so you must have made a fortune." Jiang Jianmen's voice carried a hint of pride. "I didn't expect it myself." Jiang Chang replied casually. "Well, how much is the monthly share?" "The current situation is about 600,000 yuan." Jiang Chang said conservatively. Hearing Jiang Chang's words, Li Yan's surprised voice came over the phone. 600,000 yuan, that year's income would be more than 7 million yuan. "Lao Jiang, your son is about to surpass you." Jiang Jiancheng listened to Li Yan's teasing words and snorted. "The brat is just lucky. Don't be so stubborn. Who was it that just now bragged to his friends about his son's success?" Seeing that his thoughts had been revealed by Li Yan, Jiang Jianmen hastily gave Jiang Chang a few instructions before hanging up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng chatted with his mother on WeChat again. Li Yan rambled on, like a burst dam, telling Jiang Chang about Jiang Jianmen's reaction just now. After reading it, Jiang Cheng happily replied, "By the way, do you guys want any gifts? I'll bring them back for you when I go back." Li Yan knew that her son would be able to make money, so she naturally didn't feel awkward. "There is a Patek Philippe in the Magic City, but it seems that you need an appointment to buy it. See if you can get it, but don't buy me something too flashy. If you can't, that's fine, and you can do whatever you want with the rest." Jiang Chang knew that Li Yan had a few Patek Philippe watches, but he hadn't looked closely at what they were like. She would occasionally bring them when the company had a team building event. But Patek Philippe was the world's #1 watch brand. Buying one was indeed troublesome. Without an appointment, you could almost only look at them, and you couldn't buy watches that were not in stock. Unless you were very lucky, but most likely you could only buy those entry-level watches. But I already bought a women's enamel watch for Li Yan at the auction yesterday. If I really can't buy it, I won't worry. It's just that the enamel watch feels a bit meaningless after all. After all, enamel is still okay as a collectible, but the public price is really too low. Okay, I'll go take a look later. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the system beeped with a prompt. The Patek Philippe reservation has been made for the host, please go directly. Damn, the system is really something. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised to see this prompt. He didn't expect the system to have this kind of service. Although the dishes at the Park Hyatt Hotel, which Su-Wan chose, were very good, this time he did not get any rewards from the food card. Maybe it's because the taste wasn't amazing enough? And the price at checkout was only a little over 5,000 yuan, and there was only Su-Wan. So Jiang Cheng did not use the food rebate card. It has been 3 days since he arrived in the Magic City, and he has not yet gone out for a proper stroll. He also only brought a change of clothes when he arrived. Now that his wallet is bulging, naturally he wants to go shopping. By the way, let's see if we can upgrade the system. It's still early, so will you accompany me for a stroll? Since Jiang Cheng said this, naturally Su-Wan did not refuse. After all, Jiang Cheng is now her sugar daddy. Sure, sugar daddy, where do you want to go? Su-Wan's tone was very light, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Let's go shopping, I didn't bring anything with me when I came. 20 minutes later, the two of them had arrived at the door of the Patek Philippe house under the escort of a special car. Seeing that this was where Jiang Cheng came from, Su-Wan couldn't help but feel confused. Is this what the rich people mean by shopping? She thought that Jiang Cheng should go to Hang Lung or the newly expanded IFC. After all, that is the center of all kinds of big-name luxury goods. Unexpectedly, the first stop of the shopping trip was Patek Philippe. You need at least 200,000 yuan for a Patek Philippe watch at the entry level. And the slogan on the door of the store really seemed to have a certain air of exclusivity. No one can own a Patek Philippe, you are keeping it for your next generation. Jiang Cheng followed and entered the Patek Philippe source mansion. Soon a salesperson came up to them. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Jiang Cheng nodded, yes. After looking at Jiang Cheng's reservation information, the saleswoman said enthusiastically, Mr. Jiang, my name is Chen. Please follow me upstairs. This way, please. After arriving on the second floor with Chen, Jiang Cheng discovered that there were other guests upstairs. A man and a woman, plus another salesperson. The woman looking at the watch was trying on a fully diamond-encrusted watch and excitedly showing it to a middle-aged man. After looking at it, the man said with appreciation, well, I think this watch suits you quite well. President Wang has a good eye. Seeing that there were other people coming up the stairs, the two of them turned their heads and looked over. When their eyes met, Su-Wan immediately recognized the woman. Lin Ru, it's really coincidental, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Ru saw Su-Wan greet her, and nodded haughtily, are you here to look at watches too? Chapter 28 The Smell of Money. I'm here with. Su-Wan hesitated for a moment. After all, it seemed a bit premature to call Jiang Cheng boss. A friend came to look at the watch. Lin Ru glanced up and down at Jiang Cheng. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was young and unfamiliar, there were plenty of handsome guys in their circle. A handsome face was not the most important thing, the only thing that could attract them was the smell of money. Jiang Cheng looked at the somewhat familiar face in front of him and turned on the friendly value system scanning system. Name, Lin Ru. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Looks, 90. Body, 88. Privacy, 78. Friendliness, 20 passing by. At this point, Jiang Cheng finally remembered who she was, a second-tier actress. However, after looking at her privacy score, Jiang Cheng instantly lost interest. Instead, the middle-aged man next to Lin Ru immediately beamed with interest after taking a look at Su-Wan. Although Su-Wan and Lin Ru did not differ greatly in appearance or temperament, Su-Wan was naturally superior to the panda. The middle-aged man looked at Su-Wan with interest and asked Lin Ru, Ruer, who is this? Brother Wang, she, before, played a little maid by my side in a period drama I filmed. Her name, I think, was something like Wan. Lin Ru introduced Su-Wan with a condescending air, holding herself aloof. In her opinion, Su-Wan and she were not in the same league. She could at least play the second female lead in a drama, and the boss of the investor would even take her to buy a watch. But if it were Su-Wan, she would not only get all kinds of small roles, but also have to take turns entertaining and sleeping with the investors if she wanted to act. Wang Hai took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Wan. "Hello, my name is Wang Hai. I specialize in film investment. If you need a place to film in the future, you can contact me." Su Wan saw Lin Ru's condescending manner and smiled indifferently. Over the years, she had experienced too many setbacks and hardships, and as a result, her psychological tolerance had become extraordinarily strong. In their circle, reality is so cruel. When you are unknown, others can't even remember your name. And when you suddenly become famous, you will find that you suddenly have a lot of inexplicable good friends. These good friends will not only rub your popularity in various situations, but some of the cheekier ones will even take the initiative to at you on Weibo. Su Wan politely accepted the business card and said indifferently, "Thank you, then I won't disturb you." After seeing that they had finished chatting, Xiao Chen immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any particular goals today?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I'll buy whatever I see that's suitable, both women's and men's watches." "Which watches are in stock?" Chen listened to this and pointed to the watch that Lin Ru and the other woman were looking at. "The two customers are looking at the 7122 series watch. There are rose gold and white gold models in stock for these two, and there are also a few other models that are just in stock. As for some popular Starry Sky models and the like, they are not in stock and need to be ordered and queued up for." "I don't know much about this. How much is the model they are looking at?" Jiang Cheng asked. "The price of the 7122 series women's watch is 380,000 yuan. If you buy it now, you can basically get it at the public price." Jiang Cheng instantly lost the desire to even look at it when he saw the price. "You should buy a better one if you're giving it to your mom. A 300,000 yuan watch really doesn't count as very good in a Patek Philippe." He shook his head, checked to see if there are any women's watches that start at 1 million yuan. "Don't bring up the cheap ones." Seeing that Jiang Cheng was going to ask for a watch worth more than 1 million, Chen immediately nodded and responded, "Yes, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you. Bring a few more, and some men's watches too." "Okay, right away." Chen bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng and quickly left the VIP area. In contrast, the atmosphere on Lin Ru's side became extremely awkward. Lin Ru gave them both a disgusted look and was very unhappy. She had thought that the 380,000 watch she had chosen was luxurious enough, but she had not expected Jiang Cheng to find it cheap. She had toiled for a long time to persuade Wang Hai to accompany her to buy the watch. Wang Hai also immediately frowned when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. Although 380,000 yuan doesn't sound like a lot, for an ordinary person, it's enough to buy a decent car. Su Wan couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth when she saw that Jiang Cheng had helped her to argue with Lin Ru. Usually, Lin Ru always looks condescending, and just now, she even green tea-con Su Wan, calling her her little maid. It was rare to be mocked like this, and Su Wan couldn't help feeling elated. She coughed lightly, looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully, then casually picked up the magazine on the table and pretended to read it. Jiang Cheng saw that Su Wan was staring at a simple lady's watch on the magazine, lost in thought. It was a watch with a brown crocodile leather strap and a rose gold case, which looked very delicate and generous. It said the price was 217,000. At a glance, this price indicated that it was a Patek Philippe entry-level women's watch. "Do you like this?" Jiang Cheng suddenly asked himself, and Su Wan waved his hand, "Just take a look, I can't afford it anyway." Ding! Random task issued, give a women's watch to Su Wan. Task reward, calculated based on the result. Failure penalty. Jiang Cheng looked at the system prompt with some surprise. Although he didn't know what the reward was, he definitely couldn't go wrong by following the instructions. "If you like it, I'll give it to you," Jiang Cheng said generously. "No, I'll buy it myself when I make money in the future," Su Wan said, declining the offer. Lin Ru, who was standing nearby, couldn't help rolling her eyes at the words. For a third or fourth tier small celebrity like Su Wan, even if she filmed in a dozen side roles a year, she was unlikely to earn more than 380,000 yuan. You have to know that the pay varies greatly between actors. The pay of a first-tier actor or a popular actor can be as high as tens of millions, but for a supporting actress like her, 1 million is considered high. For an actress like Su Wan, who doesn't get many scenes, it's at most 100,000 or tens of thousands, and she has to split it with the company. And for a famous watch like the Patek Philippe, there are many watchers, but very few people who actually buy it. If Jiang Cheng just looks but doesn't buy later, Lin Ru will show them what real green tea art is. Soon, Chen placed a watch tray in front of Jiang Cheng and Su Wan. "Mr. Jiang, the price of these watches is all over 500,000 yuan. Like this 516500-001, this men's watch is a super complicated chronograph watch, and the most special thing about it is its reversible hand-engraved cover. When you flip the cover, you can see the running state of the watch's super complicated movement. And this 5178. Chen carefully and meticulously introduced the 6 watches in front of Jiang Chang, and after he finished, he introduced the prices of several watches. After he finished, Chen looked at Jiang Chang unobtrusively to see if he had any reaction. However, Jiang Chang was indifferent after listening, and there was not the slightest change in his expression, not even a blink of the eyelid, as if he had just said it was $50. After listening to the introduction, Jiang Chang pointed to the 516500-001 and 5270 watches. The 516500-001 is priced at the official price of $127, while the 5270 gold dial platinum model is 1.3855 million yuan. After buying the Richard Mille, Jiang Chang no longer feels anything about watches costing over $1 million yuan. However, Richard Mille is not as well known as Patek Philippe. Except for the second-generation rich like Wang Zhang and Qin Hu, ordinary people have no idea that the watch on his wrist is worth more than 10 million. Let me try these too. After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Xiao Chen immediately took out the watches and helped Jiang Chang try them on. Jiang Chang did not refuse. After all, if you can sit, why stand? If you can lie down, why sit? If you can let others move, why move yourself? Chapter 29, I like it tighter. With Chen's help, Jiang Chang was now wearing a watch on each hand. What do you think? Su Wan looked carefully at Jiang Chang's hands as they were facing her. I think the 516500-001 is more suitable for you. It looks very good on you, but I think the strap is a bit loose. Jiang Chang nodded. I also think this one is good, but Chen's is a bit loose and not very comfortable, so why don't you try it on? After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Xiao Chen, who was standing nearby, looked confused. She thought to herself, I haven't worn it that much, so why is it loose? She felt aggrieved, and really wanted to ask Jiang Chang to try it on. But she saw that her opponent was Su Wan, and if she tried to force it, she probably wouldn't get anywhere. Unlike Xiao Chen, Su Wan didn't think much about what Jiang Chang said, and directly got to work, adjusting the strap for him. Jiang Chang said with satisfaction, yes, it's better if it's a little tighter. You did a good job, I like it tighter. Su Wan finally felt that Jiang Chang's words seemed to imply something. Seeing him with a half smile on his face, she frowned even more. However, combined with the scene in front of her, there was indeed nothing wrong with liking it tighter. Maybe she was just overthinking it. Jiang Chang was only 18 years old. He really shouldn't think too much. Jiang Chang said to Chen, okay, wrap up these 2 watches for me. The 516500-001 model he plans to wear himself, while the 5270 gold dial platinum model he plans to give to his father Jiang Jianmen. Chen was suddenly surprised and said, Mr. Jiang, did you say you want both? At this point, even Lin Ru and Wang Hai couldn't help but turn around and look at Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang was really going to buy a Patek Philippe, Lin Ru looked at Su Wan with some envy. I didn't expect that the man she brought here would buy 2 watches after less than 10 minutes of shopping. And those 2 watches are not just any entry-level models, they are both million-level watches. It seems that he really is rich. $1 million yuan is enough to buy a nice house in a small place. Well, you can help me pick out a women's watch, Jiang Chang said to Su Wan. Seeing Su Wan's hesitant look, Jiang Chang continued, which 2 of these 3 do you think are more attractive? I'm buying it for my mother. He knew that if he just said he was buying it for her, Su Wan would definitely not agree. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su Wan immediately started analyzing it seriously. For my aunt, I think this one is fine, it's noble and restrained. After Su Wan finished speaking, Chen immediately said, Ms. Su has really good taste. This watch case is inlaid with 450 sparkling diamonds, totaling 2.5 carats, and it is also a complicated chronograph watch, with a total price of only 883,000 yuan. In addition, Mr. Jiang said that this model is very much in line with the current aesthetic tastes of young women. This watch has 4 dials, on which you can see the month, calendar, moon phase, and leap year display. It is a little cheaper than the one just now, only 850,000. Chen's attitude was even more attentive and respectful than it had been at the beginning. After all, if the deal could be closed, she would get a 1% commission. Jiang Chang has just ordered 2 watches, and if she buys another one, she will get her bonus for this month. Jiang Chang pointed at the 2 watches in the tray and said to Su Wan, try these on for me. Su Wan didn't think much about it and, with Chen's help, put both watches on her hand. Looking at the way the two watches looked on Su-won's hands, Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction and said slightly apologetically, "Not bad, much better than that 380,000 yuan 7122. As soon as Jiang Chang finished speaking, Lin Ru suddenly stopped working, and she stood up angrily. Before she could lose her temper, Jiang Chang had already taken out his bank card and said to Chen Xiao, "Wrap these four up and charge it to the card." Chen, smiling from ear to ear, took the watch with both hands and respectfully said, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll take care of it right away, please wait a moment." Even if Lin was furious at this time, when she saw Jiang really swipe the card, she could only sit back with her anger suppressed. After all, he had bought 4 watches at once, and could the multi-millionaire second generation offend him so recklessly? Even Wang Hai, who was ashen, turned his head at this time and pretended to be unconcerned. His thoughts were the same as Lin Ru's: why offend someone you don't know for the sake of a little face? Besides, this person doesn't look like an ordinary rich kid. After Chen left, Su-won was about to take off her watch. Jiang Chang helped her take off the watch on her left wrist and then held her right wrist and said, "You don't need to take this one off, it's a gift for you." Su-won was stunned when she heard this, and immediately started to decline, saying, "No, this is too valuable, I can't take it. It's just a trinket, don't think about it too much. Besides, the bill should have been settled by now, so you can't return it. Just wear it." Su-won still felt that the gift was a bit awkward, so she refused again, saying, "No, why don't you give it to your aunt together or?" She had heard the price of the watch just now. More than 800,000 yuan is not 80 yuan after all. Although this amount of money may be just over 80 yuan for Jiang Chang, Su-won still didn't dare to take it. Although Jiang Chang didn't like this kind of scene, for the sake of the system reward, he tried his best to persuade Su-won, "It's not appropriate for my mom to wear this." Seeing that Su-won still wanted to decline, Jiang Chang continued, "It's settled then, you'll soon become a company employee, so just consider it a gift for your arrival." When it came to this point, and there were other people present, Su-won felt that if she continued to refuse, it would be like offending Jiang Chang's face. She could only reluctantly nod, "Thank you, local tyrant boss." Su-won, friendship value plus 15. Seeing that the friendship value immediately reached 75 points, Jiang Chang could not help but sigh with emotion. Truly, women say no when they mean yes. "What's the point of being polite?" Jiang Chang said in a good mood. "Mr. Jiang, we have already paid for you here. It is 4,388,500 yuan in total. Please keep the receipt. Thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. Here, we would like to give you a Patek Philippe women's perfume silk scarf, 3 Patek Philippe keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe Calatrava cross cufflinks. I hope you like them." After Chen finished speaking, he placed the gifts on the table. Seeing that Patek Philippe had given them so many gifts, Lin Ru, who was standing nearby, felt a burst of envy. And looking at Su-won's 850,000 watch, she suddenly felt that the 380,000 watch she was trying on didn't smell at all good. Her status was so much higher than Su-won's, but the watch she was wearing was not as good as hers. Chapter 30, Heartfelt. Lin Ru asked the salesperson with some reluctance, "If we buy this watch, do you have any free gifts?" She had glanced at it earlier and really liked the lady's scarf with the Patek Philippe logo on it. The salesperson who was serving Lin Ru replied with some embarrassment, "Miss Lin, we don't have any." Lin Ru's face turned even more unpleasant after being rejected. Wang Hai, who was standing nearby, also looked gloomy. He had bought Patek Philippe watches a few times, but they generally didn't give him any gifts. Patek Philippe watches are very expensive, with the lowest price being over 100,000 yuan, so buying a watch for several 100,000 yuan at a time is a common occurrence in the eyes of these salespeople, and Patek Philippe simply doesn't give you gifts. The reason why Chen just now gave Jiang Chang so many gifts was because Jiang Chang spent more than 4 million in one go. Wang Hai had originally wanted to take Lin Ru out to show off and have a big fight for a few days and nights. But after Jiang Chang's blow, he suddenly felt that he had lost face. He said to Lin Ru with a stern face, "Forget it, come back next time." After saying that, he ignored Lin Ru and left the VIP reception area directly, leaving Lin Ru sitting awkwardly in her seat. The salesperson saw this and asked anxiously, "So, Miss Lin, do you still want this watch?" Seeing Wang Hairan leave without a trace, Lin Ru's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Of course she wanted it. Although her watch was not as good as the one Su-won had, it was still worth 380,000 yuan, and he just blew it off? Lin Ru angrily took off the watch, her face turning red as she snorted, "We'll talk about it next time." Seeing Lin Ru deliberately glare at herself before leaving, Su-won not only didn't care at all, but she even felt a little relieved. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, heard the system prompt at the same time Su-won agreed to take the watch. Ding! Mission completed. Given Su-won's continuously increasing friendship value towards the host, the mission evaluation is very high. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded a cashback reward for a specific purchase. Your purchase at Patek Philippe will be randomly awarded 1-3 times the amount spent. Would you like to receive the reward immediately? Zhang Chang nodded in satisfaction as he watched the system. After all, it was a free ride. You get cashback for giving away a watch, so why not? Even if you get a doubled reward, that's fine. Zhang Chang said to himself, draw immediately. Ding, congratulations, the host has won 3 times the consumer rebate, with a total rebate of 13.1655 million yuan. Will the rebate be immediately withdrawn to the host's bank card? Winning more than 10 million yuan in rebates in one go, Zhang Chang said that the dream come true system is truly worthy of its name. Withdraw it immediately. The next moment, Zhang Chang's bank card received a text message, deducting the 4 million yuan he had just spent. Another 13 million yuan was added. After leaving the Patek Philippe boutique, Zhang Chang told the driver to head towards Plaza 66. In addition to Plaza 66, there is also the newly expanded IFC in Shanghai. Both are luxury shopping malls. However, Plaza 66 is located on Nanjing Road and is relatively more lively. The brands it attracts are strictly controlled and are positioned as high-end luxury and fashionable. There are also many flagship stores, boutiques, and concept stores of international brands. As an old luxury department store, Plaza 66's interior is also extremely luxurious. The ceiling height on each floor is very high. And almost the entire mall is filled with top international luxury flagship stores. These include Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, Celine, Escada, Bulgari, Fendi, Loewe, Prada, Versace, Lanvin, and other top international brands. Chapter 31, One must bow one's head when under the same roof. Both domestic big names and international first-tier big names are available here, and as long as you have enough money, you can buy any brand you want. Zhang Chang is still very confident about having money. The exquisite and luxurious window displays of Plaza 66 and the huge advertisements of major brands are all breathtaking and make people stop and stare. Of course, what really attracts people are the new clothes of each season displayed in these shops. In front of each store is a female salesperson dressed in a black suit and white gloves standing quietly in front of the brand flagship store. Their graceful posture and dignified demeanor seem to be showing people the charm and strength of the brand. Zhang Chang and Su-won walked into Plaza 66 with grace. As soon as they entered Plaza 66, the tall and beautiful Su-won instantly became the focus of passers-by. Although she was wearing a mask, her iconic long, snow-white, straight legs and her slender figure still made the eyes of many men want to stay on her. Even if the girlfriends beside them were jealous and pinched and squeezed the men left and right, they could not stop their desire to look at the beautiful woman. Zhang Chang was dressed very casually, but his wealth gave him a sense of calm in the face of the eager stares of the saleswomen. The two of them just strolled around casually. Bull, what brands of clothes do you usually like to shop for? Zhang Chang called Su-won in Huang Ming's tone of voice. Su-won couldn't help but glare at Zhang Chang when she heard him call her like that. She knew that Zhang Chang was teasing her. But Su-won didn't correct Zhang Chang. Who told Zhang Chang that he was her future sugar daddy? One has to bow one's head when under the same roof. Zhang Chang naturally saw Su-won's dark stare. He didn't mean anything by what he said. It was purely idle banter. I pay more attention to the popular colors and styles of the season. Our industry definitely has to follow the trends, but I also pick styles that suit me. I'm not picky about designer brands, as long as the clothes have a sense of design, I'll buy them whether they're designer or not. Personally, I don't like wearing conspicuous designer brands all over my body, and I can't afford that many expensive designer brands. Su-won shrugged her shoulders after she finished speaking. Zhang Chang smiled when he heard Su-won speak so bluntly. It was true that Su-won was wearing only a Chanel bag today, and the rest of her clothes looked ordinary. According to Zhang Chang's impression, Su-won's dressing style has always been very unique. Her outfits are relatively down-to-earth and fashionable. Okay, then help me choose some, famous brand or not, as long as it suits me. Su-won laughed. Come on, if you come to Hang Lung, you won't buy anything but famous brands. Big brands do have a lot of very nice and stylish designs. You have a great figure and face, so you will look good in anything, and you don't lack money. With that, Su-won dragged Zhang Chang into the nearby Louis Vuitton. Compared to other brands, there weren't many customers in the LV store. After entering, a sweet-looking saleswoman came up to them. "This gentleman and lady, I'm Sally, the salesperson." "Welcome to LV," the saleswoman said gently. Suwon took Jiang Chang's hand and looked at the new and expensive models in front of the showroom. She pointed at the new product in front of them and said to Jiang Chang, "This casual outfit suits you quite well. Try this one?" Chapter 32, An Unremarkable College Student. Jiang Chang looked at Louis Vuitton and raised an eyebrow at Suwon. "Didn't you say you didn't like wearing conspicuous designer brands all over your body?" LV is a well-known luxury brand. Its designs are not only high-profile, but also covered in logos. Whether it's shoes, jackets, or its most famous bags, they are all covered in logos. It is also because of this that LV has achieved unprecedented success. Now, when ordinary people mention designer brands, LV is probably the first one that comes to mind. So much so that even Hermes has had to learn from LV. It boldly designs its own brand logo on it. After all, if it's too low-key and you can't even see the logo, who knows if you're carrying $100,000 to $1 million worth of Hermes? So now even Hermes' new models show off their iconic Big H logo. Sally saw this and quickly said enthusiastically, "This lady has such good taste. This is our store's new model. It's perfect for this gentleman." Suwon pointed at the new set in front of her and said playfully to Jiang Chang, "I did say that, but the key thing is that I'm too poor to afford a lot of designer clothes. If I could afford it, I'm sure my taste would change along with it. Besides, it's not like you're wearing it. Of this kind of logo style, I think only LV does it well at the moment, with a sense of design and being quite avant-garde. On the contrary, the logo clothes from Gucci across the street are hard to describe." "You mean you can't generalize?" Suwon nodded. "Yes, it's not good for a big boss like you to dress so low-key. I almost got fooled by you at first, thinking you were just an unremarkable college student." "I really am an unremarkable college student." Suwon looked at Jiang Chang speechlessly and said unceremoniously, "Look at yourself. Are these words of a human being? If you're unremarkable, then I'm a difficult person to help." The two of them teased each other while selecting clothes. Looking at the enthusiastic female salesperson in the store, Suwon couldn't help but sigh. "I remember that when I first went shopping at a luxury brand, I was treated coldly." "Huh? Is that so?" Although Jiang Chang had seen many videos of this kind of salesperson judging people on their appearance in his previous life on Douyin, he had never encountered it before. "Well, I remember that time I wanted to try on a dress, and the saleswoman said that it was the most expensive dress in the store, and asked if I could afford it, and if not, I shouldn't try it on," Suwon said with a pout. "So what did you say?" Jiang Chang asked curiously. Suwon shook her head and said, "I was too scared at the time, and with that price I really couldn't afford it, so I just left." Looking at Suwon's somewhat bitter expression, Jiang Chang smiled and said, "Next time you encounter this situation, just tell her straight away, is it as expensive as having you stand here for a month?" Suwon opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Chang's words gave her a feeling of sudden enlightenment, and she couldn't help but give Jiang Chang a thumbs up. "If I had your reaction back then, I wouldn't have been so bothered even when I think back to it now," she sighed. "All those big-name saleswomen have one bad habit: they seem to think that working here makes them superior. Most of them act according to what you're wearing. You see, most bloggers online will post videos of themselves going into these big-name stores wearing ordinary clothes. The result is that most of them are treated coldly, while only a few are treated normally. Jiang Chang can't stand this phenomenon the most. Before he had no money, when he went to an ordinary clothing store, the girl would call him handsome. Why should he be nagged when he goes to a brand store? Soon, the two of them had bought all the items they liked, and when they finally checked out, they had only spent 120,000 yuan. Chapter 33, Daydreaming. "Put the stuff here for now, and help me take it to the garage later," Jiang Chang said to Sally. "Sure, just leave me your phone number, and you can call me later and I'll take it down for you." Sally smiled and saw Jiang Chang and Suwon out of the store. After leaving a phone number at the Louis Vuitton store and depositing the goods, Jiang Chang led Suwon into the Chanel store next door. Soft carpets, luxurious and bright crystal chandeliers. One by one, the bags, which looked extremely luxurious and beautiful under the spotlight, were quietly placed on the display shelves. As everyone knows, no girl can resist Chanel. Jiang Chang remembered that the two bags Suwon had carried yesterday and today were both Chanel. Suwon looked at Chanel and asked, "Do you like Chanel?" "I don't think it looks good on guys." "It's true, I can't appreciate their woven clothes." "Help me look at the bags." Which ones do you think are nice? Su Wan listened to Jiang Cheng's words and said hesitantly, handbags? For your aunt? She was a little afraid that Jiang Cheng was giving her another gift. After all, you don't get something for nothing. That's fine. If you had to choose, which one would you like? Jiang Cheng asked again. Su Wan quickly shook her head and said, I don't need to choose. I have my own bags. Usually, if I have a movie shoot, I'll buy myself a bag as a reward. You don't need to buy me one. Jiang Cheng saw that Su Wan was on her guard, and he immediately laughed. He could tell that she really didn't want to accept his gift. However, Jiang Cheng thought that this was a good thing about Su Wan. Whether she is sincere or just trying to get out of it. At least that's what it seems like. Seeing Jiang Cheng smiling at her, Su Wan's heart pounded for no reason. She said shyly, Why are you looking at me? Because you look good. Okay, then you can help me pick out 2 more mature ones to give to my mom. Seeing Jiang Cheng say that, Su Wan gave him another look and then nodded happily, this is fine. In the end, Su Wan picked 2 bags, and Jiang Cheng added another one. When checking out, Jiang Cheng found that he had spent more than 92,000 yuan. After buying the things, Jiang Cheng did not continue shopping. It was still early, so he took Su Wan back to the apartment. When they arrived downstairs, Su Wan tentatively asked Jiang Cheng, Why don't we go up and have a drink? A drink? Su Wan's pretty eyes twinkled, a drink is fine, it's time for dinner anyway. At this time, Su Wan only had 75 friendship points, and this friendship value had just entered the stage of close friends, and had not even reached the stage of secret love. Jiang Cheng knew that she was only asking because she wanted to see what he was thinking. Forget it, boys have to behave themselves and protect themselves well when they are out. If they get drunk, those girls will take advantage of them. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Cheng's smug words, you really are smug. Jiang Cheng opened the trunk and took out a Chanel bag from inside, and directly stuffed it into her hands. He turned around and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. I'm leaving, you get some rest early. Thanks for shopping with me today. Su Wan stood still, looking at the bag in her hands, and then glanced at the Rolls-Royce, which had already driven away. She immediately smiled helplessly. Jiang Cheng was a pleasant surprise. She had expected him to at least come up and sit for a while, but he didn't even bother. Su Wan, friendship value +5. Seeing that Su Wan's gift had increased her friendship value to 80 points, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, when a woman says no, she means yes. When giving a girl a gift, don't ask if she wants it or if she likes it, just give it to her and you're done. An 80-point friendship level has already reached the level of secret love. As long as you work hard, it is only a matter of time before you upgrade to a close relationship. Once you have a close relationship, is it far away from the two of you dealing with each other together? After all, it is not easy to meet a woman with a bull-sized chest. Treasure what you can. Back at the Aman at Yanyun, the personal butler Wang Yuyen had already prepared the bath water for Jiang Cheng and tested the water temperature. Her long black hair was draped behind her, and her black professional wrap-around skirt showed off her round bottom perfectly. At this moment, she was holding a kind smile as she said to Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The bath water has been prepared for you, are you ready to bathe now? Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Yuyen and thought to himself, although she is not as beautiful as the young woman Ye Xiaoxiao or the fashion star Su Wan, she is also a school flower level figure in an average school. The so-called personal butler is actually a senior waiter responsible for taking care of guests' travel and check-in services. Moreover, they basically have to be on call 24 hours a day. Wait a minute, I'll take a swim first, so open a bottle of champagne for me first, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Chapter 34 Tempted. Okay, just a moment. Wang Yuyen turned around and got a bottle of champagne from the wine cabinet for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng took Ye Xiaoxiao to a luxury suite in Chengdu that cost more than 5,000 yuan a night, but the service was nowhere near as attentive as that of the Aman at Yanyun. After all, the 81,000 yuan a night pavilion villa at the Aman at Yanyun not only had an open-air balcony, but also a private pool and hot spring bathroom, as well as an aromatherapy spa, a hydrotherapy room, and a games room. You could enjoy yourself here all day long without going out. After opening the champagne, Wang Yuyen took out a highball glass and poured half a glass of wine, then brought the wine tray over and placed it next to the pool. After doing everything, Wang Yuyen once again respectfully stood aside and watched Jiang Cheng swimming back and forth in the pool. After a few laps, Jiang Cheng got out of the water. As soon as Wang Yuyen saw Jiang Cheng get out of the water, she immediately threw a bath towel over Jiang Cheng's body. Feeling Wang Yuyan's considerate actions, Jiang Cheng smiled at her and said, "Manager Wang, thank you." When helping Jiang Cheng cover himself with the towel, her hand accidentally touched Jiang Cheng's firm abs, and Wang Yuyan's heart flutters slightly. She looked at the pool next to her, covering her emotions, and replied, "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Although she had been working here for 3 years, the occupancy rate of the Villa Tingu was originally very low. After all, there was a price threshold. Usually, there would be customers staying for 1 or 2 days at most in a month. If you were lucky, sometimes you would occasionally encounter a local tyrant who would stay for 2 nights in a row. But over the course of a year, the number of customers served would be a few dozen at most. It is very rare to have a guest like Jiang Cheng who stays for a week straight. Wang Yuyan was shy and gave a small smile. Not caring about her little mood, Jiang Cheng walked straight to the deck chair by the pool and lay down comfortably. "By the way, Manager Wang, do you have any special but expensive dishes here?" Jiang Cheng asked while drinking champagne. Wang Yuyan immediately composed herself and looked serious when she heard Jiang Cheng say that. The Villa Ting Court is such an expensive suite, of course it will be matched with a high-class chef. As long as the guests need it, the hotel chef can also be sent to the Villa Ting Court to cook for the guests on site. After all, the Villa Ting Court has a dedicated dining room. And the prices of the menus here are also varied. Yes, our hotel has a wide variety of meals, including Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese, etc. And the Aman Hotel is also the most expensive hotel in China. The hotel's restaurants are of a relatively high standard, and the prices in the Italian restaurant are even more expensive. One of the more special dishes is yellow-lipped fish. The meat of this fish is delicious, but it is also expensive and rare. There are many ways to cook it, but pan frying is the most common in our hotel, and it is also the way that best preserves the fresh flavor of the food. Wang Yuyan introduced them carefully, and there is also Alba white truffle, which is also a specialty here. It is similar to dongu and porcini mushrooms, produced in Italy, and its price is very precious. It is also known as white diamond and is highly regarded by people all over the world. This white truffle can be made into salads, pasta, or served with steak. Huangchun fish Jiang Cheng had heard of it before. A large one can cost at least a few million. And Alba white truffles are even more expensive by the gram, with the price per gram even calculated in hundreds of dollars. Jiang Cheng did some internal calculations and seemed to have found a use for his own gourmet cashback card. Jiang Cheng nodded, let out a sound, and then said, "Manager Wang, can you give me a massage?" Wang Yuyan looked at Jiang Cheng's slightly exposed 8-pack abs and couldn't help but nervously swallow. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Soon she placed her hands on Jiang Cheng's shoulders and began to slowly massage him. Compared to Wang Yuyan's little mind games, Jiang Cheng appeared much more serious. At this moment, his entire mind was on the food rebate coupon. And just then, Yu Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance caused Wang Yuyan's face to suddenly flash with an unnatural look. Even she didn't know why. Not only her, but even Yu Xiaoxiao also secretly sized up Wang Yuyan. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and, seeing that it was Yu Xiaoxiao, said to Wang Yuyan, "Manager Wang, you've worked hard, go and rest." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, call me anytime you need me." After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, she nodded meaningfully at Yu Xiaoxiao and then turned and left. Looking at Wang Yuyan's departing back, Yu Xiaoxiao walked towards Jiang Cheng with a charming smile. She extended her leg and, with one stride, sat directly on Jiang Cheng's body. At this time, the ambiguous posture of the two made Jiang Cheng, who was lying on the recliner, directly excited. "Xiaoxiao, why don't we first perform a turtle tasting operation?" After more than an hour, Yu Xiaoxiao took the bathrobe by the recliner, wrapped herself in it, and then lay in Jiang Cheng's arms again. Jiang Cheng stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's tender skin and said, "Xiaoxiao, if I set up an entertainment company, can you come and help me?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Set up a company just for Suwan?" Jiang Cheng scratched Yu Xiaoxiao's nose. "Well, but there will definitely be more than just her as an artist in the future. I signed her because I wanted to see how she would do, but the main purpose of starting the company is to make a profit, so you don't have to think about it so much." Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Yu Xiaoxiao reached out and hugged him tightly. "Of course there's no problem, if you need it, I can help you." After the two of them had had in-depth exchanges over the past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao had already developed a different feeling for Jiang Cheng. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiao agreed, Jiang Cheng began to paint her a picture of the future. "Thank you, Xiaoxiao, I've thought it over, and the name of the entertainment company will be Star Entertainment. I'll leave the management to you, and your salary will be calculated according to the highest salary in the industry. In the future, you will be in charge of all matters big and small." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang in surprise. This meant that she had gone from being an operations manager to a general manager. It had to be said that Jiang Chang's big picture was very effective. Yu Xiaoxiao was moved to tears at this moment. Jiang Chang, you are so good to me. Well, I will go register the company first in the next few days, and I will leave the selection of the company's location and various matters to you. I trust you. Starting a company is a trivial and troublesome matter. Wouldn't it be nice to have a professional manage it for you and let you be the boss? Don't worry, I will do a good job. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's sexy red lips half-bitten and couldn't help but pull them over again. As a white-collar beauty, Yu Xiaoxiao had a very strong learning ability. She quickly learned the knowledge points Jiang Chang taught her. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao took a sip of the mineral water next to her and rinsed her mouth. She gave Jiang Chang a coquettish look and said, "You rascal." Jiang Chang gave a wicked laugh and said, "You've already eaten, but I haven't." Yu Xiaoxiao gave Jiang Chang a glare and then tidied her hair. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang's handsome and flamboyant face and couldn't help but reach out and touch his cheek. "Good husband, drive slowly." "No, the speed is exciting, and I'll take you to Gao's in a little while." The following noon, Jiang Chang received a message from Wang Zhang, saying that he had a sudden emergency and could not keep the appointment. Naturally, Jiang Chang didn't care, and he took the Rolls-Royce from Yang Yunaman all the way to the entrance of the car show. It was already around 2 p.m. Looking at the huge crowd at the entrance, he knew how lively the auto show was. After all, it was an international exhibition, and it attracted crowds of people one after another. Although not everyone could afford to buy a car, it didn't stop people from coming to have a look and have a bite to eat. Whether it was looking at luxury cars or beautiful salespeople, or even the car models, it was free to look. Wang Zhang had already helped Jiang Chang book tickets to enter the exhibition last night. Jiang Chang quickly entered the venue after presenting the ticket voucher. Looking at the promotional sign at the entrance of the venue, Jiang Chang secretly sighed, "It is worthy of being the Shanghai Auto Show." As Wang Zhang said, world-renowned car manufacturers have participated in this exhibition. Not only are there Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, and Porsches, but even the less popular Pagani is in this exhibition. Jiang Chang walked slowly all the way while looking around. He was dazzled by the sights along the way: the Audi URUS high-end version, the Audi RS7, the new McLaren GT, the BMW M8 Thunder version, the Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR. Although these models and their performance were quite good, the prices still didn't meet Jiang Chang's requirements. Take the BMW M8 Thunder Edition for example. Although this car is a standard 4-seat comfort sports car, and its 0 to 100 time is also very strong, taking only 3.2 seconds, the price of 2.2 million yuan still discouraged Jiang Chang. It's mainly because it's too cheap. Jiang Chang shook his head and left the Mercedes-Benz and BMW booth and went to the crowded Ferrari side. Although he only bought the LaFerrari yesterday, it didn't stop him from taking a look at the current cars. Almost when he reached the Ferrari booth, Jiang Chang noticed a few acquaintances standing inside. Chapter 35: Zhou as a car model? They were Jiang Yun, Suya, Ma Xiaoli, and Cheng Jipeng. These people were surrounding a car model wearing a tight-fitting sexy black dress, and that car model was obviously Zhou Ying. Jiang Chang didn't expect Zhou Ying's job in the Magic City to be as a Ferrari car model. Jiang Chang stood still, frowning, and looked up and down at Zhou Ying in puzzlement. The first thing that caught Jiang Chang's eye were her pair of straight, slender legs. She was wearing a pair of black high heels made of suede with a small amount of goat leather, and her legs fit together tightly. Further up, she was wearing a simple black strapless dress. The back of the dress was strapless, revealing about 1/3 of her high shoulders. This tight-fitting dress wraps her round, perky buttocks in an exceptionally seductive way. With angelic baby-like cheeks and a devilish figure, one can't help but marvel at how there can be such a perfect person in the world. The gaze then rests on her breasts, which rise and fall with her breathing. So big. To be honest, Zhou Ying's outfit is already very conservative compared to the other car models. But her beauty is just too dazzling. Compared to the other car models who showed their backs, breasts, and legs, but not their pubic hair, the conservative dressed Zhou Ying was not outshone. Relying on her beauty, she stood out among the group of sexy women. However, at this time, Zhou Ying's eyes no longer had the previous arrogant, condescending feeling. In front of a group of familiar classmates, she looked instead a little inferior and timid. Jiang Qingyi walked up and heard Li Sudong say to Zhou Ying, "Let's go together. I'll pick you up after work?" As soon as Li Sudong finished speaking, Suya, who was standing next to him, immediately followed up with a slightly sour tone, "Forget it, Sudong. Look, Zhou Ying's worth is different now. She's a car model. Let's not bother her. Besides, didn't she refuse when you invited her on your graduation trip? She's a rich girl who doesn't care about us at all, so why would she want to go with you? Seeing Zhou Ying's face turn very awkward, Jiang Cheng turned to them and said, "Hey, what a coincidence. Did I time travel back to Chengdu? Why is everyone here?" As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke, several people turned their heads. "Jiang Cheng, why are you here?" Suya changed her previous sour expression and said with surprise. "Lao Jian? I didn't hear that you were coming?" Zhou Jian also looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise at this time, and then quickly walked over and excitedly patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. Zhou Jian is a good friend of Jiang Cheng, and the two usually play very close at school. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately looked meaningfully at Li Sudong. "What do you mean? From the tone of your voice, I gather you've secretly organized some activity that I don't know about?" Li Sudong always deliberately left Jiang Cheng out when organizing activities. The reason was simple: wherever Jiang Cheng was, he would always overshadow the others. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Li Sudong shrugged and said with a smug look on his face, "It's not a class activity. We've already graduated. I just asked a few of my better classmates to go on a graduation trip together." "Why? Didn't Zhou Zhiyun tell you?" "Alas, Li Sudong, don't sow discord. Even if I did tell Jiang Cheng, he wouldn't come along. You guys aren't that close. Why would I tell him?" Li Sudong's arrogance immediately ignited after being confronted by Zhou Zhiyun, and he got up. "Then why did you come along yourself?" "I came with Suya, so what? Is Shanghai yours? Do I need your permission to come here?" Zhou Zhiyun retorted stubbornly. Suya saw Li Sudong and Zhou Zhiyun arguing again, and she immediately covered her ears and said impatiently, "Why are you two starting again? Can you stop arguing? It's been noisy the whole way." Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Zhiyun. The two had always been at each other's throats, and the reason was none other than this little witch Suya. Zhou Zhiyun liked Suya, and Suya liked to pick up guys. As long as the guy has some money and is not too bad looking, he is Suya's target. This includes Jiang Cheng and Li Sudong, who are both from decent families, and of course, Zhou Zhiyun is behind them both. Jiang Cheng usually secretly told Zhou Zhiyun several times, in the hope that he would wake up soon, but unfortunately, he just wouldn't listen. After Suya finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Cheng with some confusion and said, "Jiang Cheng, it's only been a short while since we last saw each other, but it feels like you've become even more handsome." Yes, no wonder I always feel that Jiang Cheng is acting strange. He probably went to the Magic City to get plastic surgery. Jiang Yun, who had short hair and the nickname Iron Straight Girl, came closer to Jiang Cheng and looked at him carefully. "Yes, although he is still not as handsome as me, he does look quite different, doesn't he?" Zhou Zhiyun said. Surrounded by several people, Jiang Cheng helplessly waved his hand. Now that he is a big shot, of course he has a different air about him. "Get lost, what are you doing here? Buying a car? We can't afford a Ferrari, but we ran into an old classmate and came over to catch up." "Jiang Cheng, are you here to see our class flower too? She's now a big car model. Just look, so many boys were taking pictures of her just now. Zhou is now a big star," Suya said with a strange look. Zhou was teased by Suya like this, her face revealed an unnatural look, but she still stood next to the car dutifully. "Suya, what's wrong with a car model?" Zhou said, "She's just a temporary worker, don't say it so unkindly." Li Sudong was stunned by Zhou Ying's beauty and immediately spoke up to defend his goddess. "Sudong, what did I say? I know that Zhou Ying doesn't need the money, I was just a little surprised to see her like that. Is this still the pure school beauty we remember? Look at how sexy she is dressed, she's really pretty." Jiang Cheng listened to Suya's somewhat White Lotus rhetoric and quietly opened the friendly relationship scanning system for her. Name, Suya. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Face value, 89. Body, 88. Privacy, 30. Friendliness, 90 points. Intimacy. Name, Jiang Yun. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 90. Privacy, 2. Friendliness, 75. Close friends. Looking at the scan values, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look at Zhou Zhiyun with mixed feelings and sympathy. Suya's privacy value is a surprising 30. How many close friends has she had? According to the system's explanation, there is no way that it could be less than 30. The key point is that her friendliness value towards Jiang Chang is a surprising 90 points. This is very frustrating. He and Suya usually don't have much interaction apart from small talk. Zhou Zhiyun, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a little flustered when he saw Jiang Chang staring at him with an inexplicable look in his eyes. He asked, "What?" "Brother, let me tell you one more thing, take care." "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Zhiyun pushed his hand away, confused. After the joke, Jiang Chang took the initiative to greet Zhou Ying and said, "Zhou Ying, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become even prettier." Jiang Chang's generous praise did not make Zhou Ying feel the least bit resentful. Chapter 36, Buying a Car and Getting a Car Model? Zhou Ying nodded towards Jiang Chang. "Jiang Chang, you came to the car show too?" "Well, I just came to take a look." "Are you guys going to buy a Ferrari because you're all gathered around the goddess?" Li Sudong couldn't help but say with a dark face when he saw Zhou Ying's kind attitude towards Jiang Chang. "Jiang Chang, don't speak without knowing. This is the Ferrari 488, one of their latest models developed this year, and also the model with the highest positioning among the 3 new models. You think it's a bicycle that you can just buy whenever you want? You are worthy of being our monitor. I didn't expect you to know so much about Ferrari." Jiang Chang took the initiative to praise Li Sudong. Li Sudong saw that Jiang Chang had rarely disagreed with him and immediately continued to respond, showing off his knowledge. "Of course, this Ferrari 488, with a 4.9-liter V8 turbo engine, has an output of over 640 horsepower and can brake 100 km/h in just 3 seconds. All of its buttons are electronically touch-sensitive, which gives it a very futuristic feel. And because the car's interior options are all very expensive, the price of the entire car plus interior customization and tax is 5.5 million. How about that, isn't it awesome? It really is good. I admire you for doing all this research without buying a car," Jiang Chang said teasingly. Zhou Ying saw that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, glanced at the direction of the supervisor, and said to them with some difficulty, "I'm sorry everyone, I'm working, can I contact you when I'm free? It's not good to be here." Seeing the goddess in trouble, and just being snubbed by Jiang Chang, Li Sudong immediately pretended to be cool and said, "Zhou Ying, actually I came to the car show today to see if there is a suitable car, so that I can buy one when the time comes. After all, I will be going to university soon, and my college entrance examination results were very satisfactory, 625 points. My parents have decided to reward me with a car, so if you could introduce me to your car, I will buy it if it is suitable. I don't really know much about it. If you want to know about the performance of the car or anything, you can ask the sales lady over there." Zhou Ying smiled awkwardly and said, "Isn't it the same as asking you? We're all old classmates, so I'm more familiar with you." Li Sudong continued to badger her. Jiang Chang snorted and revealed Li Sudong's intentions without hesitation. "Li Sudong, didn't you just give a very detailed introduction? You've memorized it all, what more is there to know? If it's suitable, just buy it. What era is this, do you still want to make up excuses to chat? Jiang Chang, what's it to you if I talk to Zhou Ying? Buying a car is a big deal, it's not just a few bucks. You should find out more about it, or else just buy one directly." "Okay, show, if I buy this car, will I get a car model for free?" Zhou Ying smiled and replied, "Jiang Chang, I didn't realize you were so humorous. What I said was true." Seeing Jiang Chang flirting with Zhou Ying, Li Sudong's face became even more gloomy. He said unhappily, "Jiang Chang, can you stop pretending to be cool, it's affecting Zhou Ying's work." After Li Sudong finished speaking, the male manager of Ferrari walked over with a stern face. He had noticed this side a long time ago, and a few people who looked like students had been chatting around here. The male supervisor immediately realized that Li Sudong and the others were not potential customers for Ferrari. Having so many people gathered here would only affect their sales. "Zhou Ying, what's the matter with you chatting away during work hours? Am I paying you to chat here?" The male supervisor scolded. "Yes, I'm sorry, supervisor, I'll be more careful." Zhou Ying immediately bowed apologetically to the male supervisor. She was working here as a part-time car model and could earn up to 2,000 yuan a day. At this time, she really needs this job. Moreover, she never thought that she would meet her former classmates in the Magic City. The male supervisor scolded Zhou Ying with this imposing manner, and also warned Jiang Chang and the others not to gather around and chat. Chapter 37. What's there to say? Li Sudong, look, I told you, I was hit on Zhou Ying, and now she's been scolded. Look at what you've done. Seeing Jiang Chang dump the blame on himself, Li Sudong immediately exploded in anger. Jiang Chang, are you deliberately targeting me? You didn't bother Zhouing yourself? You've been watching for so long, haven't you? Can't I take a look? If you're so capable, buy one yourself. Jiang Chang nodded and looked at the Ferrari 488 next to Zhouing. The recommended price was over 5 million yuan. The novel appearance of the car was just right for Jiang Chang's taste. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Although the price of this car is quite average, Zhouing standing next to it looks quite attractive. A beautiful woman in a beautiful car is quite a match. I just want to ask, if I buy this car, can I get a car model like Zhouing? The male manager, upon hearing Jiang Chang's words, immediately replied with a smile, if this customer really buys this Ferrari 488, we will give you a car film. I didn't look closely because I was far away just now, but when I looked closer this time, I immediately saw the Patek Philippe that Jiang Chang was wearing on his hand. With his knowledge, the male manager immediately realized that this watch was not an ordinary model, and it must be worth at least more than 500,000 yuan. Although Jiang Chang knew that the car film the male manager was talking about was not the same as the car model he was talking about, he still nodded. This is what you said, so just swipe your card. After saying this, he directly took out his bank card and handed it to the male manager in front of him. The several people present were stunned by Jiang Chang's actions. Lao Jiang, are you serious? This is awesome. Even the bare car price of this car is over 5 million yuan, and with the configuration he chose, which we just learned about, the car is worth over 8 million yuan with the configuration. Cheng Jipeng, who had been silent, said excitedly. He is usually a supercar enthusiast, and although he can't afford a car, he knows a lot about them. Apart from him, everyone else looked like they had seen a ghost and stared at Jiang Chang in disbelief. Even Suya, who had a 90-point friendship value with Jiang Chang, couldn't help but frown. After all, this was a Ferrari, not some car that cost a few 100,000 yuan. Although Jiang Chang's family was well off, no one believed that he could come up with more than 8 million yuan all of a sudden. And if you put 8 million yuan in Chengdu, you could buy a very nice suite. Li Sudong was the first to laugh. Jiang Chang, don't pretend to be cool. Zhouing works here, and I advise you to be kind, so as not to get her fired later. Li Sudong, are you not using your brain? How am I harming her by buying a car? I bought the car because of her, supervisor, don't you agree? As soon as Jiang Chang said this, the male supervisor immediately responded, and he took the bank card in Jiang Chang's hand with a smile and in a respectful manner. My dear customer, you are right. If you buy this car, the commission will go directly to Zhouing, the male supervisor said with a smile, showing great tact. What's the harm in giving Zhouing a little commission if it means selling the car? Zhouing looked at Jiang Chang gratefully when she heard what he said. She knew that without his words, she would never have gotten the commission for the car. After all, she was not a salesperson, just a car model. Zhouing, friendliness +5. Of course, but we agreed that the car would come with a model. Seeing Jiang Chang flirting with Zhouing, making her blush, Li Sudong suddenly turned pale with anger. The supervisor, seeing Jiang Chang flirting like this, also smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Jiang, then let's sign the car purchase contract first, shall I get it? Okay, let's pay the full amount. The procedure is simple. By the way, is this car in stock? The male manager couldn't help but look surprised when Jiang Chang said the full amount, and immediately took the POS machine handed over by the female salesperson next to him. She answered with a flattering smile, Of course, it's a ready car, you can drive it away directly, I'll take care of it for you. After saying that, the male manager immediately took out his bank card and couldn't wait to start the operation. Soon the POS machine spit out a long receipt. A beep sounded, which meant that the card had been successfully swiped. Looking at the long series of receipts spit out, the scene fell into a short silence. Even Li Sudong, who had been sneering at Jiang Chang, silently clenched his fists. His face was red with shame. Just now, he had been telling Jiang Chang about the awesomeness of this Ferrari, but he never expected that Jiang Chang would buy it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Li Sudong felt like a dog. Seeing Zhou Ying's gaze at Jiang Chang at this moment, Li Sudong suddenly woke up. A person who can afford an 8 million Ferrari is originally from a different class than himself. Why should he feel resentful? And what makes him qualified to compete with Jiang Chang? If he still can't figure it out and pounces at this moment, isn't he just asking for humiliation? Upon thinking about this, Li Sudong could only sigh inwardly and slowly step back. The male manager looked at the long series of receipts and handed the bank card back to Jiang Chang with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, I will arrange the relevant procedures for the car for you right away. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. Would you like to move to our VIP lounge for a cup of tea? Jiang Cheng shook his head to indicate that he did not need it. No, you go ahead. Okay, Zhou, take good care of Mr. Jiang. Zhou nodded at the male supervisor. I know, supervisor. As soon as the male supervisor left, Zhou Zhiyun was the first to wake up. He excitedly patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. I can't believe it, Jiang, you're actually a super rich second generation, and you were still so low-key at school. Suya also looked at Jiang Cheng with glowing eyes and an admiring expression. Yes, Jiang Cheng, I've never ridden in a Ferrari before, you have to take me for a ride later. Everyone knows that Jiang Cheng's family is not poor. But no one expected that Jiang Cheng is actually this rich. Suya, friendliness +5. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Cheng and Zhou with discerning eyes, and said teasingly, Suya, Jiang Cheng bought this car for Zhou. Besides, the Ferrari only has 2 seats, and there's no place for you to sit. Why would I not have a place to sit? I'll sit in the passenger seat. Isn't Zhou going to work? And since she's a car model, I bet there are a lot of men who let her test drive this car every day. Seeing this, Suya once again sourly mocked Zhou. Seeing Suya's friendliness towards him soared directly to 95 points, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt even more disgusted. Instead of responding to Suya, he raised his chin at Zhou, who was standing nearby. Jiang Yun was right, the car looked better when Zhou was in it. Suya didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so straightforward about what he meant. After snorting, she gave Zhou an unwilling glare. By the way, Jiang Cheng, I heard that you broke up with Zhao Jia. It's not because you have a thing for Zhou, is it? Zhou couldn't help but widen her eyes at Jiang Cheng when she heard Suya's words. Of course she didn't think that Jiang Cheng broke up with Zhao Jia because of her, she was just surprised by the whole thing because she had seen Jiang Cheng's attitude towards Zhao Jia, which was very gentle and considerate. The reason I broke up with Zhao Jia has nothing to do with you guys, but it also has nothing to do with Zhou. However, Zhou is so pretty that any guy would like her. Jiang Cheng answered with a big smile. Zhou looked away shyly when she heard Jiang Cheng's answer. She knew that Jiang Cheng was just trying to defend himself, and she whispered, Thank you, Jiang Cheng. We're all classmates, there's no need to be polite, and I'm really just here to buy a car, not to recite. After he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. At that moment, Li Sudong naturally lowered his head and played with his phone, as if Jiang Cheng wasn't talking about him. At that moment, Chang Jipeng walked over again with glowing eyes, pointing at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, is this watch really a Patek Philippe 5160? Jiang Cheng nodded. You're something, you know not only cars but also watches? Jiang Cheng's praise made Chang Jipeng even more excited, and he went on to say, I saw it just now, but I'm not sure, but since he bought a Ferrari for 8 million, a Patek Philippe for over 1 million must be real. Chapter 38, I showed my hand. After Chang Jipeng finished speaking, several people suddenly exploded again, especially Li Sudong, who had been bragging about the 20,000 yuan Langen's watch in his hand, and now even more wanted to find a crack in the ground and drill straight into it. Suya's enthusiasm, which had just been extinguished, flared up again. Jiang Cheng, you're amazing. More than 1 million yuan, you can buy a house with it. You're the most showy in our class. Zhou Zhiyun followed up with a teasing remark, you were so poor that you made us all cry when you were asked to treat us at school, but it turns out you were just pretending. Jiang Cheng listened to Zhou Zhiyun's words and felt very aggrieved. Although their family's situation was not bad, it did not meet the criteria for being considered a rich second generation. A monthly living allowance of 4,000 yuan could only be described as better than the average family, but it was still a long way off from the real second generation rich. Okay, I'll lay my cards on the table. I've graduated, and since I did well in the college entrance exam, my parents rewarded me. I had no choice, I couldn't refuse. Jiang Cheng copied Li Sudong's words verbatim. Although Li Sudong was a little annoyed, he also knew his own weight. He no longer dared to confront Jiang Cheng head-on and could only snort and say, it's getting late. We should get ready to go to dinner. If we're late, we'll get stuck in traffic. Suya saw Li Sudong say this and immediately invited Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, come with us to dinner. After we eat, how about we go shopping? Jiang Cheng shook his head. No, I already have an appointment tonight. I'll get together with you when I get back. Suya saw Jiang Cheng reject her and reluctantly glanced at Zhou. So when are you going back to Chengdu? In a few days. Seeing this, Suya nodded willingly. Then let's get together again when we go back. We'll go now. After seeing a few people off, Jiang Cheng didn't linger with Zhou. Because he saw that there was actually a pink car cover on the Lamborghini next door. A big bull? Zhang Cheng thought of Yu Xiaoxiao as soon as he saw the car. As everyone knows, there is no doubt that Lamborghini is next to the Ferrari car show. While the Ferrari 488 was going through the formalities, Zhang Chen walked over to the Lamborghini showroom. The people in the showroom immediately swarmed over to Zhang Cheng as soon as they saw him coming. Yes, the sales manager really did trot over to Zhang Cheng's side as soon as possible. After all, it is an exhibition, and although there are many people, very few of them actually buy. The Lamborghini staff had seen Zhang Cheng's purchase at Ferrari earlier. "Dear sir, what model are you interested in? Let me introduce it to you." Zhang Cheng looked at the man's name tag. It was indeed their sales manager. He pointed to the pink Lamborghini Aventador. "This pink is nice, it suits girls." "Sir, you have a good eye. This pink Lamborghini is not easy to find. It is very eye-catching when driving out. Our Lamborghini is specially customized for female customers in this pink color." The sales manager continued, flattering Zhang Cheng while rubbing his hands together. Not only that, his safety brake system also includes lane keeping, night vision system, departure warning, lane change assist, etc. And the colorful ambient lights are very popular with female customers. Zhang Cheng saw that the sales manager was about to continue, so he raised his hand. "Okay, how much is the car?" The sales manager was a little excited when he saw Zhang Cheng ask this question, and said, "Because the configuration of this car is also quite high, the total price is 9.5 million. If you purchase this car, you will be given 3 years of maintenance and our Lamborghini's unique 200,000 custom car cover." Chapter 39 Pink Lamborghini. "Okay, just swipe the card directly." Seeing Zhang Cheng say this, the male manager was overjoyed, and in less than 5 minutes, he swiped the card directly. Okay, I'll process it for you right away. By the way, I need a car delivery ceremony, is that okay?" Manager Nan immediately nodded at this and patted his chest, saying, "That's definitely no problem. I guarantee that I will give you a perfect handover ceremony with a full sense of ceremony. Please come over here and have a seat." "No, I'll just look around myself. Just help me get it done as soon as possible and deliver it to a place for me later." Okay. After the male manager finished speaking, he immediately turned around and ran back to get the POS machine. At this moment, a charming-looking girl, who was filming the live broadcast, saw a big pink bull near Rambo and quickly walked over. "Everyone in the broadcast room, take a look at the big pink bull. This color is rare and full of girlish charm. I don't think any girl can resist this car, right? I wonder how its air conditioning is like. How is it? Are you interested in getting one, so I can experience the air conditioning for myself? Why is pink not a good look? Do big cows have to be yellow and red? If you give this car to a girl, you will definitely succeed. Everyone, look. There is a young man just like me looking at this pink big cow. He even went up and tried it out. Let me interview him and find out how he feels about it." After saying that flirtatiously, the female hostess was stopped by a Lamborghini customer service representative as soon as she approached. "Excuse me, young lady, are you here to order a car or just look at it? I want to look at that car. Can you show me your capital verification? Do I need to verify my capital to look at it? I just saw that guy walk right in." The charming female newscaster said, unconvinced. Of course she knew that some luxury cars required capital verification to look at them, but this was an auto show. "You don't need to verify your capital to look at it, do you?" The waitress still refused with a smile. "I'm sorry, but this is our procedure." The reason the waitress did this was that, firstly, the charming anchor was not a potential customer, and secondly, because Zhang Cheng was there, and their manager had already instructed them to serve Zhang Cheng well. Naturally, she could not let anyone else disturb Zhang Cheng, and she was also a female anchor. At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room began to send pop-up comments. "The little anchor is really pitiful. The capital verification for the Lamborghini must be at least 7 digits. The little anchor is being bullied again today. Look at our little anchor, she's been broadcasting outside their door for so long and no one has paid any attention. Anchor, hurry up and go interview the big guy." The female anchor was stopped outside, and although she was unhappy inside, she could only mutter a few words before turning around and leaving. Zhang Cheng bought another Lamborghini here, and of course Ferrari also saw it over there. Zhouing, who was dutifully standing next to the car, couldn't help but be surprised again when she saw Zhang Cheng swipe his card again. Lamborghinis are at least 5 or 6 million, and with the options, they can go straight up to 10 million. Zhou didn't realize that Jiang Chang was actually so rich. In less than half an hour, Jiang Chang had spent 20 million? Even if it were under the previous conditions of her family. Zhou Ying's family also had many luxury cars, but they couldn't spend as extravagantly as Jiang Chang. Not to mention that her family is now bankrupt. Zhou Ying is even less able to live as she pleases. In order to avoid debt, they not only move a lot, but she also had to work part-time after graduating from high school to pay for college. She is still forced to work here, because the salary of a car model is high. She will go to college in 2 months, and she must earn more living expenses. Zhou Ying now has neither a degree nor any special skills. She is only good-looking, and it is not easy for her to find a decent job with a high salary. After spending more than 2 hours, Jiang Chang completed all the formalities. Since Lembo Jiang Chang was preparing to get Yu Xiaoxiao's license plate, he didn't care. The male manager of Ferrari then handed Jiang Chen the key to the Ferrari and the relevant information, and tentatively asked Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, how would you like to prepare for the license plate?" The male manager had a reason for asking. Although Ferrari can also help Jiang Chang with the license plate. Since Jiang Chang is not from Shanghai, he cannot have a Shanghai license plate. However, there are some very special license plates that can be obtained through some special means. Just then, the Dream Come True system sent a prompt. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with a license plate, Shanghai A.JC111. The license plate has already been randomly selected at the Traffic Management Office, and the relevant personnel are delivering it and assisting with the application on site. Jiang Chang looked at the prompt and smiled, saying, "Someone will come over to install and handle the license plate later. Just follow the instructions they give you." The male supervisor was momentarily stunned by Jiang Chang's words. After a few seconds, he spoke with deliberation, saying, "I see." Before he could finish speaking, he saw several people in uniform walking towards Jiang Chang and bowing respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, your license plate has been processed, and we will now assist you with the registration." "Okay, thanks." "You're welcome." When the relevant personnel took out the Shanghai A.JC111, the Ferrari personnel were shocked and petrified once again. It was actually a local Shanghai license plate, and what was even more terrifying was that JC was the initials of Jiang Chang's name. The male supervisor looked at Jiang Chang with disbelief. After working at Ferrari for so many years, he had never met anyone with such great energy. Jiang Chang saw the male supervisor's white face and smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't think too much, I just reserved the car number in advance, that's all." Reserved in advance? At this moment, the male supervisor felt that Jiang Chang was treating him like an idiot. This is really outrageous, isn't it? Reserving in advance can draw such a license plate and have someone deliver it directly for processing? Although he had a million things to say in his heart, he did not dare to show any doubt on his face. Yes, this is worthy of Mr. Jiang, what good luck. Even the license plate you chose is so meaningful, I really admire you. Zhou Ying's inner monologue at this time was just like the male supervisor. Who exactly is Jiang Chang? Why is his energy so great? Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Chang with a little more curiosity in her eyes. In less than 10 minutes, the license plate was ready. Zhou Ying saw that Jiang Chang had almost finished and took the initiative to walk over to him. "Jiang Chang, thank you very much today, otherwise I'll buy you dinner?" Just as Jiang Chang was about to agree, Zhou Zhiyan's phone rang. "Jiang Chang, I've just broken up with someone. Do you have time to have a drink with me?" "Broken up? Where are you?" After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Ying, "Zhou Zhiyan seems to have lost his love. Let me have a drink with him, and I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." He's lost his love? It seems to me that he likes Suya. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly. "I'm not quite sure what's going on either, I'll go take a look first." "Okay, then I'll treat you to dinner if I have time." "Okay, it's a deal." Chapter 40, A Beautiful Woman as a Designated Driver. Jiang Chang drove the newly landed Ferrari 488 to the address sent by Zhou Zhiyun with ease. After half an hour, he pulled up to an unremarkable hot pot restaurant. Next time, Jiang Chang walked towards the restaurant. When he arrived, Zhou Zhiyun had already ordered, but hadn't started eating yet. He was sitting in the corner, sullenly drinking a bottle of Budweiser. Seeing Zhou Zhiyun's dispirited appearance, Jiang Chang walked over, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "What's wrong? It's only 5 o'clock, and you're already drinking?" Zhou Zhiyun raised his head, took a deep breath in anger, and then began to complain. Ever since that guy Li Sudan left the car show, he has been provoking me in a strange and ambiguous way. As you know, I will definitely not admit defeat when he talks about me. He kept arguing back and forth with me, but Suya, surprisingly, kept siding with him today. After finishing, Zhou Zhiyun picked up the bottle and took another sip, then continued, I put up with that, but the worst thing was that for some reason, the two of them went to the bathroom together during dinner. I watched those two making eyes at each other, and I could tell that the atmosphere was very wrong, so after thinking about it, I secretly followed them. As a result, just as I thought, those two were actually embracing and kissing on the path next to the bathroom. It was really disgusting. Fuck, I just realized that I'm actually a dog-licking, spare tire. Seeing Zhou Zhiyun's reddened eyes from excitement, Jiang Cheng comfortingly patted his shoulder. Think about it another way, it's a good thing that you saw it. What if you never saw it? Would that be terrible? I know that too, but I'm suffering, Lao Jiang, I've fallen in love. After saying this, Zhou Zhiyun began to look miserable. You two aren't even in a relationship, so where did you get the idea of being heartbroken? Damn, you're as sharp as they come. Okay, listen to your brother. Although we've always upheld the principle that good girls should be treasured and bad girls shouldn't be wasted, Suya, she's no good. Did you know about this a long time ago? She is bad, but she's good looking, didn't you say not to waste her? You're contradicting yourself. Jiang Cheng naturally could not tell Zhou Zhiyun that he had seen Suya's private value. Brother is talking about bad girls, not broken girls. From what others have said, her private life is quite chaotic. Zhou Zhiyun glanced at Jiang Cheng and suddenly understood. He patted himself on the head, hating, and said, I was caught with my head between the doors before. Never mind, have a drink with me and we'll talk after. Zhou Zhiyun drank 5 bottles of beer and passed out, while Jiang Cheng didn't drink much. After paying the bill, Jiang Cheng said to Zhou Zhiyun, I can't drive you after drinking, so I'll call you a taxi. Where do you live? Weina, this. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you first. You're drunk, what's the point of talking about money? Let's go. Zhou Zhiyun looked at Jiang Cheng and giggled, oh yeah, I forgot you're a local tyrant. Alright, next time you're heartbroken, I'll buy you a drink. Who's heartbroken? Get lost. After dropping Zhou Zhiyun off at his car, Jiang Cheng ordered a designated driver on a certain platform. Then he walked towards his Ferrari while waiting for the designated driver to pick up the order. When he got to the car, he saw a girl in a skimpy outfit holding her phone and leaning against the front of the car, snapping photos. Looking at this woman with a sense of technology all over her, Jiang Cheng suddenly put the car keys back in his pocket and then quietly waited for the designated driver to appear. As the saying goes, what's wide across the shoulders can withstand all kinds of whips. Jiang Cheng couldn't muster the slightest interest in this kind of woman. A minute later, the girl suddenly looked up, full of disgust, and said to Jiang Cheng, I'm sorry, I don't have any authority. You don't have to wait. This car belongs to my boyfriend, and I'm waiting for him. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. When did he have a girlfriend like this? Name, Chen Li. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 90. Privacy, 65. Friendliness, 30 passing by. After reading it, Jiang Cheng let out a light laugh, then took out the key from his pocket and unlocked the door. When she saw the headlights of the Ferrari suddenly come on, Chen Li's expression changed suddenly. Her stiff face suddenly became smiling, and she said flattering, I told you, you look so much like my boyfriend. Chen Li, friendliness plus 30. Chen Li, friendliness plus 30. Ha, really? I don't think you look like my girlfriend at all. Although the girl's appearance is not bad thanks to the power of technology, she looks too much like an internet celebrity, and Jiang Cheng can't appreciate it at all. And knowing that she is the owner of a Ferrari, her friendliness towards Jiang Cheng has skyrocketed by 60 points. You have to understand that at the beginning, her friendliness score towards him was only 30 points, and now it has gone straight up to 90 points. If a beautiful woman with a 90-point appearance and a 0-point privacy score treated him like this, Jiang Cheng might even consider a friendship that could happen overnight. After all, these days, everyone is more or less a bit gold-digging, which is understandable, but a snake-faced woman with a privacy score of only 65 points, Jiang Cheng can only say, I really will thank you. Handsome guy, you really know how to joke. You drive this car, so you must be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, right? If you can. Chen Li said while showing off her impressive figure to Jiang Cheng. Sorry, I can't. If you don't know, let me give you a science lesson. A high-powered rear-wheel drive sports car like a Ferrari, anyone who says they can drive a Ferrari with one hand doesn't own one. Shenli listened to Jiang Chang's straight man's words and smiled awkwardly in agreement. Young man, you really know a lot, but I'm really good at playing chicken. I can eat chicken in more than 10 ways. Do you want to play with me? Sorry, I only like to play King of Glory. That's not what I'm talking about. Why don't we add a WeChat ID? No, I don't think you really have any. I don't know if you really don't have any, but I don't have any either after meeting you. Shenli saw that Jiang Chang had rejected her, and although her expression was a little stiff, she didn't give up, because she didn't want to miss out on this Ferrari owner with a license plate like that. Shenli continued, I was just joking with you earlier, of course I have prestige, and I'm available whenever you need me, no matter what time it is at night. Just as Jiang Chang was about to argue with Shenli again, he saw a beautiful girl wearing a white strapless dress and a small jacket running quickly towards him. Her stunning appearance made Jiang Chang momentarily stunned. The key was that at this moment, she was panting, which immediately made him think of a Chinese idiom, waves surging. The girl looked up and down at Jiang Chang and saw that he matched the description on the designated driver app, white clothes, standing next to a handsome guy in a supercar. She looked at Jiang Chang in amazement and politely asked, Hello, did you call for a designated driver? Jiang Chang couldn't help but be a little puzzled. So young? Yes, are you the driver? The other person smiled calmly and nodded. He said with some panting, Hello, my name is Xiao Yinin, I'm the designated driver you called. Xiao Yinin had run a little too fast and forgot to adjust the camera on her phone for a moment, and at that moment the live broadcast lens just happened to be aimed at Jiang Chang. The netizens in the live broadcast room began to boil at this moment. Holy cow, he's actually a handsome guy, but this handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Isn't this young man the young man from the Lamborghini at noon? Holy cow, it turns out he's the Ferrari driving big shot, no wonder the Lamborghini waiter treated him so well. Seeing that Xiao Yin's phone was pointed at him, Jiang Chang frowned and walked over, holding up his hand to block the camera. Young lady, I'm so handsome that taking my picture costs money. Chapter 41 Xiao Mei. The girl gave an awkward smile, looked at the pop-up message, and then pointed the phone camera in another direction. Sorry, little brother, it just occurred to me that I saw you there today, at the Lamborghini showroom, when you were trying out a big pink cow. Jiang Chang leaned over to look at the phone and then asked, Are you an anchor? Are you doing a designated driver? Xiao Yinin nodded politely and said, I drive for hire when I'm free during the day. I'm an outdoor anchor. Can I take a picture of your car? Jiang Chang looked at the time. It was only 6 p.m., so he nodded without any objections. Seeing that Jiang Chang had agreed, Xiao Yinin flashed a bright smile and then took out her phone and snapped a photo. Everyone in the live broadcast room, I never thought that I would be able to meet the Ferrari 488, I'm so excited. This car was also the first model to be launched at the Ferrari car show today. After saying that, Xiao Yinin said according to the information she had found, this car uses the same 4.9-liter V8 engine as the F8, plus 3 electric motors. The total output is 640 horsepower. It is Ferrari's fastest production model, and it can go from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds. As soon as the attractive female anchor introduced it, the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately started to bombard the screen with comments. This license plate is not something that an ordinary family can get, is it? Haha, I'm laughing. How could someone driving a Ferrari be an ordinary family? Let's take a wild guess at the license plate of a car that represents privilege and wealth. The young anchor might be able to have some unspeakable things happen with the local tyrant and jump directly across social classes. Xiao Yinin looked at the barrage of comments and helplessly smiled, without replying to the teasing of the netizens. It's not easy to be an anchor these days, especially for someone like herself who doesn't have any special skills. Compared to the kind of anchor woman who relies on dancing to attract attention, her popularity is poor. So Xiao Yinin usually has to rely on pranks to maintain the heat in the broadcast room. She never expected to be so lucky today and meet the owner of a Ferrari. Shenli, who was standing nearby, saw that Jiang Chang was being so kind to Xiao Yinin, and her jealous face was distorted. She saw that she was not giving up and said to Jiang Chang, Young man, I can also be a designated driver, and it's free. No, I'm afraid I'll get a blister if it's free. Let's go. After Jiang Chang handed the car keys to Xiao Yinin, he got into the passenger seat. After receiving the car keys, Xiao Yinin skillfully opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. After entering, she politely asked Jiang Chang, May I drive and broadcast at the same time? My camera will only be facing me, so it won't film you. Zhang Chang turned on the interpersonal relationship scanning system. Name, Xiao Yining. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 94. Body type, 90. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 50. After reading it, Zhang Chang's brows couldn't help but furrow. 20 years old? Although she is 2 years older than me, does she meet the qualifications to be a designated driver? You need at least 5 years of driving experience to be a designated driver, and Xiao Yining obviously doesn't meet that requirement. Since Xiao Yining was broadcasting live, Zhang Chang didn't directly point it out, and then asked, "Do you do this every day? Can you drive a supercar?" Not really. Today happened to be a slow day, so I decided to broadcast the car show live and pick up some extra cash after it was over. Don't worry, I've tried driving many sports cars before. I used to be a car commentary blogger. After saying this, Xiao Yining skillfully adjusted the bracket and started the car. While driving, she excitedly said into the camera on her phone, "My dear viewers, I never thought that I would be able to drive a Ferrari one day, and it's even the top of the line 488 version. This car really makes you feel hot, just like the rumors say. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the nervous kind of hot, but this is a Ferrari, so I have to concentrate and drive carefully." Seeing Xiao Yining skillfully driving while streaming live on her phone, Zhang Chang couldn't help but look at her. This kind of girl who drives while streaming would probably be mistaken for a random female anchor if he didn't have the friendly value scanning system. After seeing the car start steadily, Zhang Chang let out a sigh of relief and then leaned over to take a look at Xiao Yining's live broadcast room. The anchor's name is Xiao Mei, and although the popularity is okay, not many people are giving rewards. And her weekly rankings are really bad. It's already Thursday, but her first rank only has 300-odd followers, and her second rank has 200-odd followers. Zhang Chang looked at her growth value for the week, and it was only 8,000-odd? So the reward for the week was only about 800 yuan? Although there is a reward of 100 yuan a day, for a small anchor like her, who is only level 12, the signing share is about 30%. Then her daily income is only about 60 yuan, and a beautiful woman like her has not even filled up 50 weekly rankings. This made Zhang Chang can't help but think of the previously exposed internet celebrity Xiao Bai Luo. Even a fake beauty like her could become the #1 live streamer. The live streaming record of this real beauty in front of him is actually so miserable. With a dream come true system like Zhang Chang's, the savings value for just one day is already close to 80,000 yuan. In contrast, Zhang Chang couldn't help but say, "Your weekly ranking is really miserable. There are only 10,000 people, and you only have so little money? It seems like not many people are giving you rewards. No wonder you need to find extra income. I think you'd be better off focusing on being a designated driver, you'll make more money that way." When Zhang Chang started complaining, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly became angry. "Ha, the local tyrant is right, the little anchor is really miserable. What do you mean no one rewards you? Anchor, I'll give you a wave with a fishball. Brothers, let the local tyrant see the true strength of our group of streamers. Here, free little gifts are on the way. Anchor, I've given you all my free flowers this month." Xiao Yining looked at the wave of free gifts coming her way, and helplessly pouted, "There's nothing I can do. I can't do anything, and I don't know how to please the big brother of the list. Usually, I can only hunt for strange things for nothing, and drive the big brothers a little, so that the netizens in the live broadcast room can see how congested the roads in our magical city are." Zhang Chang glanced at Xiao Yining's live broadcast room again. My goodness, it's all free little gifts, and there's not even a practical reward for this kind of live broadcast effect. It seems that these viewers are all masters of painting cakes. Chapter 42, No Initiative. The traffic situation in the Demon City is indeed comparable to that in the city of Rome. I originally thought that the traffic situation in the city of Rome was already exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be on par with the Demon City. I see that your destination is the Yaman at Yanyun, and you are not from the Demon City? Zhang Chang shook his head and replied, "I'm here for tourism." You are a local tyrant, you stay in such an expensive hotel even when you travel. Little brother, I have a question that I am very curious about, I wonder if you can answer it for me. You ask? I saw you at the Lamborghini showroom today, why were the Lamborghini account managers so attentive to you? I clearly saw that you went in very smoothly, you didn't need to show your capital, you just walked in, and someone immediately brought you tea and water. Why couldn't I go in and take pictures? Xiao Yining asked curiously. Anchor, don't you know Patek Philippe? Anchor, can't you see the new season's Louis Vuitton on the young man? The anchor is dumbfounded, his soul has already been seduced? The Patek Philippe in the young man's hand is not an entry-level watch, it's a 5,160, which costs more than 1 million. The attractive anchor woman was so focused on driving that she didn't see the on-screen comments. Maybe it's because I bought a car from Ferrari today, and Lamborghini saw it? Seeing Jiang Cheng say that, Xiao Yining turned her head in surprise and looked at him. Could it be this 488? Well, you just introduced this car in great detail, and it's a brand new car, and you're the second person to drive it. Jiang Cheng's words caused the live broadcast room to start boiling again. I threw up. There really is a difference between people. What the big guy meant was that he casually spent tens of millions, so the Lamborghini waiter was acting so abnormally. It was another day of real envy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yining was completely convinced. This kind of big shot has nothing to be dissatisfied with. He's bought a Ferrari, so what's the point of him having Lamborghini's capital verified? It's completely unnecessary. So it turns out that you're the big shot, no wonder. May I ask you, big shot, how was the Lamborghini you tried out at lunch? Did you choose the Ferrari in the end because the Lamborghini wasn't as comfortable as this Ferrari? This 488 really is very exciting to drive. If we weren't on the street and it wasn't my car, Xiao Yining would want to race it. Who says I only chose the Ferrari? Although I haven't driven the Lamborghini, it's quite comfortable to sit in. And I haven't noticed any problems with the air conditioning yet, but I'll soon find out if the other girls get hot in the Lamborghini. Xiao Yining couldn't sit still anymore. She couldn't help shifting her butt a little, and then said, "You mean you bought that pink Taurus too?" "Yes, is there a problem?" After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Xiao Yining choked for a moment and said sourly, "Of course there's no problem. Everyone, look, this is the difference between rich people and me. Like me, I have to choose for a long time when eating snail noodles and malatang. But the big guy can order them together." The reaction of the netizens in the live broadcast room was no less than that of Xiao Yining. In the parking lot of the Aman at Yangyun, Xiao Yining finished this time's designated driving. Before getting out of the car, Jiang Cheng said teasingly to Xiao Yining, "I didn't expect that you, a little anchor, have quite a knack for driving. The speed was just right, not too fast or too slow, very comfortable, I'll ask you again next time." Jiang Cheng suddenly drove towards Xiao Yining, and her face visibly turned red. Although she is usually very relaxed when broadcasting, she only does this when she is face to face with these online friends that she doesn't need to meet in person. When a real-life handsome guy like Jiang Cheng stands in front of her and makes jokes about the speed of the car, she will still be shy. Xiao Yining simply ignored Jiang Cheng's words and changed the subject, saying, "Local tyrant, what types of broadcasts do you usually like to watch?" "Naturally, I watch girls." "Don't you see that local tyrants like to look at beautiful women too? I thought you would like to watch cars." "Why watch cars? Can't you just buy them?" As the saying goes, looking at pretty girls is good for your health, prolongs life and combats aging, and also makes you happy and prevents depression. Xiao Yining pouted her lips and hummed, and said to Jiang Cheng, "If the local tyrant thinks I drive comfortably, would you like to give this really miserable little anchor some practical support, like a hit list or something? Look at me, I'm kind of a pretty anchor, right?" Jiang Cheng took the car keys that Xiao Yining handed him and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not interested in a free account." Seeing Jiang Cheng turn around and walk away after saying that, Xiao Yining was suddenly a little confused. "Hey, we're already in front of the hotel, aren't you going to invite me in for a drink?" Jiang Cheng laughed when he heard Xiao Yining say that. It was the same old routine. Why do all these beautiful women like to come to his door and drink his water? "Ha, the water in the hotel isn't clean, if we're meant to be together, I'll invite you to drink some milk." Netizens in the live broadcast room also felt a little disoriented when they saw Jiang Cheng's unconcerned back. After all, just now in the car, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining were still having a very lively conversation, but in an instant, he had pulled away and didn't recognize her. "Holy cow, I've been shown up. Is it because our anchor is not good looking? Is the local tyrant actually a free account? Then do I still have the right to reward the anchor? If the local tyrant is getting laid for free, I at least rewarded the anchor with 10 yuan. Xiao Yining was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. Where am I? What happened? Am I really that unattractive? She thought Jiang Cheng would at least let her add him on WeChat. She wasn't wrong to think that, because when they were in the car just now, Jiang Cheng's attitude towards her was actually quite good, and there was even a hint of flirtatiousness. Unexpectedly, he turned his back on her in no time. What a scumbag! Xiao Yining, friendliness plus 10. Jiang Chang smiled when he saw his rising friendliness score. He was right after all. The code of a good man is to not take the initiative and never say no. And he had a hunch that with this little anchor's seductive charm, he could take her out for a meal of spicy hot pot for 6 yuan next time. Chapter 43, Cashback for Food. Just then, Jiang Chang received a message from Wang Zhang's WeChat. It said that he wanted to arrange a table at the Yangyun Aman tonight and invited Jiang Chang to come. Jiang Chang read the message and did not refuse. If he were to go to the Magic City to study at university in the future, he would definitely need to participate in social activities. If he wanted to develop in this society, he could not go it alone. As the saying goes, more friends, more opportunities. It may sound a bit harsh, but it is true. And it so happened that he was staying at the Aman at Yangyun, so he could arrange to use the unused dining cash card. Jiang Cheng called Wang Zhang to let him know that he was staying at the Aman at Yangyun and asked him to come directly. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng return, Wang Yuyan immediately respectfully came up to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home." "Manager Wang, I'm going to entertain some friends later. Ask the chef to prepare the most expensive dishes. There will be 5 of us tonight, including me. Bring the fish mauve, the yellow-lipped fish and the Alba white truffle, and the fantasy sundae. You can decide the rest." Seeing that Jiang Cheng had ordered 2 yellow-lipped fish mauves, Wang Yu was suddenly stunned. The yellow-lipped fish, also known as the small-fin gold-barred mandarin fish, is a fish species unique to China that is distributed in the sea at the mouth of some rivers in the south. It can grow up to 150 centimeters long and is a large fish in the family of the family. Its fish maw is highly regarded for its efficacy and was once bought for about 3 million yuan. Wang Yuyan quickly responded, and nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, the current price of the fish maw of the yellow-lipped fish in our hotel is about 1 million yuan. If you only need a portion, the price should be about 500,000 yuan. Is that acceptable to you? 500,000 yuan? No problem at all." If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of looking like a nouveau riche if he ordered more, he would have ordered 10 portions. But even if you want to fleece someone, you have to spend reasonably. Enjoying life is the mark of a true tycoon. In my current situation, even if I squander money every day, I will still have enough to take care of my basic needs. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. "Okay, you decide. If it's not enough, just order more." "It's definitely enough, so I'll go get ready now." Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan appeared at the entrance of Jiang Cheng's courtyard villa, bustling about with 3 chefs and several waiters, pushing several carts of ingredients. Wang Yuyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Mr. Jiang, shall we start preparing now?" Looking at the red and green fresh ingredients on the cart, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Let's start now." Wang Zhang had just sent a message. According to what he said, they were almost at the door of the Aman. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng asked Wang Yuyan to go to the door of the Aman to welcome Wang Zhang and the others. They saw the personal butler come out to greet them. Wang Zhang and the other boy, who was dressed in designer clothes, both acted very composed. On the contrary, the 2 girls next to them looked like they had never seen the world before. As soon as they stepped into the lobby of the Yangyun Aman, they were shocked by the golden splendor. After Wang Yuyan led them to the courtyard villa where Jiang Cheng was staying, the 2 girls' eyes grew even bigger. There was a panoramic open-air balcony, a swimming pool, a hot spring area, and a natural stream running past the entrance. This was worlds apart from the hotels they usually stayed in. The 2 of them couldn't help but secretly exclaim in their hearts, "This is the presidential suite at the Aman at Yangshuo." It really was an eye-opener. Just as the 2 women were in a state of shock, Jiang Cheng walked out from inside and said to them with a smile, "Here you are, welcome." Wang Zhang walked over to Jiang Cheng with a smile on his face, and put his arm around his shoulder as if they were old friends. "Sorry, brother, I should have invited you to dinner. I didn't expect so many people to come along. What's the point of saying all that? It makes no difference whether you invite me or I invite you. Everyone, come on in." Jiang Cheng's words gave Wang Zhang enough face to make the atmosphere livelier. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my brother Chen Hao, young Master Chen, whose family sells coal, and they use the train to haul the goods out every day. These 2 are the female companions I brought along," Wang Zhang said to Jiang Cheng. Wang Zhang's introduction was very obvious. Obviously, of the 3 people who came, only Chen Hao was in the same circle as him, someone of the same caliber. As for the 2 unnamed female companions, they were unimportant and were probably just called along to eat. Chen Hao took the initiative to extend his hand to Jiang Cheng. "I've heard Lao Wang talk about you these past 2 days. I'm very happy to meet you." Jiang Cheng extended his hand and shook it, then glanced at Chen Hao, who was wearing a string of round jadeite beads with green hair oil around his neck and a pair of LV shoes on his feet. This outfit was quite fresh and refined, but after all, he was young, and not many people liked jadeite. Chen Hao spoke again. I heard Lao Wang say that you bought his Lafite? Jiang Cheng nodded. It was also fate. Ha, this kind of fate is not common. If you had bought it later, this guy would have to carry the car himself and then sell it at a discount, which would be a big loss. To be honest, Lao Wang really appreciates you. Wang Zhang immediately said, Hey, you're really going to undermine me. Jiang Cheng and I just have a connection. The three of them chatted as they walked inside. Jiang Cheng glanced at the two young ladies dressed in fashionable clothes. Both were considered beautiful, with a face value of around 80 points. And they both had a friendliness value of 60 points with Jiang Cheng, which was in the category of ordinary friends. This value was already considered high for someone they had just met for the first time. Once inside, Jiang Cheng greeted them. Manager Wang said the food here is quite unique, let's try it together. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. The hotel food at the Aman Hotel is indeed quite high quality, but I haven't tried their cooking yet. I'm in your good company today, Jiang. How long have you been in the Devil's Capital? Jiang Cheng waved at the two of them. Don't call me brother, you should be older than me, just call me by my name. Jiang Cheng really couldn't stand it when men older than him kept calling him brother. Moreover, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao were not the children of ordinary families. Everyone was just calling him that as a form of greeting and politeness when they first met. If you take it seriously, then you can't be friends. Okay, let's not bother with all that formal nonsense. Wang Zhang said in agreement. He was a laid-back person. But this kind of personality is quite pleasing to Jiang Cheng. Compared to people with deep thoughts, this kind of personality is more comfortable to play with. Then Wang Zhang asked Jiang Cheng, did you see any good cars at the car show yesterday? After a stroll, I bought a Ferrari 488 and a Lamborghini. Wow, you bought two at once, local tyrant, when will the car be ready to hit the road? Chen Hao asked after taking a sip of red wine. The Ferrari was arranged yesterday, and the bull said it would be delivered to me today. That was pretty fast. The 488 costs more than 80 million yuan, and if you do it normally, it would take at least 2 days, but you got it in 1 day. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he and Wang Zhang glanced at each other. Both of them knew that Jiang Cheng was not short of money. After all, if someone who could buy a Ferrari LaFerrari in full could buy these two cars, they would not have to pay in installments, right? The two girls on the side listened to their conversation and secretly marveled inwardly. Just then, Wang Yuyan led the way to serve the food. After the dishes were set on the table, Jiang Cheng looked around and greeted everyone to eat. Wang Zhang looked at the dishes on the table and after a while couldn't help but exclaim, brother, this is really a generous gesture, you've embarrassed me, this is Alba white truffle, right, and this is fish maw. Jiang Cheng nodded, the swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish. Wang Zhang also leaned closer to take a look when he heard this, and nodded when he set his eyes on it. Jiang Cheng, this is really extravagant. This can't be cheap. One of the girls looked at the unremarkable-looking cooked swim bladder on the table and asked cautiously, is the swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish expensive? Another girl also licked her lips and waited for an answer. Wang Yuyan, who was standing nearby, saw that the guests had questions and immediately answered thoughtfully, yellow-lipped fish is one of the 4 most expensive seafood in the world, especially its fish sperm is even more precious. The price of today's dish is more than $500,000. And this is Italian Alba white pine deer, which is also very precious, and the price is also several $100s per gram. After hearing Wang Yuyan's introduction, the eyes of the two girls widened instantly. The point is that Jiang Cheng noticed that the two people's friendship value towards him suddenly increased by 20 points. Nearly 1 million was eaten in one meal. If this price were placed in their hometown, it would be possible to buy a large suite of several hundred square meters. And now the two of them are actually going to eat this million into their stomachs. Thinking about this, the two women suddenly felt both vain and heartbroken. But the fact was already set, so the two of them had to turn their grief into their appetite and began secretly eating the delicious food in front of them, which they had never eaten before. During the meal, the two girls kept taking pictures of everything, an action that made Wang Zhang a little helpless and made his face darken. After an inoffensive little episode, Wang Zhang said to Jiang Cheng, Jiang, thank you for tonight's hospitality. Why don't we go to the bund later for a drink? Jiang Cheng looked at the time, which was almost 10 p.m. And he had already had a drink, so he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. So he politely declined, saying, to be honest, I just had a drink with my classmates, and I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go out with you next time. Wang Zheng didn't insist and said with a smile, then I'll book a big taxi in advance tomorrow night, and we'll have a good time. After Zhang Chang had treated Wang Zheng to this $1 million meal, Wang Zheng immediately invited him back. Zhang Chang really appreciated this kind of reciprocity. After all, making friends is about give and take. This kind of behavior, which doesn't want to take advantage of others in the slightest, is the right way to make friends. After seeing off Wang Zheng and the others, Zhang Chang took a comfortable hot bath, then lay directly on the leather sofa and started checking his phone. Just then, Wang Yuyan walked in with the bill for tonight's meal. Mr. Zhang, here is the bill for tonight's meal, please take a look. Zhang Chang took the bill and looked at it. He had spent a total of 1.58 million. After reading it, he took the bank card from the wallet in the cabinet and handed it directly to Wang Yuyan. Okay, swipe the card. Okay, just a moment. After the card was successfully swiped, Wang Yuyan backed off, leaving Zhang Chang some privacy. Yu Xiaoxiao did not come to Zhang Chang tonight. It has to be said that Yu Xiaoxiao is a very sensible woman. When Zhang Chang did not look for her, she would not take the initiative to come to Zhang Chang, let alone check up on him. Lying on the bed, she checked the payment information from earlier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Gourmet cashback card. The total amount of this transaction is 1.58 million. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 times the cashback. The cashback amount will be multiplied by the number of people who dined with you as the final cashback amount. The total cashback is 158 million. Would the host please withdraw the money to a bank card? Looking at the cashback amount, Zhang Chang happily clicked withdraw now. He had never imagined that inviting a few people to dinner could earn him over 100 million in cashback. The meal was really worth it. Chapter 44, The Anchor's Real Data. After a while of mindlessly scrolling through his Moments feed, Zhang Chang opened Douyu Live and searched for and entered Xiaomei's live broadcast room. After all, a girl with a face value of 94 points is not something you see every day. Although he hadn't added her as a friend, watching the broadcast might lead to various follow-up collaborations. After entering the broadcast room, he saw Qiao Yining walking around the room, seemingly preparing for the broadcast. At that moment, Zhang Chang heard a system prompt. Ding! The host's live streaming account has been detected as being too poor, and the system is giving the host 3 million shark fin coins as a gift. Zhang Chang couldn't help but smile when he heard the system's prompt. This dream-come-true system is really something. It will find all kinds of ways to send money to you at any time. As soon as the system's 3 million shark fin coins were added, his level 10 white prostitute account somehow immediately rose to level 65. At this time, Qiao Yining was sitting in front of the table, a little frustrated. From the background of the live broadcast, it can be seen that the place she is staying in is a very small bedroom. Zhang Chang casually typed and asked, "The anchor is not going out to hunt for wonders tonight?" Seeing a strange large number of more than 60 levels enter her live broadcast room, Qiao Yining suddenly perked up. Qiao Yining looked at it and then said, "Big brother Ding Haishenjun, welcome. There is a guild PK mission tonight, so I won't go out." In fact, her live broadcast room is not that unpopular sometimes, and it even gets a small amount of attention when she goes out to explore. But there are no big shots or rich people who are willing to support her. The streamers who reward her are all just guides. Usually, the rewards she gets are free gifts, and there are a few small gifts, but almost no large gifts. And Qiao Yining doesn't use any special tricks to keep the big shots' attention. Since the top big brother who previously rewarded her with 20,000 renminbi asked to meet her for sex, which she refused, Qiao Yining's live broadcast room has never recovered. After all, who would support an anchor woman who can't hand deliver? At this time, Qiao Yining's live broadcast room is still quite popular, but most of the viewers are just ordinary users. Little anchor, why are you so miserable? Is the weekly ranking still so miserable? Qiao Yining looked at the scattered chat bubbles and smiled helplessly, then replied to Zhang Cheng's question, "Because the dogs in my broadcast room just like to make me lose, haha." At that moment, some chat bubbles from some netizens started to change color. "Little anchor, how many births have you had?" Qiao Yining looked closer and then read it out. "How many births have you had?" 19 births, you are my 20th birth, okay, I'll give you a mute package first. After Qiao Yining finished speaking, Zhang Chang suddenly laughed. This Qiao Yining really, as she said herself, neither flatters the big brother nor says something nice. No wonder she can't keep people? The other female anchors in the other broadcast rooms are all cuddly and clingy, calling the big brother over and over, but she, on the contrary, directly calls him a dog, and even Yin Yang the water friends. Who can blame her for not being able to catch on fire? However, Xiao Yinin's personality is quite to Jiang Cheng's liking. Just then, someone actually connected to Xiao Yinin's live broadcast room. Xiao Yinin looked at the connection and helplessly clicked on it. She saw an anchor woman wearing a deep V-necked pajama top on the other side, whose name was by Luo Xiaomei. Looking at the somewhat blurry beauty screen, Jiang Cheng turned on the scanning system for her. Name, Huang Ling. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 55. Body shape, 89. Privacy, 70. Friendliness, 10 passing by. After watching it, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but let out a groan. Isn't this the typical Qiao by Luo? The heavy filter and somewhat distorted beauty make her look at least 90 points in front of the camera, just that I didn't expect her real face value to be only 55 points. After watching it, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but once again marvel at the power of beauty software. All you could see was Bai Luo smiling after seeing Xiao Yinin, her eyes full of an uncontainable smile. She started to cover her mouth and said with a chuckle, "Xiaomei, it's actually you. I never thought I would be so lucky, meeting you on the first connection. This time, you should also protect me through the first round, just like last time, right?" Although Xiao Yinin was very unhappy inside, she could do nothing about her own strength. Throughout her long career in live streaming, she had never won a single PK connection. As a result, many streamers who like to tease fish like to connect with her. Because the result of connecting with her is only one, which is a must-win. Although Xiao Yinin doesn't really care about winning or losing, just now, her guild specifically called to say that she must win at least 2 games in a row, otherwise her perfect attendance next month will be in jeopardy. Usually, she relies solely on this perfect attendance salary and the income from driving other people's cars to barely get by. If she doesn't get full attendance next month, she's afraid she won't be able to afford the rent on her small apartment. Xiao Yinin gave a fake smile and said politely, "Hello, please ask your bangy big brother to go easy on me later." "Hee, no problem, big brother Daju, we had an easy first round, so we can save our strength for the next round," Bai Luo said proudly to her bangy brother. Jiang Cheng watched this fall scene with a helpless shake of his head and was about to cut it out directly when the system prompted him. Ding! Leading Xiao Yin to win the PK competition will earn a reward rebate, with a rebate multiple of 150 times. Jiang Cheng, who had just received more than 100 million cashback, became interested when he saw the system prompt. "It's all money anyway, so why not take it?" Jiang Cheng typed directly, "Little anchor, you've been in the PK for so long and you've only received $5? That's really sad." Xiao Yinin was not angry either, and said with a smile, "Brother Ding Haitian, you see how miserable I am, do you want to support me a little with medical expenses to comfort me? Your weekly ranking should only cost 1 yuan, right?" Xiao Yinin suddenly felt a little broken when Jiang Cheng asked her this. Yes, in other live streaming rooms, there are emperors, dukes, counts, viscounts, and everything else, but in my live streaming room, there is not even a knight. Usually she could console herself, but today she had been mocked continuously, and coupled with the pressure from the union, at this time Xiao Yinin's mood could not help but be a little low. "Ha, I'm proud of my free rides. I'll never top up. Ha? Disdain us free riders? I came in to watch the anchor defeat." Xiao Yinin looked at the live streaming comments for a while, feeling a little depressed. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, and she was prepared for the broadcast to be cancelled next month. She was streaming live to make money, and if she couldn't make any money and was even losing money, then what was the point of streaming live? "Host, what do you mean by rolling your eyes?" "Host, if you roll your eyes again, you won't get any free flowers today. I was even thinking of giving you some fish balls." "Host, you're not happy with us anymore." The streamers all turned on the trolling mode. Xiao Yinin also said without any hesitation, "You've got it wrong, how could I dislike you guys? The streamers in my broadcast room are getting better and better at what they say, each and every one of them is talented." Jiang Cheng listened to her finish and directly rewarded 5 weak chickens. 5 weak chickens just happened to be $1. Xiao Yinin helplessly smiled wryly, but still stood up and thanked Jiang Cheng. "Thank you, brother Ding Haitian, for the medical expenses." Even the 65-year-old big brother has become stingy when he comes to her live broadcast room. Is she a live broadcast insulator? "Host, what skills do you have?" "Me? Does driving count? I usually drive for other people. If I win the guild battle with you, will you drive for me?" Xiao Yinin didn't take Jiang Cheng's words seriously, and she nodded. "Okay, big brother Ding Haitianjin, if you can guarantee that I will win, I will give you a free ride. I can drive very steadily, you can sit back and relax." Okay, I'll see if you can really drive steadily tomorrow night. At this time, there were only a few dozen seconds left in the competition. The opponent, by Luo Xiaomei, had already received more than 300 rewards, while Chao Yining had only received 20. Looking at the remaining PK bar with a hint of blood, Jiang Cheng directly selected the 3 most expensive 2,000 yuan super rockets and dropped them. Chapter 45 Turn off the beauty filter? Anyway, the tease coins in his background were given to him by the system for free, which was equivalent to free sex. If Chao Yining won, he would also get a cashback of 150 times. At this time, Jiang Cheng didn't feel any pain when rewarding. Chao Yining, who had already given up hope, suddenly saw 3 super rockets appear in her broadcast room and jumped up excitedly from her seat. Ah, thank you, brother Ding Haishinjin, for the 3 super rockets. I really appreciate it. Brother, if you want to see any performance, I'll give you a show. Chao Yining never expected this 65-level big brother to reward her with such a high amount of super rockets. Usually, although her own live broadcast room is also patronized by big brothers, these big brothers will just take a look, say a few words, and then slip away. Chao Yining is used to it, so she doesn't bother to ask for gifts again. She never expected Jiang Cheng to swipe 6,000 yuan for her in one go. Holy shit, is the little anchor woman lucky? Finally, a big shot has taken an interest in our little anchor woman. Big shot, are you confused? Isn't it fragrant to prostitute for free? By Luo Xiaomei, who was almost certain to win, saw a big shot suddenly appear in the live broadcast room opposite Chao Yining, stealing the tower. She couldn't help but look angry, and then she said sourly, "Wow, Xiaomei, a big guy has come to your broadcast room, big brother Ding Haishinjin. Hello, you've hurt someone so badly, seeking comfort, come visit me when you have time." Chao Yining saw that Bai Luo Xiaomei was taking the opportunity to flirt and steal people away, so she immediately said to Jiang Cheng, "Big brother Ding Haishinjin, I'll give you a room number. Once you have a room number, you'll be part of my family. Don't go to someone else's house." Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, Chao Yining said again, "Are you still there, big brother? I don't dance well, so how about I sing you a song?" As soon as Chao Yining finished speaking, the chat screen started to flash. "Anchor, I beg you not to sing. You'll scare my brother away. Let's just dance." Looking at the screen full of comments, Jiang Cheng laughed, "Just do whatever you like." "Okay, big brother, I'll sing then. You're my good brother. My good brother, how come I have such a good brother?" At this time, Chao Yining immediately sang to Jiang Cheng in a flattering manner, not caring at all about modesty or being out of tune. "The person has already rewarded you with 6,000, so what's the point of being modest? You have to know that other female anchors can reward their big brothers with just 0.66 yuan for a deep squat. This is a serious 3-shot superfire. If Jiang Cheng asked Chao Yining to do a deep squat at this point, she would definitely do it without a doubt. Damn, Xiaomei can actually sing this kind of song. Xiaomei, something's wrong with you. Xiaomei has become a dog licker." Chao Yining didn't care about the comments in the chat box at all, and continued singing excitedly. The reason she was so excited was because she had long been unhappy with this Bihua little sister. In the past, Bihua little sister would taunt her after she won, but this time she had finally won back at her. Bihua little sister on the other side was very depressed. Her sure win had been suddenly ruined by the local tyrant who had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't pay any attention to her, she immediately cooed to her big brother Bangi, "Big brother Bangi, please guarantee that we win the first round. If we lose the next round, I'll be eliminated." Big brother Bangi typed, "No problem. When do you want to enter the first round? It's a best of 3 series. Don't worry. You're worthy of being my big brother. I know you're the most stable, you never flip over." Soon the second round of the PK began. Jiang Cheng, like in the previous round, directly fired 2 super rockets into the sky. The opposite Dazhu quickly followed with 3 super fires. Jiang Cheng didn't waste any words and directly ordered a chase, firing 3 super fires after him. Dazhu looked at the super fires Jiang Cheng was chasing after and, with a fierce heart, added 5 more. Holy shit, is this the first round of the competition and already things are getting so intense? I never thought I'd see so many superfires launched in a small anchor's live broadcast. Looks like the anchor has a crush on the host, and the host is about to be taken away. Without a doubt, after Jiang Cheng's 20 superfire launches, Dazhu went offline without saying a word. Chao Yining happily said to Bai Luo's little sister, "Sorry, I let you win. I didn't think I'd win in the first round, haha." Although Bai Luo was slapped in the face by Xiao Yining, she still said with a smile, Xiaomei is so lucky to have the support of a local tyrant like Ding Haishenzhen. Big brother, if you have time, you can come and watch me. I'll dance for you. I'm also super stable behind the wheel, and my legs won't get sore all day. After saying something suggestive to Jiang Chang, Bai Luo immediately picked up her phone to comfort Dazhu. After all, Dazhu had also given her 15 super fires today. Although she lost in the end, she still made a profit. After she was done, she immediately used her phone to enter Xiao Yining's live broadcast room. After all, there aren't many real big brothers these days. After the connection was disconnected, Xiao Yining immediately got up again and said to Jiang Chang, "Thank you, big brother Ding Haitian, I haven't received super fires in a long time, and it's still 20 super fires. I really don't know how to thank you. Tell me, what do you want to see me do?" 20 rounds of super fire is 40,000 yuan, and she can get more than 10,000 yuan. Due to Jiang Chang's super rocket dominating the screen, at this time, Xiao Yining's live broadcast room directly gained a small wave of popularity, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had reached more than 10,000 at this time. I want to see you turn off your beauty filter. Xiao Yining's beauty score is as high as 94 points. This kind of beauty filter that smooths the skin and slims the face not only doesn't add points, but even subtracts from her original beauty. If Jiang Chang didn't know that her live broadcast room was called Xiaomei, he would probably not recognize her if he watched the broadcast directly. This is like some celebrities who were originally good looking, but once they appeared in a live broadcast room where the influencer was trying to sell products, their heavy beauty was ruined beyond recognition. Holy cow, this guy is awesome. Broadcaster, turn it off and see the broadcaster's real face value. I'm just afraid that if you turn it off, the big guy will run away. This is punishment, right? The big guy is just showing off. Xiao Yining was a bit speechless at the request Jiang Chang had made. These days, how can you broadcast live without using beauty filters? But Jiang Chang had spent so much money on her, and if she didn't do as he said, she was afraid it would all be for nothing. Without the skin smoothing and eye enlarging effects, Xiao Yining looked at herself in the camera and suddenly felt a little less confident. Just as she was about to accept the barrage of comments, she didn't expect the netizens in front of the screen to suddenly get excited. Holy cow, she's so hot. How come I didn't notice this beautiful anchor before? Definitely follow, Big Brother has bet right this time. Little sister, don't turn on beauty mode in the future, it'll ruin things. Dodu's live broadcasts all need to be rolled up according to this requirement. Xiao Yining didn't expect that not only had her house not collapsed, she had even gained a large wave of fans and praise. She was in a great mood and said to Jiang Chang, "Big brother Ding Haishenzhen, please guarantee another round. If I win this round, I can continue to broadcast next month, please." Chapter 46, let's see whose nerves are stronger. If it weren't for the system's money-back mission, Jiang Chang wouldn't have wasted any time here at all. For the sake of the money, Jiang Chang typed, "Let's get started." After getting a confirmation, Xiao Yining immediately nodded happily, right away. You have to know that these people who directly use the super rocket are all real big shots, so maybe she will really pass the second round with flying colors. Soon the second round of connection began, and Xiao Yining was still connected to the little girl this time. She saw that the person on the other end was a little girl in a Sailor Moon costume. She spoke in a sweet, lisping voice, "Hello, little sister, I'm Sweetie Oda, I'm very happy to be connected with you. Little sister, your boyfriend is really amazing, 20 rounds of super rocket, we're all very envious." Before Xiao Yining could say anything, Xiaotian continued, "Hello, brother Ding Haishenzhen, I'm Xiaotian. Your super rocket hit my heart. Come visit Xiaotian sometime. Xiaotian has a lot of talents and can do a lot of things, chat, flirt, sing, dance, and everything else. I guarantee brother will be satisfied." Seeing that the anchor on the other side was blatantly trying to steal brother again, Xiao Yining couldn't help but despise him inwardly. But despite her disdain, she couldn't say anything. After all, they were both anchors, and anchor Ding Haishenzhen could go wherever he wanted. What could she do? Besides, anchors relied on the rewards from the big brothers to get by, so there was nothing wrong with competing for them. These days, it was hard to find a real big brother. Xiao Yining gave a fake laugh and said, "Hello, Xiaotian, shall we get started? Little sister, why don't we have a little performance contest first? No, I'm tone deaf. The only performance I've ever done was turn off my beauty filter at the request of my loyal audience. After Xiao Yining finished speaking, Xiao Tian on the other side was instantly at a loss for words. She hadn't expected Xiao Yining's big brother to have such a request. You have to know that many streamers are dead in the water when it comes to the camera, and they rely on beauty filters to hold up in front of the camera. Now Xiao Tian didn't dare to say another word. After all, if she turned off the beauty filter, her appearance would be a million miles away from Xiao Yining's. She said stiffly, "Okay, let's begin." Ha, is Xiao Tian scared? The big guy is awesome, he actually came up with this method. I also want to see Xiao Tian turn off the beauty filter. Compared to the anchor on the other side, Xiao Tian's beauty filter is a bit too high. Holy cow, how come I didn't notice this kind of top-notch anchor before? She's got a great figure and looks great too. You think I'm stupid? Of course I have to find someone who's the real deal when I pay for it. Xiao Tian looked at the barrage of comments and her face turned stiff with anger, but she still had to force a smile and speak sweetly to her number one brother in the broadcast room. Brother Yazihua, the PK has already started, please don't let Xiao Tian get beaten up. Yazihua also knew that the opponent, PK Xiaomei, had brought a big shot. Seeing that Zhang Cheng had spent 50,000 yuan in the previous round, he thought that this round should not be so fierce. Moreover, Xiao Tian had secretly sent him a message just now, saying that he could go on a date with him at a hotel this Sunday. Upon thinking about this, Yazihua directly rewarded 5 planes, and together with other scattered rewards, Xiao Tian received a total of about 1,000 yuan. Seeing that the other side was starting to make a move, Zhang Cheng casually swiped 5 super rockets and crushed them. After the 5 super rockets took off, the fire in Yazihua's heart immediately died down. He casually swiped 50,000, and this was only the first round. If he followed him directly, not to mention whether he would lose, even if he won, he would still lose money. If it's the same as the last round, and the two of them directly swipe more than 50,000, then what's the point? With this 50,000, can't he just build himself a club of his own? Why swipe here? After Zhang Cheng fired 5 super rockets, Yazihua directly indicated that he would not follow, and let Xiao Tian give up on his own. Although Xiao Tian was a little sad, he didn't dare to force him, after all, he was his number one big brother. There was no doubt that in the second round, Zhang Cheng would still win safely. In the next round, Zhang Cheng's super rocket flew straight up like it was free, and no one who didn't know what they were doing came out to take him on. After all, these days, the top big brother of the grudge only exists in novels, and the rich in reality are more rational and restrained. No one would be so stupid as to take on a union battle just for the hell of it. Zhang Cheng is a system miner, and he has a task on his hands, otherwise he wouldn't be stupid enough to be here. Of course, the big brother of some other small anchors would not lose half of his empire just because of a union battle. After all, why must the female anchor who can usually be booked for 10,000 yuan double her usual fee today? With a green light all the way, they arrived at the final round. This time, they were opposite a big anchor from Douyu, Dui Xiaomei. Dui Xiaomei has been very popular recently, and her top-ranking big brother is also a really capable local tyrant. Seeing that Xiao Yining had accepted the challenge, she spoke enthusiastically first. "Hello, Xiao Yining, I'm Dui Xiaomei. I'm very happy to be doing the final PK with you. Shall we start directly or go for the talent show first?" Xiao Yining still said dryly, "Hello, little sister. I can't sing or dance and don't have any talent. Shall we just start?" Dui Xiaomei hesitated for a moment. She had already gone to the last step. Her guild had naturally already found out about Xiao Yining's background for her. Xiao Yining is just a small anchor. Today, she is just lucky that a wild big brother has appeared to help her in the guild battle, and that big brother has already spent nearly 800,000 points. The dumb little girl smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, since young lady doesn't have any talents, I will dance for my big brother daddies first." The big brother across the screen can watch too. After the little girl finished dancing, Zhang Cheng immediately typed, "That was a great dance, I really like it, I feel like going over to the little girl's side just watching it." After Zhang Cheng sent this message, the stream viewers started to laugh and make fun of him. The little girl is not only pretty, but also has a lot of talent. Xiaomei can't do anything except look pretty, and she's really lucky to have made it to the final. She's just a little anchor who knows nothing, and I guess brother Ding Haishenzhen did it on a whim. Xiao Yining was suddenly panicked. "Oh no, brother Ding Haishenzhen, are you going to leave me behind? We were just one step away from becoming kings together." Zhang Cheng continued to vent, "Don't say any more. Look at what the little girl's name is. You only know how to call people brother, and you want to go to the top with them? If you're talking about multiplayer sports, I might consider it. Holy cow, what a show! With over 800,000 followers, it's not too much to play the multiplayer game of King, huh? I just want to ask the anchor if he's panicking right now? Xiao Yining suddenly understood the meaning of Zhang Cheng's words. She didn't act pretentiously, and directly asked the main sponsor to pay up. Main sponsor, please guarantee the last game. After the broadcast, I'll immediately sign up for a class, and I'll learn whatever dance you want to watch. Friendly reminder, Ding Haishenzhen, the big brother opposite the little girl who is dumb, is really a big brother, and there are 300 level big brothers on the list. Although Ding Haishenzhen is very supportive, I don't know if he can support the 3 real big brothers. It depends on whose is harder. Chapter 47, When the money I spent was like air. After the PK officially began, the girl opposite me started to exert her power. The 3 super emperors on the opposite side directly each spent 3 super rockets, for a total of 9 super fires. After spending the money, one of the people on the opposite side, named Batten, even ran over to Xiao Yining's live broadcast room and spent 2 super fires. After firing, he even cheekily sent a message saying, "Please accept this small medical bill." Xiao Yining looked at the provocation from the other side and said sarcastically with a fake smile, "Thank you, Brother Badian, for the 2 rounds of super fire." After Xiao Yining finished speaking, Zhang Cheng was speechless and sent several question marks. So the hundreds of super fires I just used were just candles, or was it just air? The live broadcast room also followed Zhang Cheng's lead at this time and sent a bunch of question marks. I didn't think that Xiao Mei was quite so formidable when she got grumpy. Just now, Brother Ding Haishenzhen just gave you a few 100,000, and you can't continue broadcasting. Just keep acting. Xiao Mei actually dared to mock the Super Emperor. She's gone, she's gone. Zhang Cheng saw such provocation from the other side, so he used a backhand to give Xiao Yining 20 shots of super fire, and then he ran to the live broadcast room of the girl named Dui and gave her 5 shots of super fire. Anyway, the system had charged him with 3 million fishbone coins, and now he still had 2 million left. Zhang Cheng didn't believe that he couldn't win the last round of the PK with 2 million. If he really couldn't win, he still had billions of funds in his bank card. At this time, Zhang Cheng said that he wasn't panicking at all. Dai Xiaomei was a little happy when she saw the fierce battle from the beginning. After all, when the immortals fight, the mortals like them have something to eat. Dai Xiaomei said to Zhang Cheng with a smile, "Thank you, Daddy, for paying the medical expenses of the god of medicine. Daddy is so generous." The next super fires were like money, rising one after the other. The 3 senior super emperors and Zhang Cheng, the newly born super emperor tonight, clashed head-on. By the end of the first round, Zhang Cheng had already spent 1.5 million. On Dai Mimi's side, the top 2 or 3 players had spent 500,000, while the next 2 had spent 200,000 each, making a total of 900,000. But they were still 600,000 behind Zhang Cheng. After some consideration, the 3 players all decisively stopped following Zhang Cheng. In the previous rounds, they had only managed to earn 100,000 or so, but Zhang Cheng's earnings had already multiplied several times in the first round. Dai Mimi saw that her brother had stopped, and with a hint of disappointment in her voice, she shouted, "Big brothers, why have you stopped? Don't stop, hurry, can you go faster? Work harder." Although Dai Mimi was swaying from side to side while saying suggestive things that made people think. But there's no way they can win. Bangi admits defeat and says, "Forget it, dumb little girl, we'll talk about it next time." Without Bangi's support, dumb little girl's team quickly loses. The second round is even easier, as Zhang Cheng wins straight after just 2 super rockets. Although dumb little girl's team still tries very hard to drum up support for themselves, the result is still unsatisfactory. Xiao Yining is still a little dazed when she wins. She covered her mouth and looked at her live broadcast room, where her popularity had skyrocketed, still feeling as if she were dreaming. After all, just an hour ago she was still in a stage of doubting life, and even wanted to end her live broadcast career at one point. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, she had won the Guild Battle Championship, gained more than 50,000 new fans, and more than 1,000 of them were the kind with a registered card. Finally, they were no longer those cold, lifeless zombie fans. More importantly, she had received a total of 2.5 million rewards, and according to the contract she had signed, Xiao Yining would receive around 700,000. Xiao Yining, who had suddenly reached the pinnacle of her life, was currently in a state of mixed emotions. Is this little anchor stupid? Why is she covering her mouth and not speaking? She's overjoyed. Can you believe I'd be even stupider? I really can't imagine the actions of the rich. I've already spent the money for a house. But this young lady is indeed very pretty, and the local tyrant has really good taste. It's a pity that such a beautiful young lady is about to be taken by the top guy as soon as she starts following him. Xiao Yining finally reacted when she saw the screen full of 6,666. She could only see her bowing repeatedly to thank Jiang Chang. Big brother Ding Haitian, I really don't know how to thank you. Can I add you on WeChat? If you like something in the future, I'll learn it immediately and make sure you're satisfied. Seeing Xiao Yining so excited, Jiang Chang replied lightly, no need, I was just passing by. Big brother, then how can I find you in the future to give you a designated driver? If you really want to give me a designated driver, just go to the Aman at Yangyun. I'll be there for the next 2 days. Bye. Xiao Yining's eyes widened when she saw Jiang Chang's words. It was actually him. Damn, I really don't understand the world of the rich. After spending more than 2 million, he didn't add Weixin? May I ask if the big guy is still short of pendants? Little brother, you can't be today's Ferrari little brother. It turned out to be Ferrari little brother. No wonder. How is it possible for the world to be full of local tyrants? Xiao Yining was also shocked at this time and asked, are you Ferrari little brother? However, the entire network could not wait for Jiang Chang's reply at this time, because Jiang Chang, who had received the system prompt, had already gone offline. At this time, not only was Xiao Yining truly full of question marks, even the water friends in the live broadcast room began to boil. Everyone was full of question marks and at the same time became more and more curious about Jiang Chang. What kind of family could be so extravagant that they would just give away more than 2 million rewards so casually? Some netizens even began to suspect that the guild must have been behind the hype to attract popularity for Xiao Yining, because it was just too unbelievable. But would a female anchor who didn't know any talents really have a guild spend such a large sum of money to hype her up? At this time, the netizens began to argue again. Jiang Chang on the other hand had no interest in the questions of those online. He opened the system and carefully checked it. Jiang Chang looked at the spending record of his own list and sure enough, this reward was not counted in his daily spending. It seems that as long as the money is charged by the system, if you spend it again, it will not be counted in your upgrade spending. Jiang Chang opened his own Douyu background. After spending more than 2.5 million on Xiao Yining, there were still 490,000 Douyu coins left in the background. At the same time, Jiang Chang's background messages had exploded, especially the messages from friends and private messages from various female anchors. After Jiang Chang had swiped through them, he found a private message from Xiao Yining. Sure enough, Xiao Yining was also asking to add Jiang Chang's prestige. Jiang Chang directly sent his prestige over. He had just re-examined Xiao Yining using the kindness value system and found that her kindness value towards Jiang Chang had directly reached 85 points. Jiang Chang naturally would not be polite to such a young lady with a 94-point appearance. Chapter 48, All Good Girls. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully leading anchor Sister Qiao to win the guild battle. In view of the anchor's very high satisfaction with the guild, the system rewards the host with 100 times super crit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 times crit cashback, totaling 230 million. Does the host wish to withdraw immediately? Jiang Chang looked at the 230 million given by the system and immediately clicked to withdraw it. Although Jiang Chang didn't know how the system was actually operating these critical strike amounts, at this moment, Jiang Chang couldn't help but turn purple with excitement. He never expected to make more than 200 million in one night. Jiang Chang suddenly felt that money was really easy to make. After pretending to be a bully on the internet and experiencing the joy of throwing money around, he was still able to get cash back. This was really outrageous. The next day, Jiang Chang, who slept until he naturally woke up, looked at the friend request sent by Xiao Yining, and clicked through after a slight curl of the corner of his mouth. After all, the beautiful woman had taken the initiative, so what reason did he have to refuse? A few minutes later, Xiao Yining sent a private message. Big brother Ding Haitian, do you need a designated driver today? I'm waiting 24 hours for your call. After sending the message, Xiao Yining stared motionlessly at the chat interface between herself and Jiang Chang. Since learning last night that Jiang Chang was the Ferrari young master, Xiao Yining had been unable to sleep. She wondered why such a handsome guy would suddenly take an interest in her and reward her with more than 2 million in a single transaction. Reading the message, Jiang Chang thought for a moment and realized that he did need Xiao Yining to be his designated driver tonight. Last night, he had already made an appointment with Wang Zhang to meet at the tax tonight. If they went to a bar, they would definitely drink. Drunk driving was definitely not good, so in order to save his life, Jiang Chang directly sent the time of the designated driver to Xiao Yining. After spending more than 2 million, it's not too much to drive, right? At 8 p.m., Jiang Chang casually tidied up a bit and then went to the underground parking lot of the Aman. When he arrived, he found Xiao Yining already waiting next to his car. Her long, slender legs were standing straight, and she was looking down at her phone. Jiang Chang raised his eyebrows in surprise, then whistled at her and said, "Hey, you're here so early? I told you to come find me after you finished drinking, didn't I?" Xiao Yining quickly looked up at the sound. Today, Jiang Chang was wearing black casual clothes and a pair of black LV sunglasses, which made him look handsome and imposing. Xiao Yining's eyes were fixed on his handsome face. She admitted that she was a beauty freak, and Jiang Chang was undoubtedly the most handsome and best-built guy she had ever met. After all, with the system and the transformation, Jiang Chang's appearance had reached a score of over 90. Xiao Yining blushed slightly and said, "You helped me so much last night, how could I let you drive yourself? Of course I came to be your driver." Today, Xiao Yining was dressed like a hot girl, wearing a black halter top over her ultra-short hot pants, and accessorizing with some very unique silver jewelry. It looked like she really went all out for the nightclub. This outfit highlighted her well-developed upper body to the fullest. Her curvy figure, slender arms, and long, straight, somewhat meaty legs made Jiang Chang's little brother instantly unable to help but raise his head a little. After gathering his thoughts, Jiang Chang got into the driver's seat of the car and looked up at Xiao Yining. "Get in the car if you're here." The big guy had spoken, so naturally Xiao Yining did as she was told. The cold, gloomy gray Ferrari 488 attracted a lot of attention as soon as it hit the street. Together with its high-pitched roar, it was like a bomb going off in the street. The silver-gray supercar looked especially cool under the magical and dazzling night lights of the city. "Which bar should we go to?" Xiao Yining asked with some anticipation. She hadn't been to a bar in a long time and was suddenly a little excited. "TAXX. Wow, TAXX is the biggest and liveliest bar in the city. It's said to have been opened by the celebrity known as the Cheetah. I hear it's a lot of fun inside, with lots of handsome guys and beautiful women, and lots of celebrities go there. I hear even Principal Wang goes there a lot." Seeing Xiao Yining's yearning expression, Jiang Chang smiled. "You seem to know quite a bit? I also learned a lot from surfing the internet, but I haven't actually been there yet, so I'm a little excited." By the time Jiang Chang arrived, both sides of the entrance were already full of luxury cars. At this time, there were many stylishly dressed young people in front of the bar's entrance, taking photos and checking in with various poses. There were even several men and women wearing online celebrity outfits streaming live videos at the entrance. Jiang Chang looked at the lively and vibrant tax and the somewhat chaotic and smoky entrance. He suddenly felt that it would be pretty good if he could open a bar. He could come here to help the young ladies relax and do charity work. The young ladies at the entrance immediately began to shine with excitement when they saw Jiang Chang get off the Ferrari. "Who is this young man? I haven't seen him here every day. He's so handsome in his outfit, and he's wearing a Patek Philippe watch. Holy shit, he's wearing all the new Louis Vuitton stuff. He's a rich kid. Whoever he is, he's really handsome. I've never seen anyone so handsome. Let's just get it over with." As soon as Jiang Chang got out of the car, several young ladies started crowding around him, ignoring Xiao Yining, who was standing next to him. "Hello, little brother, my name is Haley, can I add you as a friend?" "Brother, I want to add a WeChat ID too. I'm always available." "Little brother, this is your first time here, right? I can show you a good time." Not only was Xiao Yining beside him speechless, even the boys watching from the sidelines were envious. "Damn, this is discrimination, the privilege of the rich. I've been to tax so many times, and every time I'm the one approaching these internet celebrity ladies. If you drive a car of this level, you can do it too. Look at how outrageous the young lady in the passenger seat is, we can just look." In no time, Jiang Chang was already surrounded by 5 or 6 women, slowly walking towards the door of the taxi. His vision accidentally dimmed twice. "Oops, little brother, I'm sorry, my breast slipped and hit you." "It's okay, it doesn't hurt, it's quite comfortable. You are all good girls, let me go in first, okay?" Jiang Chang smiled helplessly. After taking a few steps, Jiang Chang noticed that the necklines of these girls were getting lower and lower. If this continued, he was afraid that he would lose control. Chapter 49: The hottest bar in the demon capital. Xiao Yining saw so many Saolangian throwing themselves at Jiang Chang, and she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. To say that she has genuinely fallen for Jiang Chang in such a short period of time is impossible. At most, she was a little dizzy from Jiang Chang's money last night, and this kind of super-rich second generation was originally her deepest standard for choosing a spouse. Xiao Yining glanced at Zhang Chang and then walked over, separated the girls, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, he already has a girlfriend." After being pushed away by Xiao Yining, the girls all looked at her with displeasure on their faces. However, they could do nothing about it as they had arrived first, and Zhang Chang seemed to have no objection to this. They could only leave the scene helplessly. Zhang Chang saw that they had all dispersed, and stared at the astonishingly large softness of Xiao Yining, which was pressed against his arm. He asked with interest, "I have a girlfriend?" Seeing Zhang Chang looking at her chest, Xiao Yining suddenly smiled. She knew her advantage, but she didn't let it show for too long. She immediately left Zhang Chang's arm and continued, "Since you can't refuse them, I'll help you." Zhang Chang naturally liked reserved, gold-digging women like Xiao Yining. He didn't lack money anyway, but he also understood that if he wanted to get her quickly, he still had to follow the method of grabbing first, then letting go. To catch her, let her watch you play, to make her feel a sense of crisis and jealousy. To let her go, you have to leave her hanging. Zhang Chang smiled indifferently, "Thanks, but next time, it's not necessary. I think they're doing just fine." After saying that, he didn't care about Xiao Yining's shocked expression, and walked straight past her towards the door. As soon as he broke through the encirclement, Wang Zhenghe and Chen Hao, who were waiting outside the door, quickly spotted him. "Holy shit, so you were the one who was just surrounded?" Wang Zhang laughed and said. As soon as the two of them saw Zhang Chang, they immediately went up to him. They glanced at the direction the little sisters were gathered around and said teasingly, "You weren't scared, were you?" "No, it was pretty good, everyone was very enthusiastic." "Ha, when I arrived, I wasn't as exaggerated as you, and these little sisters didn't even pay any attention to me." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly, looking at Zhang Chang with some envy. "With your reputation, those young ladies should be afraid. And you're not much better. You can only fool those young ladies who are new here." Seeing the two of them shooting the breeze, Zhang Chang laughed and shook his head, "So these young ladies like strangers. Lao Jiang, this 488 is yours, right?" Wang Zhang pointed at the Ferrari behind them. "Yes." Zhang Chang said casually. "Holy shit, this license plate is awesome. By the way, I remember you're not from Chengdu, right? You can get this kind of number, no wonder the little sisters are so excited. Can the Ferrari car show arrange for this kind of number now? I didn't get this kind of license plate when I bought it before." "No, I got it myself, I got lucky and won it." After Zhang Chang finished speaking, the two of them instantly couldn't hold back anymore. Wang Zhang glanced at Zhang Chang and the Patek Philippe in his hand, secretly gave Chen Hao a wink, and then said, "Do you think I believe it?" "Yes, don't pretend with us, Sai, who is this young lady?" After Chen Hao finished speaking, he conspicuously changed the subject and looked at Xiao Yining, who was by Zhang Chang's side, with interest. "There are some things that you shouldn't ask about, so don't pry into things that you shouldn't." Naturally, the two of them understood this. Which rich person doesn't have a little relationship and network? Without some connections, how could you get a license plate of this level? The reason why they wanted to befriend Zhang Chang was because they saw Zhang Chang's strength. The same was true for Zhang Chang. Rich people even more need to have their own network of connections. "I'll find a designated driver, let's hang out, she'll drive later." Zhang Chang didn't introduce Xiao Yining in detail, just casually mentioning her. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao exchanged a meaningful glance and then laughed. Then they turned to Zhang Chang and said, "No wonder you are a martial arts master, let's go, everything has been arranged inside, the three of us are going to have a good time tonight." Seeing the three of them walk in, Xiao Yining also followed Zhang Chang obediently. As soon as they entered the door, they saw an oversized wall, which was filled with the exciting spades. The decoration style of the tax bar is industrial and cold. There were already quite a few people inside, and the music was loud and deafening. Hot and sexy women were writhing their sexy bodies on the dance floor. As Wang Zhang and Chen Hao appeared with Zhang Chang, the several women sitting in the booth in Section 0 immediately stood up. Wang Zhang had just told them that a big shot would be coming later and that they were to entertain Zhang Chang well. The girls looked at the handsome Zhang Chang and suddenly became even more motivated. "Call Jiang Xiao," Wang Zhang said to them. The long-legged girls in revealing clothes immediately obediently shouted in unison, "Jiang Xiao is so good." Most of the girls at this time all revealed expectant and shy expressions. The reason is none other than who doesn't like handsome guys? Zhang Chang looked at these beauties in the booth, all with a face value of around 85 points, and nodded with satisfaction. He politely said to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, "Thanks, this arrangement is perfect." The two men, who had received Zhang Chang's affirmation, replied in high spirits, "Hey, of course. After Wang Zhang finished speaking, the sales manager of the bar immediately walked over to them.
Wang Xiao, Chen Xiao, good evening.
Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang introduced to the sales manager, "This is my brother, Zhang Chang."
Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Li, the sales manager here. Welcome, you can find me for anything you need, I'm here to help you at any time.
Having been in the bar for so long, Li naturally has some discernment. From Zhang Chang's appearance and the famous watch he is wearing, you can tell that Zhang Chang and Wang Zhang are in the same league. At least their wealth is similar, and Zhang Chang is sitting in the C-seat, so he should be treated even better. Don't look at the fact that everyone in this bar is wearing famous brands, but some of the people's famous brands are already out of season. There are even some people whose famous brand clothes and famous brand shoes are already half worn and not new. The two mentioned above are generally the kind of people who bite the bullet and buy designer clothes, then put them away and only wear them on very important occasions. They repeat this process, and are reluctant to throw them away even when they become old. Zhang Cheng's outfit, with its latest designer pieces, must have cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, and with the million-yuan watch in his hand, this is the real deal. After all, only a real second-generation rich kid would buy designer clothes every day, and would never wear a pair of shoes for just one season. Li first arranged 2 sets of Great Dragon to liven things up. Seeing Wang Zhengyi ask for 100,000 yuan for 2 sets of Great Dragon, Li's eyes lit up. He said respectfully, "Okay, 3 brothers, I'll arrange for you to have the Great Dragon right away.
In addition, our bar will send you various snacks, fruit, and ice-cold beer." Xiao Yinin looked at the spending card on the table. She couldn't help but secretly shake her head again. It's no wonder that it's the most lively bar in the city, it's expensive.
Each booth has a minimum spending requirement. The minimum spending for the zero zone where they are sitting now starts at 10,000. If you come on a Saturday or Sunday, the minimum spending starts at 40,000. The minimum charge for the most common booth in the bar starts at 3,000. After Li Xiaoyu left, Xiao Yinin whispered to Zhang Chang, "Wow, the Great Dragon, I've never seen it before, only on videos." Zhang Chang also said generously, "I've never seen it either, thank you, brother Wang is so generous." Seeing Zhang Chang say this, the girls also immediately exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, the boss is so generous."
Chapter 49, Posturing?
Seeing that Zhang Chang was giving himself face, Wang Zhang immediately waved his hand. He naturally didn't take it seriously, and was just being polite.
Would he not have 200,000 yuan?
Wang Zhang said, "How can this Great Dragon compare to your yellow-lipped fish from last night?
Do you know?
The meal he treated me to yesterday was truly magnificent, a luxurious meal of over 1,000,000 yuan." Wang Zhang deliberately placed Zhang Chang in the middle at this time. The so-called connections are to make friends with people of similar strength. The reason Wang Zhang is so high on Zhang Chang is to place Zhang Chang on the same level as himself. But it's because he feels that the strength Zhang Chang has shown makes him feel that the two of them are on the same path. People at their level definitely make friends with people of the same status. Otherwise, if you make friends with someone who is not as good as yourself, and they come to you for help every day, aren't you just looking for trouble?
Over 1,000,000.
After Wang Zhang said this, the girls present suddenly let out an exclamation.
Their eyes on Zhang Chang suddenly became even more fervent.
From their observations, everyone could tell that Zhang Chang and Xiao Yinin did not seem to be a couple. The main thing was that Xiao Yinin had been looking for an opportunity to speak to Zhang Chang, but Zhang Chang's attitude had been slightly cold. This suddenly kindled a flame of hope in the hearts of the girls present. In fact, this was a state that Zhang Chang had deliberately created. He wanted to let Xiao Yinin know that he didn't need her as a woman. He also wanted Xiao Yinin to know that he didn't care about her at all, so that she would doubt herself and feel a sense of crisis. After a while, Li led a dozen sexy bunny girls into the room, each carrying a bar on her head that symbolized the ace of spades. Zhang Chang, sitting in the C-spot, felt the screams and the attention from the crowd, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But seeing the excited expressions of Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, Zhang Chang still smiled and didn't say anything to dampen the mood. After all, this is the standard for showing off in a nightclub. As the saying goes, if you don't show off in a nightclub, you're not going to go karaoke. At this time, the bunnies slowly twisted their bodies and placed the drinks on the table. There were more than 10 bottles of black spades of various colors densely arranged on the table. The sound of thanks from the DJ on the spot, the shouts. The dark environment of the nightclub combined with the smell of money from the black spades. The colorful and dazzling scene began to push the atmosphere of the nightclub to a boil. When the atmosphere was getting high, some girls with more courage began to lean towards Zhang Chang. I saw a girl wearing a champagne-colored short skirt twisting her sexy ass, her eyes flirtatiously walking towards Jiang Chang, and she sat down in the empty seat on Jiang Chang's right. She was seen holding a wineglass in one hand and cupping her perky breasts with the other. As she approached Jiang Chang, she even lightly rested her body against his arm, and cooed as she toasted him. "My name is Xiao Chang, Jiang Xiao. I'd like to toast you. I'm very happy to be able to spend the evening with you." Jiang Chang felt the astonishingly large softness of Xiao Qing's breasts against his arm, and couldn't help but secretly nod with satisfaction. He secretly activated his friendly value scanning system on Xiao Qing. Name, Xiao Qing. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 98. Privacy, 5. Friendly value, 70. Intimacy level. Although Xiao Qing's face value is only 85, she still gets a 90 after applying makeup. Her privacy value is 5, which is not too high for someone who hangs out in nightclubs. The key is still the figure, 98 points. Cow level, it's really hard for a guy to withstand it. Jiang Chang looked at his hands, which were deep in the pile of meat, and shook his head, exclaiming that he couldn't withstand it either. This place is actually not a good place to put your hands. There is a more suitable location, one that can be moved. Seeing a girl with quite a high appearance value suddenly appear, Xiao Yinin's face next to her suddenly looked a bit unpleasant. And at this time, the other party also unabashedly took the initiative to cling to Jiang Chang. Xiao Yinin suddenly felt a sense of crisis towards this formidable competitor. It was true that Jiang Chang was her idol and older brother. But he had never made any demands on her from beginning to end. And now, in front of her, he was flirting with another girl. The look of enjoyment on his face made Xiao Yinin a little uncertain about Jiang Chang's thoughts for a moment. In theory, Jiang Chang should be interested in her. Otherwise, what is the point of all his actions? If Jiang Chang really doesn't have any interest in her, why does he spend so much money on her? Xiao Yinin wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Jiang Chang, but the cow in front of her kept swaying in front of Jiang Chang's face, tempting him. Seeing this made her a little angry. She saw Jiang Chang and Xiao Chang flirtatiously touch their wine glasses. Xiao Yinin immediately picked up the glass next to her and said to Jiang Chang, "Brother Biney, I'd like to toast you as well." Xiao Chang, who was standing nearby, had prepared a lot of topics to chat with Jiang Chang about. Suddenly, she was interrupted by Xiao Yinin, and she couldn't help but glare at Xiao Yinin with sharp eyes. However, she was very sensible and didn't dare to interrupt Jiang Chang's conversation. Jiang Chang looked at Xiao Yinin and raised his eyebrows, saying, "What kind of wine do you drink?" After saying that, Jiang Chang handed her the Wangzi milk on the table, teasingly saying, "Look at other people, and then look at you. Drink this to supplement your health." Xiao Yinin thought about the fact that she would have to drive Jiang Chang later, and could only regretfully take the Wangzi milk handed over by Jiang Chang. She looked at Xiao Chang and then pursed her lips, saying, "I'm okay too, I don't need to supplement." "Oh, I can't tell, you're still okay? If you can't tell, take a closer look." After saying this, Xiao Yinin straightened her back towards Jiang Chang, unconvinced. Jiang Chang suddenly smiled when he saw Xiao Yinin's serious expression. Although he was very envious of Xiao Qing's cow, his main task tonight was still Xiao Yinin. He could only regretfully let Xiao Qing go first. Seeing that Jiang Chang had withdrawn his arm, Xiao Chang put her arm around Xiao Yinin. Suddenly, she got bored and stood up, followed the other sisters next door and started dancing to the music. Her left hand naturally embraced Xiao Yining's slender waist, and her mouth whispered close to Xiao Yining's ear, "This is really hard to see, so why don't you let me take a good look when we go back tonight?" At the same time, Jiang Chang's hand started to get naughty, rubbing back and forth against the root of Xiao Yining's thigh. Seeing so many people there, Xiao Yining suddenly blushed. No one has ever done this to her before. In her panic, she pushed Jiang Chang away, a little flustered. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of woman?" Jiang Chang's face turned cold when he heard these words from Xiao Yinin. He had already spent more than 2 million yuan, and she was still saying things like this to him. If she didn't want to, why did she follow him here tonight? And after following him here, she's acting all high and mighty? Trying to resist but not quite? Is this kind of gesture meant to make Jiang Chang coax her? He is not one of those spare tires, little lickspittle dogs. Don't even think about Jiang Chang doing that. He knows that Xiao Yinin's privacy value is 0. But for Jiang Chang now, this is not a rare thing. You have to know that for tens of thousands of dollars, you can go to a university and find a bunch of girls with a privacy value of 0.
Don't even think about playing this kind of trick with Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang let go of Xiao Yining, picked up the ace of spades on the table, took a sip, and then looked at Xiao Chang, who was writhing next to him. She is truly a cow, and her hot and sexy body, when she writhes like that, makes Jiang Chang's eyes go straight up. After pulling out a smile, Jiang Chang slapped the peach-shaped buttocks of Xiao Chang and the other girl twice. Chapter 50, proceed as planned. The two girls, who were having fun, suddenly screamed in fright when someone patted their asses. They immediately blushed and even got a little flustered. However, when they turned around and saw it was Jiang Chang, they immediately switched to a face of surprise and said coquettishly, "Jiang Xiao, you scared me." "Yeah, I was wondering who it was, and it turned out to be you. How come you know how to have fun?" If at this moment, someone patted the buttocks of the two of them and was an ordinary man, it would be called molestation, but if it was replaced by a tall, rich and handsome guy like Jiang Chang, it would be called flirting. Yes, it's reality. Jiang Chang patted the seat next to him and said to the two of them, "Don't be shy, come over and sit down and have a drink with me." Xiao Chang saw that Jiang Chang had suddenly invited himself, and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yining next to Jiang Chang. Seeing that Xiao Yining's face was pale and she looked embarrassed, Xiao Chang immediately understood. Xiao Yining must have done something to make Jiang Chang unhappy. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chang suddenly look for her? Girls like Xiao Chang, who often hang out in bars, know that a rich guy like Jiang Chang would prefer not to be treated like a prince. After all, guys like him don't lack women, otherwise they could end up like Xiao Yining. We're all here to make money, so why bother trying to be virtuous? Xiao Qing was highly aware of this, and she was not at all pretentious. She immediately took her best friend and sat on either side of Jiang Chang. At this moment, she looked extremely pleased with herself. She could be seen with her lips slightly parted, and her whole body was leaning directly against Jiang Chang's arm. She knows how to make use of her figure, and she lets Jiang Chang feel her difference directly. Xiao Qing let her hair down because she had just been dancing. Her delicate makeup, the natural waves of hair behind her, and her full breasts made her exude a seductive charm. "Jiang Xiao, what do you think of my dance?" Jiang Chang nodded, "Not bad, not bad. You didn't see that my brothers were applauding for you." "Really? I haven't met your brothers yet." "Jiang Xiao is so handsome, your brothers must also be very big and powerful." "This is natural, or shall I introduce you to them later?" "My brothers can act cool, you should like them." "Nonsense, how do you act cool?" "I don't understand, I'm so shy." "Jiang Xiao, my name is Sun Yan. The person you just hit felt so good. I want to meet your friend too. My sister is looking for a friend who knows how to put on an act." Another sweet-looking girl saw what was going on and quickly chimed in, speaking sweetly to Jiang Chang. Although her figure was not as explosive as Xiao Qing's, she had a sweet voice. Especially when she sings at night, no man can resist. Jiang Chang looked at Sun Yan's pure and cute face, and reached over and couldn't help but want to pinch her somewhat baby-fat cheeks. But just as he was about to do so, he noticed that the foundation seemed to be a bit thick. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Chang's large hand turned and naturally slapped her butt, with a crisp sound. "No problem, I can do two at once." Xiao Chang, who was standing nearby, immediately grabbed Jiang Chang's hand and said coquettishly, "Jiang Xiao, you can't be partial, I want to be hit too." After saying that, the two round basins moved towards Jiang Chang on their own initiative. There were two more slaps. Jiang Chang said with a lingering desire, "What? Can you do magic? Why are your buttocks above your breasts?" "Nonsense, this is my bear." "Really? I don't believe it. How can it be so big, unless I take a look?" "Oh dear, Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. I'm the real thing. You'll see if you try." "How? Like this or like this?" Jiang Chang was caught between the two women and couldn't help but shake his head. It's true that where there are women, there is war. Although the other girls also wanted to get close to Jiang Chang, they looked at Xiao Chang and Sun Yan and suddenly had second thoughts. Xiao Chang and Sun Yan were the best off of the group, and it would be a bit of an insult for them to approach at this time. So the other girls consciously gathered around Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and started playing. After all, it was not often that they could see the two great dragons together. As Jiang Chang and the two women played around, the atmosphere began to heat up. Xiao Yining, sitting on the side, watched Jiang Chang and Xiao Chang as they played and laughed, looking like a pair of idle rich kids. Strangely, Xiao Yining didn't feel anything wrong inside. Although she wasn't sad, a sense of defeat rose in her heart. "Jiang Xiao, what do you usually do?"
Nothing much, just killing time, eating and waiting to die, sitting around and doing nothing. If I'm not busy, I fix the drains.
Oh my, you fix the drains?
Of course, I'm the best at fixing drains that are constantly blocked.
Ah, Jiang Xiao, you're so naughty.
What are your hobbies?
Do you work out?
You have a great body.
It looks like you have 8 abs.
No, I don't.
I only have one hobby, and that's sex.
Socializing?
You're so annoying, don't split it up.
Xiaoqing and Sun Yanni leaned against Jiang Cheng's arms on either side, smiling coyly.
What? Did you get the wrong idea? Didn't you come out tonight to socialize?
Oh, you're so bad. I just came over here tonight to relax, and I never thought I'd run into you.
What a coincidence. Well, is this relaxation serious?
Jiang Xiao, you're so annoying.
Whether it's serious or not depends on you.
Wang Zhang and Shan Hao on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Jiang Cheng say this seriously. Xiao Yining tried several times to find another opportunity to talk to Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng didn't give her any chance at all. Throughout the whole event, he ignored her. She was left standing there, ignored, and this made her bite her lips hard, feeling extremely suffocated.
She really didn't understand.
She had only said that she wasn't just some random girl, so what was wrong with that? Although she wasn't just some random girl, if Jiang Cheng asked her out, she would still consider it. She had already prepared herself for this tonight. At this moment, Xiao Yining's heart was really depressed.
She knew what she should do, she just wouldn't do it. Why can't she just give herself some time?
Xiao Yining, friendship value +5. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Yining's friendship value, which had suddenly reached 90 points, and couldn't help but secretly pull out a smile.
90 points, isn't that already reaching the threshold of hey hey hey? Chapter 51, Unresolved.
In the time that followed, Jiang Cheng continued to ignore Xiao Yining, as if she didn't exist. This made Xiao Yining sit on pins and needles all night.
Because Jiang Cheng's attitude towards Xiao Cheng was not warm at first.
He even put his arm around her, but because of a single sentence she said, Jiang Cheng let Xiao Cheng and another girl come after him. How could Xiao Yining maintain her balance of mind when he took away all the glory that should have been hers? As the time Jiang Cheng spent ignoring her grew longer, Xiao Yining felt more and more uncomfortable and became more and more anxious and confused. It wasn't just Xiao Yining, but Xiao Cheng at the beginning was also like this. She knew that although her appearance was not as good as Xiao Yining's, after she put on makeup, she was not much inferior to Xiao Yining. Especially her most prized and most powerful weapon, the pounds of white flesh on her chest. This weapon of hers is much bigger than Xiao Yining's. But no matter how hard she tried to please Jiang Cheng, he always gave her the cold shoulder. This was a blow to Xiao Cheng, who was never frustrated.
Although Xiao Qing usually didn't bother to take the initiative.
Regardless of how much money Jiang Cheng has, his handsome face is enough to make Xiao Qing extremely infatuated. It made Xiao Qing feel bad at first that such a perfect man would ignore her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng is suddenly interested in her now. And she is even being held in his arms and squeezed like a soft persimmon. The situation has reversed directly, which makes Xiao Qing feel great. The more jealous Xiao Yining is, the more Xiao Qing feels good.
This is the strange female mentality of comparing oneself with others.
As the saying goes, jealousy is a battle for love, and it has always been the same from ancient times to the present.
Finally, the time came to 1 o'clock in the morning.
When the show ended, Xiao Cheng and Sun Yan reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Cheng. They had originally thought that they would be able to have a good time with Jiang Cheng tonight, or maybe even a threesome. Unexpectedly, in the end, they only added each other on WeChat, saying that they would meet again next time.
Although Sun Yan was unwilling, she did not dare to say anything.
On the contrary, Xiao Cheng was so angry that she stormed off directly after Jiang Cheng left. As for Xiao Yining, she followed Jiang Cheng very cautiously. In fact, Jiang Cheng was very reluctant to let go of Xiao Cheng, but there was nothing he could do. Because he had a hunch that Xiao Yining, who had 90 friendship points, would be his soft target tonight. If he had to choose between the two, Jiang Cheng would still choose Xiao Yining. Because on the whole, Xiao Yining is actually the best. The key is that the first blood has not yet been taken, and this is very urgent. Along the way, Jiang Cheng looked very aloof, sitting straight in the passenger seat playing with his phone.
This move made Xiao Yining not know how to react.
She admitted that she wanted to climb up the tree of Jiang Cheng, but her reason told her that it seemed a bit premature. They rode in silence until they reached the underground garage where Yang Yunaman is located. At that point, Xiao Yining handed Jiang Cheng the car keys.
After receiving them, Jiang Chang walked away without looking back.
As she watched Jiang Chang turn and walk away, Xiao Yining stamped her feet and unwillingly followed him. Judging from Jiang Chang's actions today, Xiao Yining felt a little unsure about herself. Jiang Chang, who was walking in front, saw in the corner of his eye the pair of white, sexy little feet in high heels belonging to Xiao Yining, who was following him.
He couldn't help but smile.
Seeing that Jiang Chang was about to enter the house, Xiao Yining could no longer hold back her impatience and chased after him, carefully taking Jiang Chang's hand and determinedly saying, "It's not safe to take a taxi so late.
Can I sleep here with you for the night?" Looking at Xiao Yining's flushed face, Jiang Chang laughed softly and said, "Didn't you say that you weren't the kind of woman who was easy?"
"I was just saying that. Take a taxi home yourself." Seeing that Jiang Chang was still expressionless, Xiao Yining's beautiful big eyes widened slightly. For some reason, at this moment, she felt a bit pique in her heart. Although she had some ulterior motives, Jiang Chang had really made her feel inferior all night.
Xiao Yining said angrily, "I'm not going back."
Seeing Jiang Chang looking at her with a curious expression, Xiao Yining took a deep breath and walked straight into the courtyard villa. Although she didn't know if Jiang Chang would let someone throw her out.
At this moment Xiao Yining didn't care.
Her subconscious told her that she couldn't just go back, or it would be over. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting for Jiang Chang to return, saw that Jiang Chang had brought another strange woman back. She froze for a second, but soon she dutifully walked up to Jiang Chang and bowed to him, saying, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home.
Would you like to take a bath now?"
Jiang Chang glanced at Xiao Yining before nodding. "Take a bath first, there's nothing else to do."
"Manager Wang, you can go back and rest." Seeing Jiang Chang dismissing her, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but envy Xiao Yining. Jiang Chang still ignored Xiao Yining and walked straight towards the bathroom.
Although he was very jealous of Xiao Yining, he had just been in the bathroom for a long time and had picked up a lot of her scent. After a quick rinse, Jiang Chang still had a cold face and walked over to the bed, lying down and brushing his phone.
Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang helplessly before quickly following him into the bathroom.
Xiao Yining, naked, was standing in the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror, her face flushed and her eyes slightly wet. She kept cheering herself on. She didn't stay in the bathroom for long, and in a moment, the bathroom door opened. Xiao Yining, with slightly damp hair, carefully held the doorframe, poking her head out the door, looking innocently at Jiang Chang, who was lying on the bed. Jiang Chang, who was brushing his phone, glanced at Xiao Yining's delicate and sexy face and her snow-white, smooth shoulders. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. What a vixen. He didn't know how long he had endured in order to temper Xiao Yining's temperament.
He suppressed the urge to pull Xiao Yining over to him. Jiang Chang said coldly, "There are many rooms here, you can choose anyone."
Seeing Jiang Chang driving her away, Xiao Yining pouted and said, "Your bed is so big, can't I sleep with you?" Although this made Jiang Chang feel a rush of joy, he still put on an expression of indifference on his face.
"I'm not used to sleeping with other people."
He said this, but inside he was thinking, "Just come over here, what's the big deal? If you don't, I'll come over there and take care of you right now." Just as Jiang Chang was secretly pleased with himself, Xiao Yining walked out with a dejected look on her face. She was seen slowly crouching down with her lips pursed in a pout. Her face was buried in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were sobbing.
"What are you crying for?"
Jiang Chang suddenly felt a little baffled.
"Do you hate me? Why do you hate me?
At first, we were fine, you even hugged me, but now I've offered to sleep together and you don't want to." Xiao Yining, who had just finished bathing, looked like a blooming flower. Now, with tears in her eyes, her big, charming eyes were brimming with tears.
This look was simply irresistible to any man. What's more, she was wearing Jiang Chang's bathrobe, which was already a bit big on her.
Now, because she had squatted down, it had opened slightly. Xiao Yining, who was a little agitated, questioned Jiang Chang, not noticing that her state was already completely revealed. This impact made Jiang Chang want to press her against the ground and rub against her. Sighing, Jiang Chang said urgently, "Come here." When she saw Jiang Chang say this, Xiao Yining froze for a second. A few seconds later, she took a deep breath, stood up, and walked over to the bed. Xiao Yining's hands awkwardly touched Jiang Chang's angular face, as if she were imitating a scene. Then she took the initiative to lightly kiss Jiang Chang.
This action made Jiang Chang couldn't help but smile a little. This is settled.
After kissing for a while, just as Xiao Yining was once again apprehensive, Jiang Chang began to respond to her. The two people kissed each other with their lips and teeth. Zhang Chang broke Xiao Yinin's hands and turned the guest into the main, supporting such a beautiful face in front of him, starting from her chin and kissing her way up, slowly drying Xiao Yinin's tears. After a long time, Xiao Yinin let out a muffled grunt. She opened her tear-filled eyes and stared at Zhang Chang, saying, "Zhang Chang, I like you." Although Xiao Yinin liked money, she felt that she also liked Zhang Chang. After all, which girl didn't like her boyfriend to have status, drive luxury cars, stay in expensive hotels, and even save her in her most desperate times? For the time being, Zhang Chang was the prince charming of her dreams. Xiao Yinin wrapped her arms tightly around Zhang Chang's waist, buried her face in Zhang Chang's strong pecs, and listened to the gentle, strong beat of his heart. Early the next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the office on time. She picked up her phone and sent Zhang Chang a message, "Good morning, honey." After sending the message, Yu Xiaoxiao put her phone aside and started working on today's work report. Su Wan, the company's entertainer, also came to Xingchen Company today, which was unprecedented. Her task today was to come to the company to take some promotional photos. Zhang Chang had not contacted her since they had last eaten together, and Su Wan was standing hesitantly at the door to Yu Xiaoxiao's office. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, she knocked on the door and said, "Manager Yu." Yu Xiaoxiao's voice quickly responded from inside, "Come in." Seeing that the person who had come in was Su Wan, Yu Xiaoxiao's face and expression were a little surprised. "Hello, Manager Yu, sorry to disturb you." Su Wan greeted with a bright smile. "Su Wan? Come, sit here." Yu Xiaoxiao stood up from her work chair and walked over to the sofa where she would be receiving guests. Sitting down by the sofa, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea for Su Wan. She probably knew why Su Wan had come to see her, but she didn't say anything. Instead she asked tentatively, "Su Wan, what can I do for you?" Su Wan didn't bother with any small talk either, and got straight to the point. "Manager Yu, you know Zhang Chang, don't you?" When Su Wan asked about Zhang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face softened. She nodded and said, "Yes, I met him when I was on a business trip before." "So did he tell you that he's going to hire me?" "Yes, that's true. I'm also preparing on my end. I'll take care of it after I finish handing over the company. It might take a few days, so don't worry, I'll take care of it." Su Wan was relieved to hear this. She had been worried because there had been no movement, and she had thought that Zhang Chang was just joking. "So are you resigning?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I've already submitted my resignation. I'll go help at Zhang Chang's company when the time comes. The company has already been registered today. I'll terminate your contract then, and you'll be our company's first artist." "Manager Yu, that's a new company, and it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are now. Do you really trust Zhang Chang that much?" Yu Xiaoxiao knew what Su Wan meant. She took Su Wan's hand and gave it a gentle pat, looking like good sisters. "Su Wan, I know what you mean, but I definitely trust Zhang Chang 100%. You'll see. He's someone you can trust and rely on. We're all sisters here, so you can just call me Sister Yu from now on." Just as Su Wan was about to speak again, an employee suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. "Manager Yu, the receptionist downstairs called to say that someone has sent you a surprise, and they are downstairs right now. Please come down and sign for it." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard this. She has received many gifts from people, usually flowers or necklaces, and she has never had to go downstairs to sign for them. What surprise! Who sent it? Tell them I refuse to accept it, I don't want it. It seems to be a car, I can't refuse it, the other party has already paid. After the employee finished speaking, Yu Xiaoxiao and Su Wan both let out an exclamation. What? A car? Yu Xiaoxiao's mind flashed with many faces, and in the end she couldn't help but fixate on Zhang Chang's handsome face. "Sister Yu, someone actually gave you a car, this is too much, why don't we go downstairs and take a look together?" Su Wan said excitedly. After she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned. She suddenly had a hunch that it couldn't be Zhang Chang. Not only did Su Wan think so, but Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but have butterflies in her stomach at this moment. "I'll go down first to see what's going on." Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's overjoyed expression, Su Wan said with some envy, I'll go too. Soon, Su Wan and Yu Xiaoxiao took the elevator together to the lobby on the first floor. As soon as they arrived on the first floor, a young man in a suit and white gloves said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Hello, miss Yu, there is a car that needs you to sign for it." Yu Xiaoxiao followed the staff to the company's entrance, a little in a daze. There was a car covered in a red car cover parked at the entrance, and a large crowd of onlookers had gathered around the car. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao come out, 6 Lamborghini staff members raised their colorful spray guns and salute cannons to the left and right and started spraying. A Lamborghini staff member smiled and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Hello, miss you, please uncover it." Yu Xiaoxiao was momentarily confused as she watched the colorful salute cannons spread across the company entrance. She slowly unfastened the car cover in front of her, revealing the pink body, and then the Lamborghini logo appeared. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise at the sight of such a beautiful car. "Oh my god, a Lamborghini in pink, it's so beautiful. I'm jealous, Manager Yu is so happy. I heard that Manager Yu broke up with her fiancé and that he now has a new boyfriend. If only I had a boyfriend like that, I'm jealous." Looking at this pink Lamborghini, Su-Wan immediately thought of Jiang Chang's Ferrari LaFerrari. For some reason, she was certain in her heart that this car was a gift from Jiang Chang. Who else could afford such a car? "Miss Yu, here are the car keys. Who gave them to you?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't immediately take the car keys, but asked guardedly. "It was Mr. Jiang Chang. He also asked us to do this. I hope you like it." Upon hearing Jiang Chang's name, Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly took the Lamborghini car keys. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had always claimed to be a strong woman, was overwhelmed with emotion at this moment, and tears began to flow uncontrollably down her face. No man had ever treated her as well as Jiang Chang. Yu Xiaoxiao, friendship value +5. Jiang Chang suddenly woke up upon hearing the system's prompt. Ding! Yu Xiaoxiao's friendship value with the host is 99 points. Unlock the title of Never Separated. The host has received a special bonus package. May I ask if the host would like to open it? Jiang Chang mumbled, "Open it." Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving a cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 100 times. Congratulations to the host on receiving a bonus card. When the hosts. Chapter 52, Imperial Cuisine. Jiang Chang suddenly woke up when he heard the system's prompt. Ding! As Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness score towards the host is 99 points. The title of Never Separated in Life and Death is unlocked. The host has obtained a special reward package. May I ask if the host would like to open it? Jiang Chang silently said, "Open." Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 100 times. The host will receive 1/10 of the number of descendants, and the final cashback will be calculated by multiplying it by the other party's satisfaction with the use. Jiang Chang smiled when he saw the system's prompt. This system really knows how to get things done. It can come up with such a reward, and there is a very crucial point. Although there is only one reward, the system does not limit the number of opposite sexes that can be used at a time. In other words, if Jiang Chang is ranked with an opposite sex, he can use this card again. But what if one day Jiang Chang is in multiple queues or 3 or 4 queues? Would the reward then be doubled? But if there are multiple queues, then there would be a problem. That is, it is inevitable that there will be some that are not taken care of well, which will cause a decrease in satisfaction. Jiang Chang looked at the card and fell into deep thought for a while. Although it is either a single queue or multiple queues. Anyway, this reward card can at least bring him a reward of at least 10 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to invest at least 10 million on their own. After the investment, the system will give the host 1 gold medal investor and 1 elite management general manager, thus ensuring the stable profit of the investment company. Note, the investment company's annual return rate must reach at least 10%. Jiang Chang couldn't help but sit up in surprise when he saw the system's suggestion. This reward is really good. After taking a quick glance in the direction of the bathroom, Jiang Chang answered Yu Xiaoxiao's phone call. Xiao Xiao. Jiang Chang, thank you for the gift, I really like it. Yu Xiaoxiao said with a choked voice. If you like it, why are you crying? Jiang Chang said helplessly. Jiang Chang still has some favoritism towards Yu Xiaoxiao, not only because she is his first woman, but also because Yu Xiaoxiao is a very sensible and generous woman. Plus, she now has a friendship value of 99 points with him. A sensible and sexy woman, coupled with the feelings of never leaving her, how can this kind of woman not be favored? You are too good to me, I don't know how to repay you. If you really want to repay me, learn more about eating chicken. I know. After a while of cuddling with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang hung up the phone. Looking in the direction of the bathroom, Zhang Cheng guessed that Xiao Yining should be done washing up soon. Zhang Cheng switched to the system page. The investment company rewarded by the system had undoubtedly increased his value. Having money is important, but it is more important to learn to invest it, otherwise it will just disappear. Setting up a company will not only improve Zhang Cheng's social status, but also bring him greater benefits in terms of real estate. This will directly solve the problem of limited property purchases in the city. For example, when he bought the Ferrari, under normal circumstances, if the system did not intervene, Zhang Cheng would not have been able to get the Shanghai license plate. Because he is not a resident of the city, he cannot buy a car or a house in the city. Understand the purchase restriction policy. But if Zhang Cheng sets up a company in the city, the problems related to buying a car or a house will be solved. Zhang Cheng thought about it for a while, and according to the prompts of the Dream Come True system, the minimum requirement is 10 million. The annual return on investment is at least 10%. Under this premise, naturally the more money invested, the greater the return. He looked at the balance of his bank card. After some consideration, he decided to take out 500 million and invest it directly in this investment company. After all, the more money invested in the company, the higher Zhang Cheng's social status will be. When the scale of your company's investment financing reaches hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars, then that's when you'll truly become a big shot. Zhang Cheng silently mouthed the words, "Open investment company." Opening investment company for host. What are the investment location, capital and company name? Investment location, Shanghai, capital, 500 million, company name, Xingqian Investment Company. Ding. The investment company has been set up. The Gold Investor and Elite Management Manager will contact the host within 3 days. Congratulations on the host's level upgrade. The host earns 1.5 yuan every second they exist in the world. Name, Zhang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 92 points. Level, 10. System reserve, 786,410 yuan can be withdrawn at any time. System, 1.5 yuan second. Upgrade experience, 633.7 million billion. His own move to use 500 million to establish an investment company directly caused the system to jump 2 levels to level 10. Now he is earning 1.5 yuan every second, 90 yuan a minute, 5,400 yuan an hour, and 129,600 yuan a day. His monthly salary has become 3.88 million yuan. His annual salary is almost 46 million yuan. A few minutes later, Xiao Yining also walked out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a towel and looked at Zhang Cheng with a shy face. "Did I wake you up?" Zhang Cheng shook his head. "Aren't you sleepy?" Xiao Yining shook her head. "I slept pretty well last night." Although Zhang Cheng's left and right hands were placed on her key points last night to help her heal her wounds, for some reason she actually slept very soundly and felt very safe. Zhang Cheng's eyes darkened as he listened to Xiao Yining's words. "Really? Then you must be hungry, right? I have a dish of gourmet food that needs to be reviewed by you, a new food blogger," Zhang Cheng said, and grabbed Xiao Yining's hand. "Ah!" Xiao Yining exclaimed, suddenly understanding the meaning of Zhang Cheng's words. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. She could only honestly and seriously review the superb imperial food in front of her. Zhang Cheng let out a satisfied sigh. It had been a wonderful morning. Not only had he received a generous system reward, but he also felt exceptionally comfortable. After freshening up, Zhang Cheng and Xiao Yining finally ate lunch. "By the way, Zhang Cheng, you shouldn't reward me in the future." After last night's in-depth discussion between the two of them, Xiao Yining's friendship value for Zhang Cheng had reached 95 points. "If I don't reward you, then I'll reward someone else?" "I didn't mean that. The platform takes 70% of the rewards. You've rewarded me with over 2 million yuan. That's a waste." Zhang Cheng didn't answer directly when he heard this. Whether he rewards Xiao Yining depends on what the system says. Last night, rewarding Xiao Yining returned over 200 million yuan directly. Why would he refuse such a good thing? Zhang Cheng pinched Xiao Yining's puffed-up cheek. "Why don't I just transfer it to you?" "That's not what I meant, I just feel bad about giving away so much money." Wang Yuyan, who was waiting nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes at the amount of the reward. Could this be a rich person? Over 2 million rewards for a female host? Wang Yuyan couldn't believe her ears. Although she admitted that Xiao Yining's figure and appearance were indeed very high, but over 2 million was too exaggerated.
Don't think so much, it's just a small amount of money.
Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Xiao Yining, who was a little bit confused, asked in a small voice, "So can I still broadcast in the future?"
Huh? I want to know if you mind me being a female anchor.
If you do, I won't broadcast anymore, I'm still in school anyway.
Jiang Cheng knew that some female anchors would quit broadcasting if they were noticed by the big bosses.
But Xiao Yining, on the other hand, didn't dance live, and she didn't look like the type to flirt with the big bosses.
So live streaming is better than nothing. What are you thinking? If you want to live stream, just do it. You're not one of those messy female anchors, I trust you.
Xiao Yining couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Cheng say that. She said with a charming smile, "I've thought about it, and in the future, I'll either live stream food or live stream hunting for oddities, and see if the results will be better."
Well, if you want to do it, I won't stop you, but remember, if any other anchors bully you in the future, you must tell me, understand?
Xiao Yining nodded. "Okay, actually most anchors are pretty nice, only a few are snobbish, and my strength is just so-so, and I usually don't interact with those anchors."
Where did you go to university? Shanghai Institute of Technology. Jiang Cheng nodded. It's pretty good, at least it's different from the school he chose. I'm going back in a few days.
Seeing Jiang Cheng going back, Xiao Yining said with some reluctance, "So when will you come back?"
Let's see, I might come before the start of the semester. Then it will be a bit difficult for me to see you in the future, won't it?
Xiao Yining suddenly felt a bit lost.
She hadn't actually thought about this before. Difficult for what?
It's only a few hours from Tianfu to Modu, and I'll be here for the start of the semester.
I'm also applying to a school in Modu. Really? That's great. Xiao Yining's eyes lit up.
Jiang Cheng nodded, then thought of something and looked up at Wang Yuyan, who had poured him some juice, and asked, "Manager Wang, my room fee is due today, right?"
Wang Yuyan nodded, "Yes, Mr. Jiang, it's due tomorrow morning."
"Then renew it for me for 2 more months. There's still a month until I start school, and I can still come back to stay occasionally before I buy a house. And just now, I got a cashback card when I received the big gift package. The maximum amount that can be used with the cashback card is only 5 million. To be honest, 5 million cannot buy a big house in the Magic City, and it is simply impossible for me to solve the problem of the limited purchase in the Magic City in a short period of time. Don't say that rich people have ways to solve the limited purchase of houses. Jiang Cheng only knows a few people, and they are all just casual acquaintances, which is not enough for him to solve this problem." Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yining's minds suddenly floated with many question marks.
The two of them couldn't believe their ears. Wang Yuyan licked her dry lips and said with some difficulty, "Mr. Jiang, did you say 2 months? Renew for another 2 months?"
Xiao Yining nodded in agreement as she looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Yes, Jiang Cheng, did you say it wrong?
Didn't you say you were going back?"
Jiang Cheng calmly nodded at their shocked expressions and said, "Yes, but that doesn't affect the renewal of my room fee, does it?"
Chapter 53 Wang Yuyan's Little Thoughts.
After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yining were both at a loss for words. It is true that it does not affect the renewal of the room fee, but who in their right mind would do this? You are leaving in a few days, why would you want to renew the room fee for 2 months?
The room fee here is 80,000 yuan a day, not 80 yuan a day.
Even Wang Yuyan, who has the title of gold medal butler here, was shocked.
She couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. Usually there are very few customers who rent the pavilion villa for a week.
It is unprecedented to rent it for 2 months. Jiang Cheng is the first one. Although she knows that she should not meddle in the guests' affairs from a professional point of view, she still can't help but remind Jiang Cheng, "Mr. Jiang, if you feel comfortable living here, you can contact me directly before you come, and I will help you book this room, so that you don't have to keep renewing the lease." Xiao Yining nodded in agreement. "Jiang Cheng, I can also come over and book it for you in advance."
Xiao Yining's mind quickly did some calculations. 80,000 a day for 2 months, that's 4.8 million?
After doing the math, she finally understood why Jiang Cheng was able to reward himself with over 2 million in no time.
It's as if they had a money printing factory at home, or they had a mine.
Seeing that they were both trying to stop him from spending, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. The maximum amount of the cashback coupon is 5 million, and it would be too much trouble to buy all the luxury goods at once at that price. But if you use this money to buy a house in the Magic City, you can only pay the down payment, and you can only buy a house of a few tens of square meters with 5 million in the Magic City.
Your own bedroom is already a few tens of square meters, right?
Anyway, no matter how this coupon is used, it is just for cashback in the end.
Why worry about saving a little money? Besides, I just got this loyalty card because of you, Xiao Xiao.
As long as I use this card to find a young lady with a face value higher than 90 points, and then when I surpass her, I can at least get a gain of at least 100 million by treating her to dinner first.
After getting this money, I can buy a big house, won't that be great?
Interrupting Wang Yuyan's analysis of herself, she said helplessly, Manager Wang, you can't do that.
Shouldn't you be happy with the hotel's business? I would definitely be unhappy if I were your boss. Upon being reminded by Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan suddenly said with some trepidation, You're right, Mr. Jiang.
She wanted to explain for herself, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that she couldn't find any reason to explain for herself.
Jiang Chang was right. Why should she stand in Jiang Chang's shoes and save money for him?
The situation now is obviously the longer Jiang Chang drives, the higher Wang Yuyan's tips will be. She should be happy now, so why is she trying to stop Jiang Chang? Not to mention Jiang Chang, even she herself can't figure it out. Xiao Yining, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but frown and look at Wang Yuyan.
As a woman, she of course knew why.
It was just like the situation when Jiang Chang gave her a reward. When she didn't know that Jiang Chang was the anchor of stability, Xiao Yining of course hoped that the strange internet friend would reward her as much as possible. But after she actually got together with Jiang Chang, she didn't want him to spend any more money on her. Xiao Yining felt that Wang Yuyan was in a similar situation to her at this time.
Excellent men are just destined to be remembered by women. Xiao Yining could sense the problem, and Jiang Chang of course also noticed it.
Soon he turned on the friendly value scan system for Wang Yuyan.
Name, Wang Yuyan. Age, 24. Height, 165 centimeters. Looks, 89. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 80 intimate. Jiang Chang was a little surprised by the fact that Wang Yuyan's privacy value was 0.
People subconsciously have some tinted glasses for the occupation of hotel room manager, especially the hotel manager of such a high-end suite. The higher the level, the more chances of encountering temptation.
Moreover, Wang Yuyan's appearance is not considered low.
Although her appearance score of 90 is not as flamboyant as that of a beauty like Xiao Yining, she is at least a department flower in school.
The key is that her friendliness score is as high as 80 points?
Since moving in, Jiang Chang has brought 2 women back to spend the night. She knows exactly what the relationship between him, Yu Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Yining is like. She even personally changed the sheets after they had played. In this situation, she still has a 80-point friendship value for herself. This situation reveals an unusual smell.
It's no wonder that Wang Yuyan would think so highly of herself. And when he rents a room, a butler like Wang Yuyan gets a commission, but she didn't want it.
He had treated Wang Yuyan like a proper butler, but she had other plans for him.
It was quite interesting.
Jiang Chang gathered his thoughts and said with a casual air, It's fine, just book it for me. My schedule is unpredictable, I don't know when I'll leave or when I'll return, and I don't like trouble. After saying this, Jiang Chang directly handed the bank card to Wang Yuyan.
Since Jiang Chang had already given such an order, Wang Yuyan could only take the bank card. Moreover, she felt that she had just acted a little too obviously.
Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, I will go out and process it for you now.
After saying this, Wang Yuyan quickly walked out of the Ting villa.
After leaving the villa, Wang Yuyan shook off the unrealistic thoughts in her head, and with a worried expression on her face, she walked towards the lobby with the bank card in her hand. She had not taken 2 steps when she met another woman wearing the same uniform, who greeted her, Yuyan, what's wrong?
Are the guests difficult to serve?
Wang Yuyan shook her head at the girl, Changchang, no, the guests are very easy to serve.
Then why do you have that expression on your face? You don't know how envious we are of you.
I, on the other hand, have no business again today.
The guest just checked out, and I'm about to go back to rest. I guess I'll be at the bottom of the pile again this month.
Changchang said with distress. The thing they dread most in their line of work is taking a break, because taking a break means no money. Seeing that Changchang was a bit down, Wang Yuyan immediately cheered her up, come on, get more business.
I want to too, but where do you find rich people? I really envy you.
You've only started this month and you've already received an order for a week.
Even our manager is praising you. Big clients are not common.
Housekeepers like them basically only earn 3,000 yuan a month, but their commission is very high. As long as a guest books a room and it's their turn to serve, their commission is 5% of the room rate. So as long as Jiang Cheng opens the Ting Villa for a day, Wang Yuyan's commission for the day will be 4,000 yuan. But the Ting Villa is not available every day. Normally, there are a maximum of 2 or 3 times a month. Sometimes it's even just 1 or 2 days. If you're lucky, you can have 5 or 6 days, but most of the time it's still empty. So being a gold medal butler is not that easy. Because of Jiang Cheng, Wang Yuyan's commission for this month has easily reached 30,000 yuan. The month has only just begun, so maybe you'll get a big order tomorrow. Wang Yuyan said reassuringly. I hope so. Oh, that's right, the room fee for your client is due today, so you can rest well tonight. Chapter 55, Do Rich People Get Their Money by Accident? Wang Yuyan really didn't want to discourage Cheng Cheng, so she could only pull a wry smile. I would love to rest, Cheng Cheng, but do you think rich people get their money by accident? I don't know if it's by accident, but it's definitely not like us, staying up 24 hours a day. You don't know, my guest didn't sleep from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. last night. He had to change the sheets and open the champagne, so it was a lot of work. Then go back and get some rest quickly. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Cheng Cheng nodded. Let's go back to the dormitory together and get a good night's sleep. Wang Yuyan spoke apologetically. I've been thinking about it, and I'm going to go find the general manager, because my guest said he wants to renew the room for another 2 months, and I'm going to see if I can get him a discount. What? 2 months, Yuyan, are you serious? Cheng Cheng was shocked and covered her mouth. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively. You don't know that after he booked the room, he didn't stay here every day. I told him that he didn't have to pay for the days he wasn't here, but the guest still insisted on paying. That's why I was so shocked. You see how different people are? For a million yuan could buy a villa in my hometown, but he used it to pay for a hotel room for 2 months. Yuan, are you stupid? How could you ask the guest not to turn it on? The commission for 2 months is 240,000 yuan. You're going to get rich. Cheng Cheng said, speechless while feeling deeply disappointed. But he said he was going back in a few days and wasn't staying here. I'm keeping the service fee but not doing any work, so it feels kind of strange. Oh, my dear sister, if you don't want it, I'll take it. I'll serve the handsome guy in your room. To be honest, I've never served such a handsome guy before. You're being infatuated again, look at you. Wang Yuyan said teasingly. Seriously, my dear sister, what's the shape of the guest like? Is he very impressive when swimming? Are you attracted to that handsome guy, that's why you're thinking so much about him? Cheng Cheng's question suddenly made her think of Jiang Cheng's backstroke in the water. That area was indeed very impressive, big. Wang Yuyan, friendliness +5. After a moment of thought, Wang Yuyan immediately shook her head, expelling those unsuitable images from her mind. Don't talk nonsense, we in the service industry have to stand in the guest's shoes in everything we do, so that we can serve the guests well. Wang Yuyan hurriedly made excuses for herself. A booking for 2 months is a record for our hotel. No local tyrant has ever done this in all the time the hotel has been open. Could it be that the guest has a crush on you? Cheng Cheng looked up and down at Wang Yuyan and said excitedly. There is a rigid requirement for becoming a butler at their hotel, and that is that when applying, there are requirements for appearance and body shape. Moreover, the education level must be a bachelor's degree in hotel services, and the foreign language score must be at least 6. Otherwise, you can't be a personal butler in such a high-end hotel. An outstanding and beautiful housekeeper with excellent posture is actually equivalent to a flight attendant in the first-class cabin of an airplane. When serving guests, such women often encounter situations where they are either flirted with by guests or secretly make various requests. After all, apart from not sleeping with them, a personal butler provides all the other services up close and personal. And Wang Yuyan's appearance is the highest among them. So the chances of encountering this situation are even higher. Wang Yuyan shook her head regretfully and denied, that's impossible. You haven't seen the women he brings back, one prettier than the other. He brought back a very sexy woman before, and then last night he brought back another girl, also very pretty. I can't compare with them. And you know what, my guest even gave her a reward of more than 2 million. Cheng Cheng was even more excited when Wang Yuyan said this, more than 2 million. Oh my god, Yuyan, what kind of local tyrant are you serving? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? I'll serve this guest, I won't take any commission, I just want to serve him. If you don't want this opportunity, just let me have it, okay? Okay, don't be ridiculous. He can spend millions at a time. That's enough to find him 10 or 20 different girls.
Let's not think about it anymore.
Although Wang Yuyan said this, she still had a faint sense of expectation in her heart, wondering what she looked like in Jiang Chang's eyes.
Women have a very high tolerance for rich and outstanding men.
If they can't tolerate you having several women at the same time, it must be because you aren't rich enough. Just look at the gambling king, the first wife, the second wife, the third wife, the fourth and fifth wives, and you'll know how tolerant women are.
Chapter 56, The President of Oman's Flattery. Hey, you're right. If you like someone, why spend all that money?
You could just give it to them, remember?
Last month, a client rented the 2-day courtyard villa, and Yuan entertained them.
After just 2 days, she was taken away by the client and even quit her job. Cheng said with a little envy.
Their profession is very similar to that of flight attendants. Both are in the service industry, and the resignation rate is also high.
The key is that the chances of meeting a quality man in these two industries are relatively high.
I know, of course.
Okay, I'll go take care of some business first, don't let the guests wait any longer.
After saying this, Wang Yuyan hurriedly left.
10 minutes later, Wang Yuyan arrived at the general manager's office and immediately brought up the matter of Jiang Chang's lease renewal. After being shocked for a while, the male manager immediately decided to report the matter to the president of Oman. Oman had been open for so long and had received many distinguished guests over the years, but none had stayed for more than 2 months like Jiang Chang. And from what Wang Yuyan said, it didn't sound like this guest was planning to stay for a long time.
Isn't this just a waste of money?
After the male manager's report was submitted, the senior management of Oman was alerted. People in the same circles always attract more attention.
And Jiang Chang obviously wasn't in their circles.
Everyone was wondering if Jiang Chang might be the son of a senior executive, or the son of a big shot who had returned from studying abroad. As soon as he returned, he let loose and started throwing money around. But either way, it was necessary to get to know each other.
Thinking about this, the CEO of Oman at once hurried over.
Half an hour later, the CEO of Oman, led by Wang Yuyan, hurried over to the villa court where Jiang Chang lived. At this time, Jiang Chang had already received the deduction from his bank card, but he found that the price deducted by the bank text message did not match his calculations.
According to his mathematical calculations, 80,000 a day, isn't that 4.8 million in 2 months? But the bank card only deducted 3.8 million, a full million less. Ding! Congratulations on using the cashback card, the cashback multiplier is currently 100 times. Ding! Congratulations on winning 380 million. Just as Jiang Chang was wondering, Wang Yuyan rang the doorbell.
After opening the door, he saw Wang Yuyan with a young man wearing an expensive suit and leather shoes.
Hello, Mr. Jiang, this is the president of our Oman.
After Wang Yuyan said that, the middle-aged man quickly extended his hand and said, Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Wang Yang, the CEO of MODU.
Hello, President Wang.
Jiang Chang shook his hand in return. I heard from Butler Wang that you have extended your stay at the Pavilion Villa for 2 months, so I came here to pay you a visit.
Thank you very much for your recognition of our Oman. Here is my business card. You can contact me directly if you have any questions. In addition, Butler Wang will personally apply for a discount for you.
In the future, you will enjoy the benefits of super VIP customers when you stay here, and you will get a 20% discount. Seeing this, Jiang Chang finally understood why the deduction from his bank card was only 3.8 million. It turned out to be a discount. Little did he know that this action directly caused Jiang Chang to lose a rebate of 100 million yuan.
Jiang Chang couldn't help but inwardly lament, women are a disaster.
But since the hotel had already given him a discount, Jiang Chang was not the kind of idiot who would rush to give someone money.
Although the cashback was less, this incident made Jiang Chang look highly of Wang Yuyan.
While he had received a discount of 1 million yuan on the room fee, it was obvious that her commission would also have to be reduced. She immediately reduced her commission by 1 million, which is very considerate of President Wang. Jiang Chang smiled and politely replied, Then thank you, President Wang, but if anything comes up in the future, I will really be troubling you.
Wang Yang smiled and said, What are you talking about? If there's anything, just let me know. I'm not afraid of being bothered, I'm just afraid that you won't bother me. By the way, this is my priced pu'er tea. Try some. I hope you don't mind.
After saying this, he handed Jiang Chang a very expensive-looking bag.
Jiang Chang politely accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Wang, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? No, I won't disturb you. I don't mind. Can I add you on WeChat? If there's anything, you can contact me at any time.
Jiang Chang originally thought that Wang Yang was just being polite, but he didn't expect him to take the initiative to add WeChat. He took out his phone and scanned the QR code, and Wang Yang immediately took out his phone and scanned it. Then Wang Yang said to Wang Yuyan, "Butler Wang, you must serve Mr. Jiang well, and take any of his needs seriously."
Yes, President, I understand.
Seeing that it was almost time for him to leave, Wang Yang said to Jiang Chang, "Then, Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you anymore.
I hope you have a pleasant stay." Jiang Chang nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Chapter 57, Are you going to jump?
Seeing that he had already bothered Jiang Chang for quite some time, Wang Yang said, "Then, Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you anymore.
I hope you have a pleasant stay." Jiang Chang nodded, "Thank you very much, Manager Wang."
After Wang Yuyan had seen Wang Yang off, Jiang Chang said, "Manager Wang, thank you very much.
You have saved me so much on the room fee."
Jiang Chang really didn't mind Wang Yuyan's well-intentioned but bad behavior, and was instead very satisfied with her actions. Having received Jiang Chang's affirmation, Wang Yuyan was in a very happy mood at this time. "You're welcome, this is what I should do.
Saving this cost also means you'll get less commission, right?
Yes, it's true that it's less, but you don't stay every day, so it's still more for me." Jiang Chang smiled at Wang Yuyan, "Thanks a lot, I'll treat you to dinner when I have time."
Wang Yuyan did not take Jiang Chang's words seriously.
She still respectfully said, "You're welcome.
Your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation for me." Xiao Yining, who was listening to their conversation, was more certain of Wang Yuyan's thoughts.
Although she did not dare to make any demands on Jiang Chang, she could still declare her sovereignty over Wang Yuyan. Xiao Yining immediately walked over to Jiang Chang's side, wrapped her arms around his, and said coquettishly, "Jiang Chang, I don't want to go back." At this time, Jiang Chang did not notice these little thoughts between the two women.
After feeling the majesty in his chest, he directly put his arm around Xiao Yining and said, "Didn't your good friend say that she came here to find you for fun? If you don't want to go, don't go back."
Xiao Yining pouted and said with some reluctance, "Alas, I don't want to, but we made a promise before. She is usually very busy at work, and it's not easy to make an appointment."
"Forget it, I'd better go."
Seeing Jiang Chang and Xiao Yining getting along again, Wang Yuyan on the side couldn't help but feel a little down.
After nodding at Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan consciously avoided the room and walked out.
An hour later, Xiao Yining helplessly rinsed her mouth over and over again in the mirror. She pinched her soft lips, vowing that next time she was jealous, she wouldn't find herself doing this kind of thing. She had eaten so many meals that night that she was afraid she would get used to it in the future and also be prone to mouth ulcers. After dropping Xiao Yining off at her apartment, Jiang Chang drove to Yu Xiaoxiao's company. When he arrived downstairs, he called Yu Xiaoxiao's phone. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiao answered the phone. She seemed to be stammering as she dealt with Jiang Chang, and after a few words, she said she was busy and asked Jiang Chang to wait for her for a while.
Just as he hung up, a noisy voice seemed to come from the other end of the line.
Jiang Chang, who had extraordinary hearing, immediately noticed that the voice seemed to be coming from nearby. Jiang Chang frowned and subconsciously turned in the direction of the sound. As the sound of the Ferrari Supercar approached, the few people gathered by the river could not help but look over at Jiang Chang. After the car stopped, Jiang Chang found that Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed over there, and there was another person next to her, Zhang Yu. He immediately got out of the car and walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao. Seeing the person who got out of the car was Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face suddenly panicked.
"Jiang Chang, why are you here?"
Zhang Yu, who was standing by the river, became even more excited when he saw Jiang Chang's arrival.
"Great, you're actually together in the open?"
"Yu Xiaoxiao, you bitch, let me tell you, you'd better marry me honestly." Looking at Zhang Yu, Jiang Chang frowned and said, "Xiaoxiao, didn't you say you'd taken care of it?" Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head. "Jiang Chang, he kept pestering me, and even went to my company to make trouble today. I didn't want you to be upset because of someone like this, so I didn't tell you." "Silly, there's nothing to this kind of thing," Jiang Chang said, and then tenderly stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's head. "Jiang Chang, don't worry about him, he's just a scoundrel. Now he wants to jump into the river. I've already called the security guards." A few security guards in black uniforms were patiently calming the agitated Zhang Yu.
"I'm a scoundrel?
Then what are you two dogs?" Jiang Chang's face instantly turned cold when he saw Zhang Yu scold him like that. Feeling the cold around Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly held Jiang Chang back. "Jiang Chang, ignore this kind of person, they're talking nonsense, let's go." You Xiao Xiao, I'm going to reveal everything about you today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump, and you know I can't swim, so you can't get away with it if I die," Zhang Yu said in a threatening manner. The security guard on the side immediately spoke up when he saw this. "Sir, please calm down and talk things over." Zhang Chang let out a soft laugh. "You want to jump?" Seeing Zhang Chang walking over, Zhang Yu suddenly unconsciously clenched his buttocks. "What do you want?" "Don't come over." Chapter 58, Money Can Move Mountains. The last time he had diarrhea was still a psychological shadow for him. "Didn't you want to jump?" "Jump?" Seeing Zhang Chang looking at him with a playful expression, Zhang Yu's face was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I dare not jump? If I jump, I'll see how she explains it to my relatives and friends." "If you don't want to jump, do you want me to help you?" After saying that, Zhang Cheng directly said to the several security guards next to him, "How about this, security guards? I will give each of you 5 million, and you 4 rush up and pretend to hold him back. In fact, while you are pulling, he will jump because he is emotionally agitated. At this time, he will drown, and you will go to save him. In the end, you will find that you cannot save him, and he will drown to death. What do you think?" Seeing Zhang Cheng say this with a carefree air, Zhang Yu could not help but frown, and after a moment of deliberation, his face immediately turned white. Zhang Cheng's meaning was to kill him directly. He just wanted to threaten Yu Xiao Xiao, he didn't really want to jump into the river. Zhang Yu pointed at Zhang Cheng with a trembling, curled-up orchid finger. "What are you talking about? This is a society ruled by law, and you actually want to hire someone to kill someone in public?" A few security guards on the side listened to Zhang Cheng's plan. First they were shocked, and then they were moved. They looked at each other, none daring to speak first. Just by looking at Zhang Cheng's clothes and the supercar he drove, they knew he was a rich playboy. If he really had that kind of money, they might not refuse to do what he said. After all, ordinary people could never earn that kind of money in a lifetime. The big guy in charge was obviously the most tempted, and he tentatively asked, "Sir, you're joking, right?" "What?" "If you don't want to, don't worry. If something goes wrong, I'll get you the best lawyer and make sure you're exonerated. If you really go to jail, I'll give your family an extra 5 million, how's that? If you don't believe me, I can transfer the money to you now." When Zhang Cheng took out his phone, Zhang Yu's face turned even paler. He saw the struggle and fervor in the eyes of the security guards. It was clear that they were really considering it. The salary of a security guard is at most 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. 5 million, even if they get in, their families will also enjoy the benefits. And it was Zhang Yu himself who wanted to jump into the river. If something really happens, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, maybe they really won't have anything to do with it and they can still get a large sum of money. I saw that the security guards seemed to have made a decision and began to look left and right, as if to make sure that no one else nearby heard. "What do you want? You want to rob and kill in broad daylight?" Zhang Yu finally panicked when he saw this and immediately walked away from the river and walked towards a safe place. Seeing Zhang Yu's cowardly expression, Zhang Cheng sneered and said, "What? Not jumping anymore?" Zhang Yu could only bite his lips tightly, his face red with anger, and once again pointed his at Zhang Cheng. "Do you know that murder is illegal? I'm going to sue you." "I know, that's why I'm not doing it myself. And as I said, if you jump into the river, it'll be an accident. You wanted to jump, and money can buy anything, I'm sure you've heard that before." Seeing Zhang Yu walk away from the river, the security guards all felt a sudden wave of regret, and inwardly they even blamed themselves for not acting sooner. The temptation of 5 million is still very great. "You dare? I'll tell you, I'll call the police and expose you, you pair of scoundrels," Zhang Yu said with a bluff. "Try cursing again, I won't do it myself, but remember, next time you see me, you won't be able to speak." Seeing Zhang Cheng staring at him with the dead look in his eyes, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. "Ha, you think threatening me will scare me? Go ahead and hit me if you have the guts. I don't want to hit you, and I don't care about arguing with a dead person." At this moment, Zhang Cheng had already made a decision in his heart, that is, this person Zhang Yu can no longer appear. Seeing Zhang Cheng say this, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a little intimidated. Especially Zhang Cheng's hidden cold light in his eyes, coupled with the act of tempting the security guards with money just now made him feel a chill. Seeing the menacing looks of the security guards, Zhang Yu's face suddenly turned even paler. "I won't let you pair of." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Cheng said to the security guards with a sinister face, "I'll give you 100,000 yuan each to beat him to death for me." If they were told to kill Zhang Yu, they would have considered it, but if they were told that they would get 100,000 yuan for beating someone up,
they would definitely not hesitate. The four of them immediately rushed up and pummeled Zhang Yu. In no time, Zhang Yu began to be bruised and bloody. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was watching, was a little scared. She took Jiang Chang's arm and said, "Jiang Chang, forget it. There's no need to get into trouble for people like this. There's nothing going on today anyway." Chapter 59, The Sensible Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiaoxiao's hand to reassure her, and then shouted at the lead security guard. Jiang Chang took his phone and Zifubo and directly transferred 400,000 yuan to him as a fee. Jiang Chang looked at Zhang Yu, who had been beaten up and was bruised and bloody, and said with satisfaction, "You've worked hard. Divide the money among yourselves." The middle-aged security guard in charge looked at the transfer record of the wealth-making treasure and immediately nodded and bowed, with a big yellow tooth flattering and saying to Jiang Chang, "Young master, don't worry, leave it to us, we will arrange everything for you, we will handle this kind of thing." Their company has ways to deal with those black fans, and the security guards are very familiar with this kind of thing. If you want to pursue it, just say that they came to the company to cause trouble, it's not a big deal. Jiang Chang ignored Zhang Yu, who was crying like a wolf on the side, and pulled Yu Xiaoxiao into the car. "Xiaoxiao, off work already?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'm sorry, Jiang Chang, I just came to the company today to make the final handover. I've packed everything and am ready to go, but I didn't expect him to show up. I went to the riverside, where there were fewer people, so as not to let him make a scene in the office. I didn't expect him to be such a scoundrel, and to cause you trouble again." Jiang Chang stroked the soft hair of Yu Xiaoxiao and sighed. "Tell me if there's anything in the future, just leave Zhang Yu alone, I'll take care of it." Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been used to being independent since childhood, felt Jiang Chang's doting affection and couldn't help blushing. "Okay, I got it." After sending Yu Xiaoxiao to the company parking lot, Jiang Chang opened the system. Just now, Jiang Chang received a system notification. Ding! The system has detected an unusually large fluctuation in the host's emotions. In order to help the host eliminate his worries, the system rewards the host with a private security company. The private security company will help the host solve various daily troubles. Just contact the security personnel for private handling, which is absolutely professional. The information of the relevant personnel has been stored in the system, and the host can view it by himself. In addition, the contact information of the relevant personnel has been added to the host's mobile phone. The system for the host's communication with the relevant personnel will be stored in an encrypted manner. Jiang Chang looked at the prompt from the system and suddenly smiled. It seems that the system can capture Jiang Chang's inner intentions. Just now, Jiang Chang's mind had flashed through various plans. At the same time, the system immediately sent Jiang Chang the security company that would handle these matters. Jiang Chang browsed the personal information of the security personnel. The people in this place are really talented, and just picking one out can directly solve Zhang Yu. Jiang Chang didn't think about it that much, and the security company given by the system must be guaranteed. After reading it, Jiang Chang sent the task of Zhang Yu and then ignored it. And Jiang Chang had no intention of asking what they wanted to do with Zhang Yu. He just wanted the final result. After sending it, Yu Xiaoxiao also drove up in the pink Lamborghini from behind. The two drove one after the other towards the city center. Jiang Chang followed behind Yu Xiaoxiao and drove slowly, with the two supercars taking the high road. No one cut in between them, and in fact no one dared to. Yu Xiaoxiao had been busy with the company's location for the past few days. At first, the two of them had some arguments about the location. Yu Xiaoxiao had chosen several addresses, but Jiang Chang had rejected them all because they were in relatively remote locations. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiao had to listen to Jiang Chang's suggestion and chose the 58th floor of the Lujiazui World Financial Center. After considering the opinions of the two, Yu Xiaoxiao chose a studio of just over 1,000 square meters. This was originally a branch of a multinational company. After that company went out of business, it did not open another market in China, but instead announced its withdrawal. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that the overall fashionable and atmospheric decoration was very suitable for opening an entertainment company, so she finally chose this place. Chapter 60 Sexy and Fiery Yu Xiaoxiao had already had the cleaning company do a thorough cleaning yesterday, and all the purchases had been arranged. At this point, all that was missing was the recruitment of talent from various departments before operations could begin. Looking at the office, which was covered in high-grade marble, and the simple but elegant black, white, and gray decor, Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. It was worthy of a big brand multinational company. Although it was not doing well, the taste in decor was still quite good. According to its decoration, only minor changes to the layout are needed,
and there is no need to understand other major renovations. It is a bargain for Jiang Chang, the one who took over the company. After Yu Xiaoxiao had shown Jiang Chang around, they returned to Jiang Chang's private office. "President, this is your private office. Please take a look and let me know if you are satisfied." Jiang Chang turned the direction of the single sofa next to the French windows, and sat down directly facing the window. Looking at the view of half of Shanghai in front of him, this feeling of being superior is really great. This is the kind of style that Jiang Chang wants. That's why he didn't agree with Yu Xiaoxiao to set up the company in other districts. Lujiazui in Shanghai is one of the 3 major financial centers in China, along with Pearl River New Town in Guangzhou and the CBD of Beijing. Moving into such a landmark building as the World Financial Center is a resounding statement of style. It will only benefit the company's future development. Jiang Chang patted his thigh and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Come here and do it?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang's movements, gave him a coquettish look, immediately turned around on her own initiative and locked the office door, and then snapped and lowered the window blinds. She swayed in a sexy manner and slowly walked over to Jiang Chang. And sat directly opposite Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and saw that she was so sensible. He forced a smile and said, "Xiaoxiao, what do you mean? I just said sit down for a while." Seeing Jiang Chang teasing her, Yu Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red and she lightly patted Jiang Chang. "Naughty, if you laugh at me again I won't talk to you." Although she said that, Yu Xiaoxiao moved even closer to Jiang Chang. "Okay, let me see, you need to change to a larger size." Jiang Chang stared at Yu Xiaoxiao's professional suit and said wickedly, "It smells like milk." Jiang Chang let out an exclamation after taking a deep breath. "Naughty, this fits me, it won't look good if I wear a larger size." Yu Xiaoxiao said coyly with her neck tilted back. "You're right, it does look good now, but it will look even better like this." After more than an hour, Yu Xiaoxiao said to Jiang Chang, "Why don't we find a place to rest for a while?" "Sure. Why don't we go to a hotel now?" Yu Xiaoxiao listened to Jiang Chang's words, her eyes twinkled, her sexy little mouth nervously licked, and she shyly proposed, "Don't go to a hotel, go to my place." When Yu Xiaoxiao said this, Jiang Chang naturally nodded without objection. Having received Jiang Chang's affirmation, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to smile sweetly and coyly, and she even took a deep breath as if to cheer herself on. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived inside Yu Xiaoxiao's apartment. Looking at the simply decorated and clean apartment suite, Jiang Chang nodded. This was the first time he had been to a girl's place, and as the saying goes, a woman's room is indeed fragrant. Yu Xiaoxiao poured Jiang Chang a glass of water and then shyly said, "You wait here for a moment, I'll go wash up." "Why don't we wash together?" Jiang Chang held Yu Xiaoxiao back. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed Jiang Chang away and said, "I want to wash up by myself today." After saying this, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately turned around and went into the bathroom. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's unusual appearance, Jiang Chang frowned in confusion. After looking around, Jiang Chang lay down on the bed in Yu Xiaoxiao's room and started to check his phone. After 10 minutes or so, Jiang Chang heard the bathroom door open with a click. In a moment, Yu Xiaoxiao walked into the room. Jiang Chang looked up when he heard a noise, and his eyes widened when he saw her. She was hot, sexy, and cute at the same time. Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel that this was the charm of his sister.